Hey, what's up everyone? Welcome back to another video. This is the second part of What If Naruto Had the Rinnegan and Was Godlike. Before we get started, be sure to check out my Patreon for early access, lemons, exclusive stories, and picture-in-picture mode for mobile users, so you can listen while doing other things. Also, make sure to check out the original author's fanfiction page. Links to everything will be in the description below. Chapter 6. Sasuke-kun. Sakura called her sweetheart, who was looking down at them from a high point. Finally, she was seeing the boy she loved in Kami. He had grown and was still looking delightful. Those were not the thoughts that Sakura should have now. They had to try to convince him to ditch Orochimaru and join them back to Konoha. They had finally made it to him. She was seeing him for the first time since that night he thanked her and then knocked her out. It was a night that convinced her that Sasuke did feel something for her. Because of that night, she believed that they could convince him to go back home where he belonged and where he was loved. And maybe they could start a relationship. Sakura quickly shook her head. Now wasn't the time to be thinking about such things. The Uchiha glanced at the Pinkett for a second before looking at his former sensei. Kakashi had taught him something and it was actually used as the base of most of his lightning jutsus. In any case, he wasn't going back to these people, if they had come to fetch him or try to convince him to return to Konoha. He no longer had any emotional attachment to these people, so he wasn't going to go back to that damned village. His mission was to find his brother and avenge his clan. No one would get in the way of his revenge, not these people, not Orochimaru. No one. Seeing them didn't even stir anything inside of him. He felt nothing but cold vengeance that was directed towards his brother. Everyone else was just in the way. Of course he had no plans to give his body away to Orochimaru. He was merely using the snake and he would get rid of him when he had lived his usefulness. Sasuke, we don't have to explain to you why we came here, Kakashi said to the Uchiha. He should know that they were here for him, nothing else. Orochimaru was still a wanted man by Konoha, but that wasn't a priority. Sasuke was. The Uchiha stared at the Jonin for a second before looking towards his former teammate, the loud-mouthed blonde idiot. Naruto showed him an interesting expression though, an expressionless mask. There were no words even coming out of the blonde's mouth. He expected Sakura to say something, but the blonde would normally be shouting this and that, yet this time around, he was silent as a mute. Why? Orochimaru hadn't said anything, he merely informed him that the blonde was training with Jiraiya. Sasuke hadn't been interested enough to even ask how the training was going. Even when Orochimaru offered to tell him, "I have no interest in going back to Konoha, Kakashi," Sasuke responded in a cold tone. It was cold enough to make Sakura cringe. "So you are going to fight all of us?" Kakashi asked sternly. No matter how far the Uchiha has grown with his training, he couldn't possibly think that he could take all of them, right? But Kakashi would not be surprised. Although a genius, Sasuke has had a problem with arrogance. It was a beast he was never able to tame during their time back in Konoha. Orochimaru wasn't even a role model in taming arrogance. Sannin was well known for his pride and arrogance. Before Sasuke could respond, Neji addressed Kakashi. "The Anbu who have been following us have moved closer. It is reasonable to think they were waiting for this kind of moment to arise before charging in." Kakashi frowned, even though it didn't show over his masked face. This just meant that they would have to watch over their backs because of a lapse of concentration, and those people would be sneaking from behind for one fatal blow. They couldn't retreat though, not when Sasuke was just in front of them and no sign of Orochimaru. Although, this was a curious case. "Just keep an eye on them, Neji. You don't have to move unless they move," Kakashi ordered in a serious tone before turning to Sasuke. "Where is Orochimaru, Sasuke?" The Uchiha did not respond to the question, he merely vanished from his position within a blink of an eye. Naruto raised an eyebrow when the Uchiha appeared in front of him, black eyes staring into his eyes with no emotions at all. The Uchiha's speed had increased, he was perhaps faster than Kakashi. But it wasn't surprising given that the Uchiha had always been fast. His speciality had never been speed. Uzumaki Naruto was a powerhouse, a man with the chakra and stamina to outlive everyone in a fight. "I did not think you'd still be chasing after me, Naruto," Sasuke said coldly. "Have you come back for S?" Sasuke did not get to finish what he wanted to say to the Uzumaki. Naruto's right hand grabbed his face. It wasn't that he hadn't seen it, he had, but it had come so unexpectedly and fast that he didn't get the time to react in time to avoid it. The grip was firm, it almost felt as if his face was being gripped by an iron claw. The blonde's fingers were digging into his skull, causing him pain. Naruto's face didn't reveal any emotions, it remained expressionless. Chasing after you. I did that and you stabbed me in the chest, Sasuke. The blonde started in the same cold tone as Sasuke. Come back for some more. Do you think you can do it, Sasuke? Naruto asked in a whisper, right at Uchiha's ear. Sasuke grabbed Naruto's arm with his hand, with his teeth gritted together in anger at being caught by surprise by the blonde and the lack of physical power to get out of the grip. He wanted nothing more than to literally shock the blonde with a dose of lightning and then kick them on his gut, just to show him who was boss. Before he could release his jutsu, a force of wind slammed into his chest. It wasn't like a punch, just a force that pushed him away from the blonde. He would have stuck if he didn't let go of Naruto. He did and was pushed away from the blonde. Sasuke figured Naruto sensed the build of chakra and took measures to avoid his jutsu. It was almost like the old days with him glaring at Naruto. The blonde infuriated him by smiling. What, you thought, we're the only ones who were learning things? The blonde asked. Ridiculous, but not surprising since it is you. If you want to come to me to test me, you're welcome to try, but I assure you, it will not be as it was last time. Sasuke glared. Naruto, Sakura said, rushing towards the blonde Uzumaki. We don't have to fight Sasuke-kun if he doesn't want to fight. There is no need to provoke anything, we can talk through this, the Pinkett said. Admittedly, she was a little unnerved by Naruto's tone. Naruto's face kept towards Sasuke, but his eyes narrowed towards his teammate. Sakura would always be on Sasuke's side, wouldn't she? She loved the Uchiha, and since he hasn't done anything bad towards Konoha, she would always try to be gentle with him. Naruto wasn't interested in treating Sasuke like a child. Sasuke was a grown man. He didn't look like a little boy who needed to be treated gently so that he doesn't cry out to his evil brother. What to do? He didn't want to be cold to her, but he could. She was being a problem here. She had to learn to rid the atmosphere or else she would not survive. She may as well go home if she was going to be like this. I see you're still annoying as ever, Sasuke said to Sakura. Get this straight, I'm not going back to Konoha. Sakura halted every thought in her mind at the thought of being annoying. That was something that Sasuke has always said to her, wasn't it? Quite honestly, it hurt her feelings to hear that from the boy she loved. It has always hurt her, but she could not stop loving that brooding Uchiha, no matter what. Had it been Naruto saying something like that, she would have rushed over to smack him, but she has never been able to do that to Sasuke. Thinking of the blonde, she had always accused the blonde of doing something like that, hadn't she? Was this what he felt when she shouted those words and told him to take a hike? Was this why Sasuke told her that she didn't know anything about being lonely and told her off when she had mouthed off saying that Naruto was an idiot who didn't know anything because he didn't have parents to teach him manners? Being an orphan wasn't a laughing matter, was it? Perhaps it was time she accepted that if there was someone who could understand Sasuke, it would be Naruto. Circumstances were different, but both knew what it meant to be alone in this world. She hadn't realized back then, and she had compounded it. Because Sakura was no longer the ignorant girl she had been back then, she quickly got over her hurt and turned towards Sasuke. Sasuke, I know you care for us. I know, I saw it that night you left. Remember what you said to me, Sasuke. Sakura put on as much emotion in her tone as she could muster. At this stage, she was even willing to entertain the thought of leaving with him if he did not want to go back to Konoha. For her Sasuke, Sakura would do that. Yet, her pleading with the boy she loved was met with cold indifference. You don't understand anything, Sakura. I don't care for you or anyone in Konoha. Just stop chasing me because I will not return to Konoha. Please, Sasuke-kun, Sakura was now begging. It seemed to annoy Sasuke more than to make him consider how much the Pinkett felt about him. He didn't want anything to do with Konoha. He was more concerned about improving himself for the day he had to face his treacherous brother, Itachi. He would not allow anyone to get in the way. No one. Sasuke disappeared in a blur. The movement was so fast, Sakura didn't see a damn thing before the Uchiha flashed in front of her, with his right hand flashing towards her face. The beat of her heart quickened in slight fear and it reflected heavily on her expression. Sakura was honestly afraid that Sasuke would harm her just because of the look on his face. He had stabbed Naruto through the chest, wouldn't he do the same to her? And the Uzumaki was supposed to be a lot closer to him than her. Sakura didn't just stand there. Even though she knew she was late, she still tried to jump back, but it was too late. Sasuke's open palm suddenly stopped just inches away from her face. There was another appearance. Naruto was standing just on her left, his right hand holding firmly onto Sasuke's arm. The kunoichi breathed a heavy sigh but stopped her movements. Sasuke's eyes narrowed towards Naruto, but it was the blonde who spoke. "What are you doing, Sasuke? What does it look like I'm doing to you?" Sasuke responded in a cold tone. "Let go of my hand, Naruto. Or what? You will pierce your Chidori through my chest once more." Sasuke's Sharingan flared to life. Naruto's grip on his arm was firm, felt like iron. The blonde didn't look like it, but he certainly had more physical prowess than him. But Sasuke was certain that he was faster than the blonde. Speed has never been Naruto's strength. "If I do that, I won't miss your heart this time." "That's amusing, Sasuke. Can you miss a target with the Sharingan guiding you? The only way you can miss when it is your hand that's moving as if I dodge." Naruto said. "Then again, even with the Sharingan, you have always been a blind and ignorant theme." Sasuke's eyes left Naruto. The blonde hadn't been looking at him. But that wasn't the reason he stopped looking at him. The blonde's hold was cutting the flow of blood and chakra towards his hand that made it impossible for him to manipulate chakra. "I see you're not as stupid as you were back then," the Uchiha said before he deactivated his Sharingan. "And I see Orochimaru hasn't raped your mind int." Naruto never got to finish speaking as Sasuke attacked. Fast, the Uchiha brought his left arm behind and grabbed his blade before swinging it towards Naruto. He had to go through Sakura first, but the Pinkett moved quickly by jumping back to avoid the blade. In a split second, just after Sasuke's blade missed Sakura, Naruto used his hold on Sasuke's arm to pull the Uchiha forward. It was a quick pull meant to bring him off balance. Sasuke managed to balance his feet quickly to avoid falling, but the movement managed to halt his sword strike. The Uchiha didn't mind it as he was now freed. He wasn't even quick to attack Naruto as he first held out his right hand and had a feel of his fingers. His fingers had seriously been getting cold. The Uchiha then twisted around quickly, lifting his left foot up towards the back of Naruto's head. Even though he wasn't looking, Naruto still managed to dodge the blow by ducking under the kick. The moment Sasuke's foot passed above him, Naruto twisted around in an attempt to face the Uchiha, but when he turned, he found Sasuke's blade flashing towards his chest. The Uchiha wasn't even looking at him when he drove his sword toward him. Naruto cursed the Sharingan for its abilities. The blonde quickly folded two fingers and his thumb from his left hand before making motions as he whispered a couple of winds. He was simultaneously doing the same with his right hand. A slight wind force slammed into Sasuke's blade. It had just enough force to divert the blade to the left side, avoiding him. Another wind force slammed into the side of Sasuke's head, making the Uchiha bend his head slightly. There wasn't enough power to do any damage, just enough to impact the Uchiha's movements. Sakura charged in, her powerful fist heading towards Sasuke. The Uchiha flashed away before the kunoichi could land a hit on him. Even though he was Sasuke, the Uchiha didn't hide his surprise when Sakura's monstrous punch slammed into the ground. Even Naruto was forced to flee when the ground burst as if something heavy had crashed down from the heavens. When Sasuke landed from the ground, Orochimaru suddenly made his appearance, seemingly appearing from the ground along with Kabuto. "I thought you'd be over this already, Sasuke," the snake Sannin said, glancing at between Naruto and Sakura. "Are you hesitating because it is your former teammates?" Sasuke didn't offer a response. He merely looked back at Naruto. The blonde had improved. Maybe he could get a much better test of his powers than what Orochimaru has been giving him. "Naruto, we have to consider pulling out," Kakashi warned the blonde. Things had changed drastically with Orochimaru's presence. He wasn't willing to engage the Sannin in a battle. They would lose. Naruto understood one thing. Orochimaru was a powerful shinobi they had been warned against fighting. Naruto wasn't planning on doing that, but he knew if it wasn't Danzo's pets overlooking them, the Jonin would have made an attempt. If those Anbu were not here, things would be different. No. Naruto said to Kakashi. He could fight Sasuke whilst those three fight Orochimaru. Oh, there was Kabuto. The man was ranked a Jonin. But the Anbu also made things very difficult. Well, yes, Kakashi said. We should have done something before we even got here, but I didn't want us doing anything that would leave us vulnerable in this fight. Naruto nodded. He could understand Jonin's thinking, but had it been him, he would have handled the Anbu before knowing that such a situation was a possibility. Give me a minute to remove those Anbu. Huh, don't be thinking about doing anything stupid, Naruto. When Naruto ignored Kakashi, Sakura sighed. Where are they back to this again? Naruto had always done it on his own. He hadn't been the one to follow a plan. He had been prone to jump towards the enemy without any thought. She'd thought he would have erased that part of him, but some things never change, huh? Naruto looked at both Orochimaru and Sasuke for a moment before diving into his thoughts. Not for a moment did he think he could actually win against both Orochimaru and Sasuke without having to use both Senjutsu and the Kyuubi's power. But he didn't want to get that far, so he could play around with Fuden for a little while. Besides, he didn't have to fight the two opponents. The only problem in the way of things was the Anbu, who he presumed were Danzo's agents, sent to perhaps attack them. He just had to get rid of them and things could perhaps be even. Orochimaru didn't even look at himself anyway. Last time he checked, the snake Sannin wasn't at his best, and it was around that time when his body was starting to wear off. He would need to be moving to another host soon. Sasuke was already at that stage where the Sannin could possess him, but he doubted Sasuke would allow himself to be taken over by the snake. No doubt the Uchiha has been using Orochimaru for power, but the moment the snake shows a moment of weakness, Sasuke was going to pounce. Maybe then, he would feel powerful enough to hunt down his treacherous brother. Naruto didn't care for any of that. For now, he had a mission. Without much further thought, Naruto did a couple of hand seals before slamming his hands on the ground. He reverse summoned a clone loaded with natural energy. Within a second, the clone disappeared in a puff of smoke. Orochimaru looked interested in seeing the blonde Uzumaki's slight changes. He smiled. Senjutsu, he said. I see Sasuke-kun wasn't the only one who was training over the past couple of years. Did you expect anything less? Naruto said in a flat tone. Kyuubi, a bit of your chakra. Naruto said to the Biju. I need it on both legs. I need to move fast enough to catch both Orochimaru and Sasuke off guard. Sasuke appears to be faster than me. I don't know when to use Sage Mode, but with a mix of your chakra, I should work out fast enough before they can do anything, even if Sasuke is using his Sharingan. Kurama was slightly surprised. That would be like going all out, the Biju said. Do you want to take them out? No, the Anbu watching us. I have marked down their locations and will be able to move quickly to handle them. Orochimaru and Sasuke are just in the way, Naruto responded calmly. Kurama merely nodded before pouring out some of his chakra. Without a warning, Naruto simply vanished. Both Orochimaru and Sasuke couldn't hide their shock when the Uzumaki simply appeared in front of them. Even Kabuto's shock was evident. No one had a chance to do anything as Naruto's fists slammed into their chests, his left pummeled into Sasuke and the right into Orochimaru. There was an audible sound of bones cracking when the punches connected before the two were blasted away like bullets with blood spewing out of their mouths. Orochimaru hissed loudly as he felt the air leave his lungs. He was sure there were a couple of broken bones inside. The punch felt no different than one of Tsunade's punches. It certainly won't be healthy taking another one of those in the kind of condition he was. Hell, even if he was fine, this was the kind of blow that he would do everything to avoid. When the Sannin finally landed on his knees, he tried to stand up from the ground, but fell down before spitting out more blood from his mouth. Orochimaru hissed once more. He needed to change bodies quickly. He wasn't looking forward to fighting anymore. Still, if he was able to take so much damage from that punch, what about Sasuke? Orochimaru turned to the side to look at Sasuke. The Uchiha was on his knees, wiping blood off his mouth, but looked more hurt than he wanted to show. He looked rather pissed off. Kukukukukukuku. Orochimaru laughed before composing himself. You shouldn't feel so down, Sasuke. That is just the power of Sage Jutsu. Besides, Naruto had also mixed in the power of the Kyuubi. A normal person usually cannot stand up to a shinobi who has mastered the art of Senjutsu. Still, it is surprising that Naruto-kun has perfected his Sage Mode when Jiraiya has failed. Are you praising him? Sasuke asked with a glare. Well, considering that he was unskilled a couple of years ago, it is something to be praised, Orochimaru said. The Sannin looked towards the other Konoha shinobi and frowned slightly. Not the perfect time to fight. Well, he didn't have to fight them. Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto shouted, checking his master. That caught even me by surprise. Are you okay? Orochimaru nodded. Summon the pets I'd locked down for experiments. They should be able to stall the other leaf shinobi. Hi, Orochimaru-sama. Moments earlier, Naruto didn't consider attacking Kabuto because he knew that the glass-wearing nin would be more focused on Orochimaru than trying to attack him. He could move freely without having to worry about the spy stabbing him in the back, well, at least trying to do so. The Uzumaki didn't even spare the former Konoha in a glance before once more vanishing. Kabuto could only blink when Naruto disappeared. Everything had happened in an instant that even after Naruto disappeared, the shinobi was still rooted to the ground, having not moved. There were 6 Foundation agents hiding in the trees. Naruto didn't need to chase after them by climbing up the trees. He simply appeared below the trees, holding out his invisible wind sword. "We didn't think that you'd come to us," one of the Foundation agents said as the six surrounded him within seconds of appearing within the trees. "But it doesn't matter. Our mission is to capture you. I don't suppose you will come without fighting." "Amusing," Naruto responded in a low tone. The blonde wasn't looking at any of them. To be quite honest, he had mixed feelings about these people. They had caused him pain by playing along with Danzo's schemes. He was going to fight them and they would end up dying, but Naruto didn't want to think that it was simply doing it for revenge. Perhaps he could pass it off as doing the world some justice. It wasn't a situation of kill or be killed, they wanted him alive. Naruto shook his head. Did he really need many reasons to justify killing a couple of cold-hearted humans? What kind of demon was he? The first one attacked from behind. The man lunged towards him, a kunai held firmly on his right hand, aimed at the back of his neck. Naruto closed his eyes to focus clearly on his senses. He could see the steady chakra of the other five, but they did not move, not until he moved to defend himself against the incoming attack. Naruto's body twisted clockwise just a bit. His right hand still held firm to his wind blade and he held it on a reverse grip. As the man's kunai neared him, Naruto tilted his head to the side to avoid the blow. His blade had been waiting, and when the man charged in, he hit the invisible sword and it went straight through his chest. Their others could only see blood gushing out. They could not understand what was happening. Yet, they didn't dwell on it, they all attacked. Naruto released a small burst of chakra before snapping his left fingers. The air pressure became dense, so much that the Nei agents slowed down slightly. It felt as if there was a pressure coming off Naruto, pushing things away from him. It wasn't a powerful pressure that blasted you away, but it made breathing difficult. It first felt like that, but seconds later, breathing became impossible. It almost felt as if even the air inside of them was being sucked out. The blade on his right hand dispersed and the man it had pierced started to fall. Before the man fell, Naruto threw 5 kunais into the air whilst making one-handed seals to manipulate the air pressure he had created. The man behind had yet to fall when he muttered his jutsu. Wind style. Wind god's presence. The men were slammed into the ground before they could reach the Uzumaki. They slammed down with their faces as if an invisible force had just dragged them down. It happened in an instant. Once they were on the ground, Naruto raised his right hand. Fall. The kunais he'd thrown up became coated with wind as gravity attracted them. Naruto took control of them though, and the moment he uttered, "Fall," they blitzed down in 5 directions before piercing through at the back of each man through their necks. There was so much speed and power that even Naruto couldn't track them down as they fell. They pierced through their target and embedded straight into the ground. Naruto snapped his fingers once more before falling on his knees, both hands on his chest, breathing heavily. The curse of using a double-edged jutsu. The Uzumaki didn't get the chance to retain his full breath as 2 large snakes slithered through the ground, charging towards him in different directions. The Uzumaki didn't even get the chance to stand when the snakes reached him. He could only hold out both his hands. The snakes slammed into an invisible wall of wind, but they still attempted to push through. Naruto heard chirping birds, and before he could do anything, Sasuke appeared in front of him, Chidori flashing toward his chest. Naruto didn't even have time to react to it, but the Uchiha suddenly looked to his left and directed his jutsu there. A large rock was hurled towards him at great speed. To avoid being hit by the rock, Sasuke slammed his jutsu into it, shattering it. His movement gave Naruto an opening and he used it effectively. The blonde raised his foot from the ground and slammed it to the side of Sasuke. The Uchiha was sent flying into the air when the kick connected. He was however able to recover quickly by doing a replacement jutsu to go to a safe place. Naruto was still trapped between the 2 giant snakes. He needed to move out soon to avoid another attack like that. Someone could attack him from behind. The Jinchuriki quickly jumped up whilst still holding out his right hand. The moment he got out of the way, the snakes hissed dangerously as they slammed into each other. Above the ground, Naruto formed a giant Rasengan before turning to face the 2 snakes who'd yet to separate. The blonde lunged down at great speed, slamming the jutsu right between the 2 reptiles. The second the jutsu collided with the snakes, it exploded into a huge explosion of chakra, forcing Naruto to jump away. Seconds ago with Sasuke. "Jump in, Sasuke," Orochimaru called out to the Uchiha, who looked ready to continue with his attack on Naruto once more. Even though the blonde had been impressive so far, Orochimaru still thought Sasuke could win. However, they needed to get out of this place soon. He didn't want this coming into a full-blown out battle which had the probability of seeing the Kyuubi come out to play. Are you thinking of running away? Sasuke but still jumped over to the Sannin who was standing atop of a snake along with Kabuto. Fighting is no longer necessary. Orochimaru stated calmly. I don't want any more surprises. The Sannin trailed off before coughing. Sasuke wasn't surprised. He has been seeing it a lot these days. He never asked but he knew why the Sannin was like this. You are looking pathetic as the days pile up, Sasuke stated in a cold tone, crimson eyes glowing over the Sannin. Orochimaru merely grinned. It doesn't help that the Sandaime sealed away my hands inside the Shinigami's stomach. I don't use ninjutsu and without a part of my soul, I'm in constant pain. The Sannin said, I'd like to give you a mission to help me. What mission? I will give you the location. But it is in the outskirts of Konoha and you are to go there to get me one of the Uzumaki's treasures, Uzumaki. Naruto? Sasuke inquired. Oh yes, your generation doesn't know but the Uzumaki were a prestigious clan and very powerful. They were destroyed because of that power, Orochimaru said. That is irrelevant nonetheless. Can you do this for me? Sasuke said nothing. He was most focused on the fact that Naruto was also from a clan. There was no other Uzumaki in the Hidden Leaf but Orochimaru did have another Uzumaki with him. Yes, Karen. Naruto never said anything about his clan, which meant he probably didn't know anything as well. When do I move? He asked Orochimaru. Meanwhile. That is about the last of them, Neji said after defeating his last opponent. It seems as if this is nothing more than a diversion for Orochimaru. Might be trying to escape. Escape wasn't the right word in the situation, considering that Kakashi knew of the snake's power. But the Jonin wasn't going to dispute it. There is no need to pursue, Jonin stated calmly. We'd just get in a tight spot should we do that. Battling Orochimaru was never part of the plan. Hokage-sama had said we must avoid the Sannin at all costs. All plans were thrown out of the window when he decided to act on his own, Neji said of Naruto. He may be calmer now but there is that part of him that still remains. Regardless, I think the situation couldn't have gone any better. The moment Orochimaru appeared, everything changed. Kakashi nodded. At least no one got hurt, the Jonin said before sighing. The mission failed but there would be another day. On another note, Sasuke was merely a second mission to what must be done in the Leaf. The mission there was much more important than getting Sasuke back to the Hidden Leaf. Even though he was watching Sasuke leave, Kakashi wasn't that sad. At least Sakura could see Sasuke. Orochimaru had yet to take him so that presented them with the hope that they could still get them. He would have liked to have talked with the Uchiha but this had to do. They just had to return to the Leaf now. There wouldn't even be a need to hurry. Even if they do take a couple of days to return to the village, there would be no complaints. Kakashi looked at Sakura. The girl already looked depressed. The Jonin sighed. It was going to be a long journey back to the village. I thought you were going to pursue, Kakashi said as Naruto slowly walked over towards them, no longer in sage mode. I'm not stupid. Naruto gave a flat response. Maybe back then I would have but not now. Besides, you weren't giving your all to try to get Sasuke, Kakashi merely smiled. What makes you say that? He asked innocently. Naruto shrugged. Just something I observed, he said. Doesn't matter now. We saw Sasuke. He hasn't changed much. The bastard would serve well in a harem in one of Jiraiya's books. He had too many fans when he was younger. I'm sure he will have many. Isn't that right, Sakura? The girl blinked. Well, Sasuke had grown and he was handsome. She had almost blushed when she first saw him after so long. See, Naruto said, pointing at the tainted cheeks of Sakura. Fangirls. He shook his head disappointedly. Hey, what is that supposed to mean? Sakura shouted. You know I saved you from being stabbed by Sasuke, right? Kakashi smiled. Now that just took away the gloomy cloud that had been hanging over the girl's head. Naruto was really a different person. Not long ago, he would not have been able to read the situation like that. Yet, he wasn't going to ignore that Naruto had killed 6 NA agents. Kakashi would not say anything about it. Not now but it would be on his mission report. In response to Sakura, Naruto raised his hands, waving them. No harm meant was the message. The blonde then turned to Kakashi. We should head back to Konoha, Kakashi responded with nonchalance. Matt, there is no need to hurry back to the village, he said. It was for a split second but Kakashi received a sharp narrowed look from Naruto and the Jonin didn't miss it. It made him slightly worried because if the blonde asked questions, he would soon find out that there was something wrong. Luckily for him, Naruto didn't say anything. The blonde just looked up into the sky. Why are we still going back to Konoha? Biju asked. If you want to get a piece of the action with Danzo, you have to run now, if not, there is a chance that there will be nothing. I get that feeling as well. If Tsunade and Jiraiya are tricking me, it should be fine. I'm letting it trick me. But I would like to hear their reasons. Maybe this is our last journey to the Hidden Leaf as its shinobi, Naruto said. We must sever our ties with the toads the moment we leave. If not, they will be able to track us down. They are also too nice to be on the evil side of things. I have never liked them anyway. You are just a jealous tenant who only wants me to use his powers, Naruto was quick to say. The following day. Konohagakure no Sato. The journey back to the village had been a little eventful due to their slow pace. They didn't look like a team that had just failed its official mission. Well, no one had made any promises to come back with Sasuke. Sakura was just happy that she had been able to see Sasuke. Along the way, they had concluded that her dear love would not return to the leaf on his own but would have to be forced back. Sakura had to accept that. There was just no way around the issue, even though she really wanted him to come back. Hell, she wouldn't mind being with him. She had offered to go with him back then, but he had refused. If she showed him her strength, would he still refuse? Sakura could not say. As they reached the gates, Kakashi spoke. You guys can go home to rest. I will report to Hokage-sama, the Jonin said before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Sakura sighed before turning to Naruto. Does this mean that we will be having team meetings? I know we are short, but we can still manage. There was the hope in her tone and eyes that made Naruto almost lie just to keep her happy. It depends on Tsunade, the blonde Uzumaki stated. Team meetings would be nice though, he said. I'm sure you're dying to tell your love rival that you saw Sasuke and he looked handsome as always. Sakura glared at the blonde for a long minute. At least Sasuke-kun is handsome, she said. The girl smiled beautifully before speaking once more. It was nice doing a mission with you once more, Naruto. And for the first time, I saved you, she added proudly. Naruto shared a smile. You have my thanks, Sakura, he said. But she didn't save his life. He could have reacted to at least avoid getting hit anywhere vital by Sasuke's jutsu. He was nevertheless going to allow the girl to have her moment. I'll see you around, Sakura, Naruto said, waving his right hand. Wait, Naruto, Sakura called. Can we meet tonight? Just go out, just the two of us. I feel like I owe you. There was a bit of nervousness in her tone. Perhaps she was thinking about the fact that Naruto has turned down any attempt for them to sit together. Naruto stared at Sakura for a moment before responding. Sure, why not? Hokage office. Tsunade and Jiraiya were drinking within the office. It was a rare sight. Not Tsunade drinking on duty but doing it with Jiraiya within the Hokage tower. Kakashi didn't even have to ask if they'd completed their mission. The fact that the village was oddly quiet and they were drinking like this meant that they had carried out the assault. You came back empty-handed, Tsunade said to the former Anbu captain. Not that I did not expect it. How did it go? Kakashi handed in his mission report, including that of Naruto's actions in killing Foundation shinobi. How did things go on your part? Brutal and bloody, Jiraiya said with a shake of his head. He was waiting for us and the freak had 10 Sharingans implanted on his right hand. 10 Sharingans and he kept coming back to life. The Sannin stated before asking. Where is Naruto? Kakashi shook his head. You may want to speak to him soon. I think he suspects something and I have a feeling his reaction to this will be mixed. Jiraiya didn't doubt that for a second but he did what he thought was best for Naruto. The blonde might disagree but it would not change anything. Naruto would be allowed to make his own decision but Jiraiya would not shy away from trying to protect him if he thought there was a need. There had been a need to do this time around and he had done it. Danzo had taken care of and Naruto was spared from having to take part in a senseless bloodshed. He was saying that because even though they had surrounded the War Hawk, the man had still refused to go down without a fight. It was senseless to do so in the situation but they had still had to throw it. I will talk to him later on, Jiraiya said before falling silent. Kakashi merely nodded. He thought of telling them about Naruto but he shrugged. It was in the report. They would read it and if they wanted to hear anything from him, they could always ask him. Later that day. Naruto's apartment. Jiraiya didn't get why Naruto still chose to stay in the apartment even though he could afford a better place than this. The apartment was a crappy place. If it had still been back then when he was still a brat, one could understand but he was older now and could move freely without having to worry about anything. Naruto had yet to even replace the furniture within here. Perhaps this place held some sentimental value. The Sannin found Uzumaki sitting by the kitchen table, staring into the empty space ahead of him. His headband was put on the table. It was often that Naruto removed his headband, but this signified something. "You look depressing again," Jiraiya said to Naruto as he walked over. Naruto faced his sensei before responding. "I'm thinking about things," the Uzumaki said. "I have always allowed you to do things at your own pace, sensei. I have kept quiet even though I had questions and waited on you to tell me things. My thinking was simply that I trusted you, sensei. I still do. However, we need to talk about my parents. I asked you back then and you only spoke about Uzumaki. That had kept my mind occupied for long enough, but you must speak now." Jiraiya stared. "What makes you think I'd know something?" Naruto returned the stare. "In a couple of minutes, I will be going out. I'd prefer it if you didn't waste time." Jiraiya wore a serious mask on his face. "Uzumaki Kushina, that was your mother. Your father was Minato, the Yondaime Hokage. The Sandaime Hokage felt it was for your own safety that you didn't know. Kakashi knows, Tsunade knows, the clan heads know. Some other people might know as well." The Sannin paused to see Naruto's reaction, but there was none. "Are you not going to say anything?" "What can I say?" Naruto asked. "Do you know how many nights I stayed here, sleepless, trying to figure out who my parents were or if he was really a demon spawn? I asked Sandaime so many times, but not even once did he feel the need to tell me anything. Not even my mother, even though records of her existence are no longer present for everyone." The blonde got up. "Thank you for everything, sensei. You taught me so much, showed me many things about life, and I will always thank that. I won't ask you why you had to get rid of me to do the mission involving Danzo, because after everything you have done for me, you deserve at least that." If anything, it felt as if the blonde was saying goodbye. The headband was still on the table even though he was leaving. "Where are you going, Naruto?" "Dinner with Sakura," Naruto said. "I do take pride in the headband, but just for this once, I just want to be a normal person. I don't want to be a shinobi. There won't be another one, but that doesn't mean I mustn't enjoy it." 2 hours later. To be quite honest, it had been a rather eventful night with Naruto. She had insisted on not calling it a date with Naruto because it would feel as if she was betraying Sasuke. At that thought, she smiled bitterly. Betraying Sasuke? She wasn't even in a relationship with him and he barely even acknowledged her. She had been an annoying teammate, a dead weight who was never a help in their missions, always needed to be saved, did nothing but yell at Naruto whilst blowing kisses towards Sasuke. A truly bitter memory. Naruto has been saying, it is the past. She was no longer the same girl she had been back then. She was a real kunoichi now. A damn good one for that matter. What was outstanding was her medical ninjutsu. Well, she had learned from the best there was. "Isn't it something? We have all learned from the legendary Sannins," Sakura said. They two were walking within the brightly lit streets of the Hidden Leaf. Naruto was walking home. "I just hope our stories turn out differently. We will turn out differently. We are not like them in any way even though we have learned from them. Perhaps we are supposed to take the ideals of our masters, but circumstances are different and all they can do is impart their knowledge on us," Naruto said. "Sasuke would never become like Orochimaru. Maybe he has been cold, but he isn't a heartless person." Sakura nodded at that. "I know," she said. Naruto walked in front of Sakura and stopped her. He gave a sad smile with his head tilted to the side. "Sakura, Team 7 was my life. I had so many happy memories because of it. It would not have happened if not for Iruka-sensei. You were a part of the people that made me feel human," the blonde smiled. "You know what I just learned tonight? You should know that the Yondaime Hokage was the one who sealed the kyubi inside of me. Ever since I told you about it, have you considered why?" Sakura blinked. She had honestly never given it much of a thought. Looking at those blue eyes, blonde hair, looking at him clearly without his forehead protector, he could pass off as a relative to Konoha's greatest hero. The Pinkett shook her head. "It simply could not be. I have never wondered why." Naruto continued smiling. "I always asked Sandaime but he never told me anything," the blonde said. He decided against telling the girl anything. He was still in the process of dealing with everything himself. "Thanks for the good time and good night, Sakura." The blonde waved his right hand before disappearing along gusts of winds. Hokage Monument. Life was something else, wasn't it? Not long ago, he was in the village, crying for it to recognize him, wishing he could be the greatest, even greater than the man called the Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze. But today, As he stood here, atop of this monument, he was going to leave this village, turning his back on it, and even though the man he wished to surpass has turned out to be his father. The thought truly brought a bittersweet memory. He'd always wanted to know who his parents were. He could ask Kyubi about his mother. He knew the Kyubi was sealed within someone within the village, and Jiraiya has stated that all the Biju's Jinchurikis have been Uzumaki. The first one was the Shodai's wife. Then the second one could have been his mother, which could explain his use of Uzumaki. He would have more time to deal with it in the next couple of years in seclusion. Being bitter and obsessing about it now won't change anything, but he could deal with his emotions regarding his exit from the Leaf. It would have been fine if they hadn't excluded him in the mission to deal with Danzo. Demanding questions regarding it wouldn't change anything, and he could somehow understand Jiraiya's line of thinking towards the decision. Glancing down at the streets once more, an expressionless mask settled on Naruto's face as he turned away. Sayonara, Konoha. 2 weeks later. Sasuke walked into Orochimaru's room with a mask on his right hand. The snake Sannin was sitting up on the bed, his condition wasn't getting any better. "You took your time," Orochimaru said to Sasuke. "It wasn't easy getting Leaf Shinobi all over the place," Sasuke responded calmly. "Do you know what happened?" Orochimaru couldn't help but grin before responding. "It appears that Naruto-kun has disappeared from Konoha. I believe after the mission, he went back to Konoha to say goodbye and then went off without a trace." To say Sasuke was surprised was an understatement. He was shocked. Will Naruto leave Konoha? The blonde who had always been preaching about wanting to become Hokage one day had abandoned the very same village he vowed to lead to anyone who cared to listen. Sasuke could not believe it. It was just ridiculous. The blonde has been trying to get him back to the Leaf and he now abandons it. What the hell was going on? Thinking of it, Naruto had never said anything about taking him back to Konoha. The only thing Sasuke could remember were insults. But that was nothing unusual. Why would Naruto even leave the Leaf anyway? Sasuke simply could not figure that out. He could not understand why someone who had loved Konoha as much as Naruto had would suddenly leave it. Who did he leave with? Sasuke demanded with narrowed eyes. Alone. It appears that he followed anyone. He left by himself, and I don't think it is to join any other village. He hasn't surfaced anywhere. I believe he will be hiding, if he knows that the Akatsuki is after him, Orochimaru responded calmly. Now hand over the mask. Sasuke looked stone-faced. Handing over the mask meant that Orochimaru could return to his powerful self. And he would be stuck being the Sannin's pet. Naruto was alone. He was doing things by himself. And yet he was here sulking up to Orochimaru. Wasn't he better than the blonde? Sasuke's Sharingan flared to life. It was now or never. Sasuke could not be following Orochimaru around whilst Naruto runs alone, independently without anyone's assistance. Things had to change for him as well. Besides, what more could Orochimaru give him? He has learned what he can from the Sannin. It was time to move on with his life. Orochimaru, it is time I separated from you. Kukukukukukukukuku. Orochimaru laughed madly. I had a feeling this day would come, Sasuke-kun. Konohagakure. Tsunade had never felt so miserable, not since she lost her loved one. Naruto had been drifting away from her, emotionally, but he had been here in Konoha and she could see him at any time she wanted. She hadn't worried much even though things had changed because she had thought, no matter what, Naruto would always be a hidden Leaf Shinobi. Danzo would have been celebrating saying I warned you that he would leave the village. Tsunade thought of the War Hawk with contempt. It was good that he was gone. He would probably be trying to find Naruto just so he could brainwash him. Still, this was a disaster. How could the son of Konoha's greatest hero abandon the very village his father and mother had died protecting? Tsunade wasn't going as far as to say that Naruto had spat on his parents' sacrifice. No, the hidden leaf did that when it chose to hate him and see him as nothing more than the Kyubi reincarnate. In the end, the blonde left Konoha without saying a damn thing. Tsunade would have been less worried if he had bothered to say goodbye, but he did not. He just disappeared from the village without a trace. There was no letter explaining his reasons for departure, just a headband left on his kitchen table. Had it not been Sakura saying that Naruto's words to her had really sounded like a goodbye when she thought of it, they would have realized it a little too late. Well, it didn't change anything anyway. There was still no sign of Naruto and none of their allies have said anything about seeing the blonde. Tell me you have good news, Jiraiya. Tsunade spoke in a hardened tone the moment the Sannin appeared in her office through his usual entrance. Got nothing. Not a damn thing. But I will go back again. I just came to tell you that until Naruto returns, I won't come back to Konoha. I will spend my whole life looking for him. Tsunade stared at her former teammate for a couple of seconds before nodding. She should have known that he would be the one most affected by this. He was looking better than her. Are we sure no one took him? Tsunade asked cautiously. Although everything they had determined that Naruto had left the village alone, they could not rule out the thought of the blonde being taken by someone else. I doubt it, Jiraiya said. Can't you find him with the help of the toads? Jiraiya's mood turned south. He no longer has a relationship with the toads. They wouldn't tell me how, but they said he severed his contract after they refused to write him off. Oh, Tsunade could not find anything to say after that. The fact that he had done that just meant that he didn't want to be found. This also brought the possibility that he may have severed his ties with the hidden leaf as well. Thinking of it, Tsunade's mind went blank. A week later, somewhere at the center of the sea, Naruto was standing at the stop of the water, wearing nothing but short pants. Just away from where he stood, there was a large ship floating within the water. This was a place he was going to learn to train. There would be no land to stand on. Each day he fought, he would have to be constantly channeling chakra through his feet to stay afloat. It didn't matter if it was training in taijutsu or ninjutsu, everything had to happen within the water. With the kind of jutsus he wanted to learn, there was no way he could hide anywhere in the elemental nations. This place would not only offer security from shinobi, but it would be good for him in terms of learning how to control his chakra. Using fire-based jutsus would be difficult in this kind of environment, but he had no other choice other than to do it this way. You do know that if you drown, you are dead. Naruto looked down at the bottomless sea. Certainly, if he were to lose consciousness, he was going to be dragged down into the water and death would welcome him. There was no say he could not avoid falling down out of chakra exhaustion or getting hit by his clones. He just had to provide security in case such a situation occurs. I know, as I develop special bunshin, I will keep what I already have on the lookout. I will also loosen up the seal slightly in case such a thing happens. If the opportunity comes for me to take control over your body, don't you, I will shut you out. That is a possibility, but I trust you to be a Biju, not a treacherous demon or a backstabbing human. Naruto said to Kyuubi in a firm tone. We have come this far, I should trust you with my life. Perhaps you are the only one I can trust with my life from today henceforth. I mean, you were inside my mother before moving into me. Don't be trusting like that. Naruto smiled. Not to humans, he said. Let us get this training started. I must be a god by the time I finish things here. Chapter 7. Konohagakure no Sato 5 years later. The last years have not been kind on his body, but Jiraiya was still alive and still kicking. He has tried everything to keep in shape, but he wasn't as flexible as he had been. The fact that he could no longer fight as he used to in his prime days didn't worry him as much as the fact that it has been 5 years and he has yet to find any signs of Naruto. The stress of being unable to find the blonde was getting to him, the constant drinks, traveling around the world looking for any signs of his blonde godson. For 4 long years, Jiraiya could not even get a whiff of the blonde's whereabouts. The first year he did go to Konoha, but from the second year, he never visited the hidden leaf. It has always been worries in the hunt for Naruto that kept him busy. He had no success, and at times, it felt as if he was chasing something that was already dead. There was really no telling if Naruto was still alive. The toads would have been able to tell, but Naruto had since severed his contract with them and then just vanished. He had looked everywhere in the elemental nations, but there had been no signs of Naruto. The Sannin had even entertained the thought that perhaps Naruto was no longer within the elemental nations. It was a possibility, but there had been nowhere to start in other nations. Uzu was still a ruin, with no signs of life. So, Naruto could not be in his ancient home. The only breakthrough that came was when his spies informed him that there was a rumor of someone fitting the description he had set out. It was basically the Yondaime Hokage but with whisker marks. Even though they'd set up camp within the location, they themselves never saw the blonde reincarnation of Minato. Yet, they would still hear of the blonde making an appearance. The place was a huge underground facility between the borders of Kusagakure no Sato and Takigakure no Sato. You could spend a whole month without seeing the sun within the facility. Shinobi from all corners of the world came here to rest. There was no check when getting inside. Shinobi from enemy villages could get in without any problems. The place was neutral, but there was a dangerous rule: no fighting permitted. From what Jiraiya has managed to gather, those who brought their disputes into the facility were either punished by death or taken to a secret arena where they would fight till death. A brutal rule, but there seemed to be fear of it that people managed to be civil, well, as civil as it could be in a place where drunk shinobi from all nations came to rest and have fun. Regardless, the place was somewhat peaceful, if you went to a place where there was quietness. It was not just a place for fun only. Apparently, information wasn't scarce in this place. The Toad Sage looked around the second-level hall. He couldn't even name anyone he knew, but he could see different headbands. None from the Hidden Leaf. Information and rest weren't the only commodity. The women in the facility were rumored to be graceful and seductive, but nothing underage. Jiraiya took a stool in front of the bar and ordered his drink. "I'm seeing you for the first time, Jiraiya-sama," the barman said to Sanin. It wasn't surprising that someone knew him. He was a legendary shinobi after all. Well, that legend appeared to be dying with the war times. People were busy enjoying their peaceful days, forgetting about the days of the old. Even the Akatsuki had been silent, not making any movements. It didn't mean that there was peace. Far from it. Once the Akatsuki was able to track down the blonde, they would be moving and the hidden villages would be in panic. This peace, it was nothing that would last, just a prelude to the impending doom. Sanin smiled. "First time," he said. "When did this place open? I know many bars around the elemental nations, but there isn't anything like this. There is not even a village around." "Months ago," the barman responded calmly. "We don't see many leaf shinobi around here. There are, but not that many." Jiraiya wasn't surprised at that. He hasn't been going back to Konoha and he has only been sending messages to Tsunade, but she had no way to contact him. The Sanin didn't waste time to talk about what he had come here for. He was here for information and he would leave with information. "I want to know about the boss. They told me this is the right place in the first level." "There isn't much to tell. He rarely makes appearances and when he does, always stays in the third level," the barman said. "Entrance is rather strict. You have VIPs there. And the rules are rather strict." That was all the man said to Jiraiya. In the end, Jiraiya couldn't get anything on Naruto. He didn't care about dirty lords whoring around in the secret level, he just wanted to find Naruto. Anything else was secondary. Because he hadn't found any information he was looking for, Jiraiya decided to stay around for a bit longer than he intended. Who knows, maybe one day, Naruto would show up. Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto was walking through the busy streets of the Hidden Leaf. He was dressed in a long black sleeveless coat with a hood over his head to hide himself from the eyes that watched this village. It has been quite some time, hasn't it? Maybe for these people it might be just 5 years, but for Naruto, it was many years. The experiences he had with his clones, the hours of memories he had to absorb on a daily basis, and practice what his clones practiced, it had been too much, sometimes even made him think he was going to lose his mind. It was an experience he had to go through, for the sake of power. There was no other reason that made him suffer day and night aside from trying to gain godlike powers that would leave him without an equal within the elemental nations. It was power for a purpose, and a purpose that would see this world turn upside. There was peace, but it was nothing more than calm before the storm. Being at a place like this, where I can feel so many chakra signatures, so many lifeforms, it makes me feel somehow, Naruto said to Kyubi. Then again, aside from the Emperor's palace, I have not been with humans in the past 5 years. Kurama did not offer a response to Naruto. But the blonde spoke once more. "Fighting the Akatsuki and the hidden villages will be difficult. Even with all my power. There is still much to learn anyway. You have made the right choice to focus on the Akatsuki. As long as they are in the hunt, they will always be a problem. Keeping out of sight of the hidden villages will give you free mobility and you will avoid needless battles," Kurama responded calmly. "Of course, now that you are walking in the open, Konoha will be able to chase after you. When we came out, the Akatsuki started moving as well. The said organization had some super skills in tracking down Jinchurikis within the elemental nations. He had returned and tried to gather intelligence regarding what was the state of the elemental nations, but somehow, they had managed to get a whiff of his presence. Not precise location, but that he was around. Then again, he'd only been avoiding people from Konoha. It should be a joy tangling with the Akatsuki. They were a group of S-ranked criminals. They were powerful, but their mysterious leader had to be even more powerful to be able to keep so many of them in line. If I wasn't a Jinchuriki, I'd probably join them just to test things and discover their motive," Naruto said. "But as things stand, we are natural enemies." The blonde paused. "I was hoping to get some ramen first before being found," he said, sensing the shinobi watching him. Without waiting for Kurama's response, Naruto flashed towards a secluded area to avoid causing a commotion. It took a minute for the Godlike Hokage to appear in front of him along with a squad of Anbu. Naruto was a little surprised that she was still acting as the leader of the Hidden Leaf. Surely, Kakashi should have taken over by now. Was there no one really capable of ascending to the throne that Tsunade would still continue? It wasn't that she was too old to be Hokage, but he didn't think with her personality, she would want to sit on the chair of responsibility until she became as old as her sensei. He did hope that his friends had grown though, in terms of power at least. There was nothing wrong with their attitudes, they just lacked in terms of raw power. Really, if they didn't improve, they would not even be able to stand in his shadow. Fighting them would even be like bullying them. "Hello, Ba-chan," Naruto said the first words. "I didn't think you'd pick up my presence so soon. Especially when I'm doing everything I can to suppress my chakra. When you entered the village, we were immediately able to know that you'd crossed in," Tsunade said to Naruto. She was looking at the blonde with an expressionless mask on her face. She wanted nothing but to talk to Naruto, just ask where he has been over the past years and then slam him into the ground for making her feel depressed for all these years. She had been worried sick, but she still could not hurry up to him to hug him. She didn't even know where he stood. There were many things she wanted to know, but she still had to be cautious. This person she had loved had suddenly disappeared without saying a word. He had severed his contract with the Toads. There was no way to go back about it, and that could mean a declaration of change in alliance. If he didn't want to be found, he could have just talked to the Toads to keep his location a secret. From what Jiraiya said, they would have honored his request. Not now anyway. They were apparently rather pissed off at the blonde. "That's new," Naruto responded calmly. "I thought it was only meant to detect shinobi who are not of the leaf. You left your forehead protector. It was reasonable to think you quit being a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf." Naruto smiled before removing the hood. He was rather pleased with Tsunade's resolve. He had not been expecting her to show such a strong facade, but it made him happy seeing it nonetheless. It just meant that she could remain strong even with what was about to come. "It is good seeing you again, Tsunade. I have to say, there were days I thought of you, but I taught myself to forget," Naruto said with a small smile. "Where have you been, Naruto?" Tsunade could not contain herself anymore. She shouted, her tone hardened in a bit of killing intent to let Naruto know she was dead serious. "There and there. Never really stayed at one place for too long. Each environment is conducive for something," Naruto responded without giving many details. "Yes, I did quit being a shinobi of Konoha. I merely came to check if I still have any attachments to the village whilst killing time." There was nothing in his tone that suggested he was kidding, but Tsunade had gone through many of these scenarios in her heart over the past years. She didn't feel any surprise. She had to have been rational. Even though she was worried, there was a chance that Naruto had followed Sasuke's footsteps. He hadn't been the same blonde brat who'd convinced her to return to the leaf. Wasn't it ironic that the person who convinced her to return with his ambitions to become Hokage was now stating he had turned his back on the very same village? If not for the thought that there was a whisper in her mind that was telling that it was all just a dream, Tsunade would have laughed bitterly at the irony. Even when Naruto mentioned he was no longer a part of the leaf, Tsunade didn't feel like ordering Anbu to move in to apprehend the boy she'd come to see as her grandson. She still stared at him, waiting for him to give her a good explanation, but it did not come. Naruto simply stared back at her. "What happened to you, Naruto?" "Godlike Hokage," asked the blonde, her tone a little subdued. Naruto almost pitied her at how miserable she sounded, but he could not afford to be giving away his pity. "A lot of things happened. It doesn't matter much at the moment. I'd come to look at the hidden with a friendly look for one last time," Naruto said. "I will see you soon, Ba-chan." "Wait, I don't really care what you have been doing, Naruto, but I will not allow you to leave this village," the Godlike said. "Naruto, please," Tsunade pleaded with the blonde Uzumaki. "We mustn't do anything unnecessary. You haven't done anything wrong. Just come with me to my office and we can talk about this. Please, Naruto." Naruto shook his head silently. Although he pitied the woman, there was no emotion expressed on his face, just expressionless. "I can understand that you have so many questions, perhaps some pent-up anger over my decision to disappear. But sitting with you will not change anything. I've already said, I'm no longer a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf. Nothing will change that." Tsunade fell silent. It was as if her whole world was crashing down on her. She really didn't want to think about this too deeply, but she had to make a choice because it was apparent that Naruto didn't want to come peacefully. Did she really have to use force to smack some sense into his mind? He was obviously not in his right mind. It couldn't be because of how the villagers treated him. she knew that wasn't the case. Even though they had made living a hell for him, he'd never hated them. That fact alone was enough to make her wonder what sort of brick hit his head if he was willing to leave the Hidden Leaf when being hated by the villagers for much of his life couldn't force him to abandon it. If he had left because of that, Tsunade would have found it somewhat understandable, but that doesn't mean she would have accepted it. I don't want to use force, Naruto. So this is your last warning. Despite her internal battle, Tsunade still managed to put a steel mask on his face as she spoke. You're welcome to try, Naruto responded with a smile. He then raised his index finger. But I'd rather not get into a fight with Konoha at this time. Nevertheless, if you want to fight me, I will fight you. Tsunade was surprised to hear those words from Naruto. Has he been like this before? Did he really think that he could fight all the Anbu and every shinobi within the village? Ridiculous. It has only been 5 years, and unless he was planning to go full Kyuubi, he could not possibly fight all of them. He was in his prime years, but Tsunade didn't think the blonde person in front of her could have enough power to do what he had just said. Godlike looked at the bandages covering both the blonde's arms. She looked up. The bandages appeared to cover even around his chest because she could see some around his neck. It wasn't fashion, was it? He bulked slightly, but he wasn't buffed up to say he had been hard on physical training. His gaze looked intense though, but Tsunade still didn't see anything frightening. Do you really think that you can fight us when you couldn't even defeat Kakashi, Naruto? Have you become that arrogant? Tsunade said with disappointment. She expected more from the blonde. Arrogant? Naruto asked. I have climbed beyond the realm of just a shinobi, Tsunade. The power that I possess cannot be measured against anyone in this village. Not you, not Jiraiya, and certainly not Kakashi. You are not even as young as you were back then. Fighting you wouldn't even be fair. Naruto didn't think he was exaggerating when he said those words. The strongest people he had known in the Leaf were Tsunade and Jiraiya. But both were way past their prime years. Tsunade might still look good, but that was nothing more than an illusion. Tsunade could not fight him. In terms of power, she had nothing on him. If she was coming to him alone, Naruto would not fight her, and he liked her too much to give her a beating. Tsunade displayed her displeasure at Naruto's words, but she did not get to say the first words, her Anbu did. Uzumaki, you have become full of yourself. Perhaps, but if you're not going to move, you will not be a. Naruto was cut off when Tsunade lunged towards him like a rocket. There had been nothing but dust when she disappeared, rushing towards with her right punch heading towards the blonde's chest. Naruto held out his right hand, its palm open. Boom! Tsunade's powerful fist collided with the palm of Naruto's hand. The force behind the punch caused the ground underneath Naruto to shudder within seconds, and yet Naruto didn't move a muscle. Tsunade's shock was evident in her face. Naruto had blocked her punch just like that. It would have been enough to put anyone out of commission, and yet he blocked it with just one hand without moving a muscle. I will not fight you. But if you insist, we will fight, but not today, Naruto said before disappearing along gusts of winds. Naruto! Tsunade roared. She blurred towards the Hokage monument, trailing her Anbu who'd moved before she could. The blonde was standing atop of Minato's head, his back facing the Hidden Leaf. You're not going anywhere, Naruto! Tsunade shouted, ordering Anbu to make a move. The masked men didn't get to move towards the Uzumaki. A terrifying breeze of chakra rooted them to their place. It wasn't a violent release, just a cold feeling that made their hearts tremble in fear of the overwhelming power that had a silent dose of killing intent. Where Naruto stood, there were visible cracks. We will certainly talk soon, Tsunade. But it will not be today. When I do come, prepare the best bottle you have in your stash. Naruto said, the Akatsuki has been on my tail since I returned to the elemental nations, but I have always avoided them. 2 of their members are currently heading towards Sunagaku. They must be going after the case cage. My appearance here was to kill time and wait till they make their move. For a second, Tsunade thought of bursting out in laughter when Naruto said those words. The brat was talking about hunting down members of the Akatsuki. He must know that they were S-rank criminals. Did he really think that he could take them down by himself? Did he lose his mind during his time away? He hadn't been like this when he left the village. Have you gone insane, Naruto? You think I can't do it? Naruto said with a smile. Oh well. With that said, the blonde disappeared without a trace. Just like that, he was gone. Tsunade could only blink because not even the Anbu seemed to know what to do, as they could not track down his scent. For a second, Tsunade thought of sending them to look for him, but she decided against it. With the way things went, Chasing after him would only cause them a problem. The Slug Princess hadn't really thought that her reunion with Naruto would end up like this. It was really a painful experience, but she should have prepared herself for it because it has been 5 years since they last saw the blonde and he hadn't said a damn thing when he disappeared. He was plotting or after something. They had to find out what it was that he was planning. Perhaps now that Naruto was back in the open, her teammate would return to the Hidden Leaf. She had truly missed him dearly. She could understand he was suffering, but at least she kept in contact by sending her letters to inform her of his movements, until he came across and just the nothingness he encountered on his journey. Tsunade hadn't been too hard on him about not returning. He was better left searching for the blonde. Tsunade sighed at the thought. But with Naruto back, he should be able to return to Konoha. She would not even need to send him a message, he would return once he has heard of what has happened. Maybe only a few would be told that Naruto made an appearance, but there was no way that it would not reach her former teammates' ears. Near sand borders. As he hopped through the trees, Naruto was fully aware that he was being pursued and he knew it wasn't Konoha shinobi but the Akatsuki. This wasn't the right time for him to be hunted down by them. He wanted to hunt the members who were after the cage. This would only stop him on his path should he engage in a battle. He could get to Suna already, and in the condition his body was in, 4S rank shinobi within hours would not do him any justice. The hunter becoming hunted, well, it has always been like this. The group had always been after him for the QB. He had just thought since he too was now hunting them down for death he had become the hunter and the prey. It made not much difference anyway. He could increase his speed but they would still follow him, and allowing them to get to Sunagaku would not be a smart move on his part. It was best to just see where this was going before deciding on whether he was setting the forest on fire before fleeing. Should the Akatsuki get Gaara, it would mean they have begun on their mission. What was important was to stop them from beginning. If he became a thorn, they would be forced to focus on him and he could deal with them smoothly without having to think of other Jinchurikis. Naruto came to a halt on a tree branch. He turned around to face the incoming pursuers with an expressionless mask on his face. It took about 5 minutes, but the red clouds finally appeared before him. It was the same duo that had attacked him when he was going after Tsunade. Back then, Jiraiya had stepped in and they had fled. Yes, Sasuke had even made an appearance to face his brother, but he had only been traumatized. It had been the first time he was seeing the elder Uchiha, and he certainly didn't think he would be seeing the man once more again so soon. But this must mean that these two are assigned for him. Well, it could make sense with Itachi, a former Konoha shinobi, and Kisame, a man known for his massive chakra reserves. He hosted the most powerful Biju, so this team was perhaps well suited for him. Kisame grinned, seeing Samahata tremble in joy upon sensing Naruto's chakra. The blonde wasn't even trying to hide his massive reserves. Kisame thought he had an outrageous amount of chakra, but compared to what he was feeling off the blonde, it was nothing. He hadn't even seen his sword this excited before. Itachi, he certainly looks different from back then, Kisame said to his partner. It was something else to think that this was the same brat they had nearly captured years ago. But then again, it has been about 8 years since that happened. A lot has had to change. I don't think I can hold myself. Itachi inwardly shook his head. Kisame really loved fighting strong opponents. The feeling Naruto was giving off was just damn oppressive that even he had to admit that he had never felt something like it by just being near a shinobi. There was no sign of the Kyuubi's power, just the blonde's pure chakra. This feeling didn't make Itachi as excited as Kisame. It made him wary of the Uzumaki. He needed to find out where the blonde's loyalties lied. He simply could not allow someone as powerful as this person to continue walking freely when he could be a danger to Konoha. Perhaps holding back on his day with Sasuke had been the right choice. Less importantly was stopping the blonde from disturbing Deidara and Sasori's mission. This was something they had to do well. Don't do anything, Kisame, Itachi warned. He was even willing to use his dujutsu to get his partner to behave. I want to talk to him before we do anything, Uchiha said, stepping forward. Don't take too long. I won't make any promises if you make it long. With the Mangekyo Sharingan activated, Itachi faced Kisame for a second. Those words the man had said worried him. It was apparent that he would do as he had just said. Itachi had to guard against that. Seeing Itachi move towards him, Naruto jumped to the ground. He landed silently but did not move further. He simply stayed his ground. Itachi Uchiha, it is such an honor to face you like this. If you are still alive, then Sasuke has yet to get his revenge. His hatred must be bottomless by now. When he paused, there was no reaction from Itachi. Out of curiosity, how were you able to find me so quickly? It was obvious that you would go back to Konoha, so we just had to keep an eye and wait for you, Itachi said before activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. Although there was no change in the physical world, Naruto knew he was in a genjutsu. A simple look from the Uchiha and he had been caught. If he was really dense towards illusions, he would have missed this one. Sharingan Genjutsu, Naruto said, looking around. Outstanding. The blonde marveled at the level of detail. Everything looked so real and the senses could easily be fooled. It was just fortunate because he wasn't a lesser man. Still, this genjutsu was just something else. A normal person simply could not get out of this, but it wasn't those simple illusions that one just disrupted the flow chakra simply to cancel it. Itachi narrowed his eyes. The blonde had discovered he was in a genjutsu the second he activated it. It was never a good thing. But why wasn't he making an attempt to break free from the illusion? Did it mean that he allowed himself to be caught in the illusion? This was really turning out to be more than he expected. It could not be helped nevertheless. He wanted to speak to Naruto where no one would be able to hear their conversation. This just meant that he had to go through this process, regardless. Why? Naruto tilted his head to the side slightly. You're really difficult to read. The blonde said, but I guess you are asking why I don't have my weapons out, yet. That is because I didn't feel bad about your intentions from you. At least not yet. As my enemy, I'd attacked you head on and I would not have even thought that you want to talk to me. But this is the elemental nations and stranger things have happened. Naruto paused. Then, what do you want, Itachi? What is your goal? Why did you abandon Konoha? Naruto thought about it for a couple of seconds. Who knows? The elemental nations got together to destroy the Uzumaki because they feared their power. Even though the Uzumaki never took part in shinobi wars and always tried to live peacefully. Don't you think it would be poetic if one Uzumaki destroys the elemental nations? That would be a problem, Itachi said in a strong tone. To you, Akatsuki are the elemental nations. Itachi ignored Naruto's question. I don't think that is your real purpose. But from what you just said, you're not planning to do anything good. Naruto raised an eyebrow in curiosity. He shook his head, smiling. Living is great. You get to witness such things. Are you really a man who slaughtered his entire clan just to test his powers? I do not doubt your power, but I question your motives. Once more again, Itachi did not respond to Naruto. You have already abandoned Konoha. Are you going to become its enemy? Unless you want me to join you, I find this line of questioning strange, Naruto said. No, there is no desire to make me join. There is only one interesting thing, and that is the Kyuubi. What do you want, Itachi? Naruto did not respond to Itachi's question. He responded with a question of his own. Things change over years. With enough experience and knowledge, even idiots could learn a few things or two. It has been many years since Naruto was called an idiot. He did look like an idiot back then, and it was still the same until they had on the blonde. It was nevertheless simple ignorance to assume that the blonde would still be the same after so many years. This was a person who has managed to disappear from the elemental nations for at least 4 years. Pain hadn't been happy all these years, but Itachi had no complaints. Even so, the fact that Naruto was able to avoid detection for these years meant that he wasn't anyone they could underestimate. Our orders are to capture you so that you don't disappear again. Aside from that, I wanted to know if you were an enemy of Konoha or not. If I am. Wasn't it strange that a man infamous for a massacre of his clan was asking him if he wasn't an enemy of the Hidden Leaf? Maybe if the man wanted him to join the party, but there was no such intention, and Itachi had a reason for asking him this question. Well, not everything has ever been what it looks like in the elemental nations, has it? That would be a problem. Itachi repeated those words again. Naruto smiled. Itachi, you are something else. Unfortunately, I do not have the time to test your legend as I am in a hurry. But I am sure our paths will cross soon. The blonde turned away from the Uchiha. I'd like not to, since you are Sasuke's target. If we fight, one of us will die. There are things that we cannot change nevertheless. Do you really think you can take on the elemental nations? Itachi asked. We will have to see, Naruto said. Power defines how you think, Itachi. If you are weak, some thoughts will never reach you, unless you're an arrogant shinobi who blows hot air through his behind. When you can make things happen, and know your limits, you can have those thoughts. Are you saying that you have that power to take on the elemental nations by yourself? Kyuubi managed to avoid being captured by many hidden villages when all the other Bijus were captured. It was only Madara who used his blessed eyes to subdue the Biju and later, the Shodai. If the Kyuubi's power is unleashed upon this world, with no Uchiha in the way, who has the power to stop it? The Kyuubi is the strongest of the Bijus, and whether it was boasting or not, its power cannot even be measured against that of the Eight Tails. Naruto paused and eyed Itachi for a second. I'm merely talking about Kyuubi here. I haven't added myself into the equation. There was no underestimating the power of the Biju sealed within him. Naruto had seen it countless times over the past years to say that there was no one who could stand up to its brute force. Without saying anything further to Itachi, Naruto took 2 more steps away as the genjutsu dispersed. Naruto only took a single step forward with his back turned against Kisame and Itachi before the former rocketed toward him in blinding speed, with his sword being swung wildly across the air. Naruto sensed the movement, but he did not try turning around to face the Akatsuki nin. What he did was to throw an explosive tag right in front of the man. The tag went off in a resounding boom of flames that covered Kisame's entire body. Naruto then jumped into a tree and faced his enemies. Seeing Kisame walk out of the flames unscathed, a memory flashes through Naruto's mind. I remember, your sword can absorb chakra. He then turned towards Itachi with an expressionless mask. Itachi, your Dujutsu prowess is impressive. I will not underestimate it next time. The Uzumaki vanished from view after saying those words. Don't thin. Itachi cut off Kisame before he could move. Don't move, Kisame, Uchiha said in a very strong tone. Although he was Kisame, he noted the seriousness in Itachi's tone and listened carefully. Kisame did not move, even though his body was screaming for him to chase after Naruto. A second later, his danger senses kicked in. Oi, Itachi, what's happening? What did you even do? Move your head 2 inches forward. Just that part of your body, Itachi said to Kisame. The Akatsuki nin did as told by his partner. He nearly hissed when something cut his forehead and both his cheeks. The thing that cut him was razor sharp, but given how he moved, cuts were not that deep. You could have just told me, Kisame said to Itachi. There are blades around your body. If you move in any direction, you move straight into them. Itachi explained. He must not be happy that I stalled for time. Kisame blinked upon hearing those words. How much time did you take? I didn't think you could do that. Long enough for Deidara and Sasori to be safe. It became obvious that any attempt to hold him down by fighting would not work. He seemed to have a plan. Genjutsu worked. I was surprised he recognized it immediately and even managed to dispel it. However, I still managed to blind him with his sense of time, Itachi said. Assuming that those 2 are successful, we should move to a safe location in preparation for the sealing. I guess I was also in a genjutsu, Kisame said. Are you going to do something about the blades? No, it sounded a bit cold. They are losing form by the second. It is pure wind, so Samahata won't be able to absorb it. It was an interesting jutsu the Uzumaki used. It had been done so quickly that Itachi had only been able to see it with his dujutsu. If Kisame had moved quickly, he would have likely been cut open by those blades. Well, he had learned something about the Uzumaki, but it did not make him happy. He was especially concerned that Naruto was plotting something. He could not tell what, but the blonde was definitely up to something. The fact that Naruto spoke about destroying the elemental nations meant that he could be doing something along those lines. If so, Itachi would do everything in his power to stop the blonde. What could have brought this change though? As far as he was concerned, Naruto had been a kind person back then in Konoha. His statement regarding the Uzumaki clan could have been a play of words with a hidden meaning underneath. Sasuke had abandoned Konoha and was chasing after him for revenge. Naruto was saying he was doing the same. Itachi frowned at the thought. It was almost as if Naruto was mocking him. Tsunagoker. Sweat was not necessarily a sign of a bad thing, but speeding through the heat of the sand country made Naruto hate the sweat that was weeping through his body. Then again, running through the desert meant that such a thing would be an occurrence. It made his body feel a little weary and in need of a long intake of breath just to calm his pounding chest. Either way, Naruto had reached the sand as soon as he could. It wasn't a desired time, but he could not help it since Itachi tricked his sense of time. A laughable incident that he would not allow to happen again, even if he had to gauge those eyes out of the Uchiha. The hidden sand was on high alert. Naruto could see shinobi moving about the village. He didn't have to worry about these shinobi trying to catch him for Konoha's sake. So long as he wasn't branded a traitor and within the bingo book, he could move freely. Tsunade might add him now that he has declared that he was no longer a leaf shinobi. But so far, he hasn't done anything bad that would warrant the hidden village declaring war on him. Naruto moved around with no one seemingly taking note of his presence. This situation just meant that the Akatsuki had already struck and he was late. By the looks of things, he wasn't that late though. They could not be far, but he could not tell where to tell the direction they took. He would need to talk to someone. The Uzumaki trailed off as a thought came to mind. Shouldn't you be able to tell where Shukaku is? The blonde asked, the biju sealed within him. It isn't impossible. And you didn't bother telling me this before I even arrived at this village because you never asked, and I have no interest in saving Shukaku. Your main reasons aren't to stop saving the Jinchuriki anyway. Aside from thinning down the numbers of the Akatsuki, this could just be another good deed. Kurama said. Well, regardless of how far you have progressed in your resolve, deep within you, you'll still be a kind-hearted child. I don't think it is kindness that has brought me to this position. Naruto said before turning away. If the Kyuubi could give a general direction of Shukaku, he could move speedily and search on his own. He didn't need anyone from Sunagaku to help him with that. Naruto. It was more of a question than someone calling him out. It was the stern voice of a woman. Naruto turned around to face the woman calling his name. It was Gaara's elder sister. She must not have been sure that it was him when she called out. The blonde Uzumaki smiled beautifully towards his fellow blonde. Temari. If I remember correctly, he could still remember her brutality in the Chunin exams. But that was a thing of the past. Even Gaara had been murderous, but now he was a cage. How things change. Temari nodded and walked closer to the blonde. She stared at him for a couple of seconds before speaking. If it wasn't an emergency, I would be asking you a couple of questions regarding your disappearance. She said in a stern tone. I don't believe the message sent to Konoha reached them fast enough. So you could not have been sent by Konoha. However, I don't think I'm wrong to assume that you are here because of the Akatsuki. There could be no other reason the person who disappeared from Konoha suddenly appeared in this village when the Akatsuki had just taken her brother away from her. Temari thought it was strange even so. Not his story with Konoha, but the fact that he was here alone. That is the reason I came here. And it looks like I am too late, Naruto said. You wouldn't know the direction they took, would you? I cannot trust the biju within me to give me all the details. Temari stared for a long minute. She already knew he was a Jinchuriki. Gaara had said so and Konoha had said it again when the village came knocking about his whereabouts when he disappeared. Do you really think you can take them on your own? Gaara lost and he was just fighting one of them, Temari said, her tone still strong but slightly loud. You have an imposing presence, Naruto said. Then again, he was doing all he can to avoid the pressure that came from his power seeping out of him. If he didn't, it would change a lot of things, starting with how people spoke to him. If I didn't think I could take them, I wouldn't have come here. If you know where, show me. I'm already wasting time. The tone of his voice was strong. Temari felt as if she was being compelled to respond. I'm coming with you. Naruto paused, thinking. He then nodded. Don't slow me down. Hearing that annoyed Temari, but she did not get to respond because the blonde was already turning away from her. Temari didn't say anything to anyone. She just quickly turned away from the sand and rushed towards the blonde Uzumaki. She gave the general direction Kankuro took when he chased after them. Her worries over her dear brothers did not reflect on her expression, but there was not much dialogue between her and the blonde as they rushed through the desert. Naruto was only annoyed that he was taking the route back to the river country. If he had known that they would have gone back to the country, he would have stayed around to fool around with Itachi and Kisame. But he hadn't known and he was journeying back to the country. He frowned at the thought that both could possibly regroup. A reality like that would result in a big effort from him and he could not guarantee the safety of Gaara and Temari should things become like that. They traveled for a little while before Naruto increased his speed, leaving her behind for a minute before finally realizing. He just waited for her before slapping her gently on her forehead. What are you doing? Temari felt foreign chakra invading her system, but yet it had no violent reaction. You're slow, Naruto said in a hardened tone. From there, they moved at the same pace. When they finally arrived at a place a battle evidently took place, Temari hurried in speed sensing her brother's scent. Kankuro! Temari shouted frantically as she went towards his side. He was lying down, looking blue, with sweat all over his body. He appeared to be poisoned. Kankuro! Temari tried to wake up her brother from his pained state, but there was no positive reaction, he just moaned in pain. Looking at it, Naruto frowned. He was late again. Not too long ago, even he would have been on his knees, fighting and begging for Kankuro to keep fighting. Over the past years, He had worked to kill off that kindness in him because it would get in the way of making some decisions. Naruto could only stare down at the brother of the cage for a long minute before looking around. Even he could tell the puppet user had been poisoned. Sasori was likely to have been the one to do something like that. The man was a former sand shinobi and Kankuro would have felt he could take him on since they were both puppet masters. There was still no sign of the other comrade and it appears that Sasori left the scene in peace. He was perhaps already within the river country by now. This non-stop travel was surely going to be a hassle. For now, he would have to either return to Suna or camp by the borders of the river country for the night. He certainly could not be by the desert during the night. It would be playing with nature in an unprecedented way. We have to get him back to Suna quickly, Temari said in a hurried tone to Naruto. The blonde just stared at her for a moment before asking, "Does Suna have anyone who specializes in poison or a top medical nin? By the looks of things, the poison is killing him slowly." Temari was taken aback by the blank tone the blonde used. This was not the brat she saw at the Chunin exams. This was definitely not the person who changed her brother. He was a different person altogether and for a moment, it made her pause but she shook it off because her worries were now on her brother. "I don't know but we can't just stand here. The enemy that has Gaara went that way," Naruto said, pointing in the opposite direction. "I can send him to Konoha if it would please you. The Hidden Leaf still has the best medical kunoichi in all the elemental nations." Temari did not disagree with that but she had a bit of a problem in allowing the blonde to take her brother like that. He was a wanted person by Konoha and she wasn't sure she could trust him with her brother's life. Naruto did not give her much time to think. He created a clone and it picked up her brother before dashing off before she could even ask what he was doing. "Why are you doing this?" Temari asked curiously. "You are no longer with Konoha and have been gone for about 5 years now." Naruto stared at Temari for a couple seconds before responding. "I have my reasons," he said calmly. Temari was annoyed by that non-answer response. "Just answer the damn question." Naruto raised an eyebrow at that tone. "Because I can. Besides, you are so concerned for your brothers. If I save them won't I earn favor in your eyes?" A grin spread through his lips. Temari looked at him with disgust. But Naruto merely laughed. "I'm just fighting against the Akatsuki. Besides, I'm not doing anything bad at the moment. It's fine to express my humanity." The following day. River country. Temari had managed to keep up with him throughout the morning search for her brother. But he hadn't been flashing through the forest of the river country. The movements had been slightly slow because Gaara was close to them. Naruto was still nevertheless on alert in case Itachi and Kisame decide to pounce on him from behind. The possibility was there but he did not fear it. It did make him think twice nonetheless. As powerful as he was, his power has never been tested against shinobi of this caliber. He was proud of it and he knew he was powerful because he had trained earnestly and he knew there was no one who could do the things that he could do. The Sanins were perhaps powerful, but Naruto knew his power wasn't at that level. Hell, the Sannin could not even be compared to the Sandaime Hokage. Sensing something, Naruto cut off his thoughts and halted as they neared a clear stream of water. He held out his right hand to stop Temari as well. "What's wrong?" Temari asked. They hadn't been talking much. The camp they rested within didn't see much conversation either. But Temari had been a little too tired to stay up to chat with the blonde Uzumaki. She had drifted off to sleep early. The awkwardness hadn't helped the situation either. Still, it had been surprising that she managed to sleep peacefully with a wanted man from Konoha guarding her. "I think they know we have been on their tail," Naruto said, looking past the stream. "My danger instincts have kicked in. Are we going to attack? Or should we just wait for backup? I'm sure the people from Konoha will be close to us now," Temari said. Not for a second did she think that she and the Uzumaki were enough to take down 2 Akatsuki members at once. She wanted to save her brother, but she would not do anything reckless. It was curious that Naruto had come alone. She had never asked, but was he really thinking he could do this by himself? "I don't wish to see Konoha shinobi. It may result in a battle," Naruto said calmly. "Stay." Once more again, Temari felt as if the words were a compulsion. The power in his voice rooted her to the ground. There was something about him that changed when he spoke. She didn't get to say anything because he suddenly did a long jump. Naruto jumped over the stream of water before landing gracefully. The moment his feet touched down the ground, it exploded in a huge explosion that tore through the ground creating a huge column of debris followed by gusts of winds. It lasted for a couple of minutes with no sign of Naruto, but when the debris finally calmed, Naruto was standing inside a crater, hands held together, perfectly fine. I was sure that was going to do some damage, Deidara said to Sasori. Yet, he wasn't the least concerned that the blonde had managed to escape the explosion without any harm. If you had let me do it, there would have been damage, Sasori responded coldly. You handled the first one. Let me handle this one. Besides, you need to keep an eye on our catch. Naruto spoke before Deidara could respond. There is no need for that. You can fight me at once. It would be boring if one of you came to me. On your part, it makes things end quickly, if you have enough power that is. You don't even have to worry about Gaara, I won't make any attempts to get him. Surprised, Deidara still grinned. This one is full of himself. He does make a fair point. Sasori said, if we end this quickly, we not only have the one-tailed Jinchuriki but we also get the 9 tails. We will also be able to avoid Suna Shinobi and possibly Konoha. Suna and Konoha are allies. No doubt the village sent a message to the leaf. Naruto smiled. Before I create an environment that will allow utilizing my power at peak levels, let me ask this, you don't have a problem if I go all out, no? You are S-ranked shinobi, going easy against would be disrespectful. It won't be fun if you don't take us seriously, Sasori said. However, he became a little cautious when the blonde spoke. There was a feeling that made him a little wary about what the blonde had to offer. He was a Jinchuriki but who would speak like that and look intent on fighting opponents he clearly knew were powerful without any backup. Sasori had a feeling that the Uzumaki was banking on something. Excellent, Naruto said before speeding through hand seals. It was not a couple of hand seals but many of them, and they were done with such speed that neither Deidara nor Sasori could follow. After he was done with his hand seals, Naruto clasped his hands together. Thunder clouds. Massive amounts of chakra burst out of his body, clearly visible. The chakra created a massive pillar that shot through to the sky. Deidara was now floating on his bird. But he had taken a step back when the chakra the blonde released washed over him. It was just unbelievable power, and he had never seen anyone release that amount of power just like that. Clouds began to gather slowly before covering the sky. The clouds were black, and when Naruto did more hand signs, they started howling with thunder flashing through. Oi, Sasori, did you know about this? Akatsuki Nin asked. Although the blonde wasn't their target, they did have intel on all the Jinchurikis. That's a stupid question to ask, Sasori responded sharply. This person has been gone for 5 years, you think he wouldn't have improved? Naruto straightened up as the pillar of chakra dispersed. This should be enough. Today it's lightning, but since there is water behind me, it wouldn't row. He was cut off when Sasori launched multiple needles straight towards him without warning. Naruto stared at the needles for a moment. Lightning didn't have any defensive jutsus for him. His lightning was made for offensive purposes only. Such a pity that after saying he would use lightning and Suikoden he would have to use wind. Fuden. Great wind breakthrough. The blonde shouted without even doing hand seals. He released powerful gusts of wind. The jutsu had so much power that it tore through the ground, creating debris and picking up large amounts of dust as it headed towards Sasori. The wind jutsu swatted away the poisoned needles before continuing to march towards Sasori. Sasori wasn't the fastest, and with the way the jutsu was going, he was going to get hit. It may not kill him or do any lasting damage, but Deidara still decided to act, having decided that it was best just to avoid the attack. He threw a couple of small bombs in front of the wind jutsus. Katsu. The bombs exploded, tearing through the atmosphere. The force of the explosion collided with Naruto's wind jutsu, but the jutsu could not break through the force. It just mixed up to create a column of raging winds that hit the ground for about a minute before dying down. I'd like to test your speed, but be careful. If this jutsu hits you, you will die, Naruto said, his right hand raised, fist formed. He then held out an index finger and pointed at Sasori. Lightning roar. There was a roar of a wild animal, but that was the only thing that followed an explosion on the ground. There was something that shot from the clouds and hit Sasori head on before exploding. Naruto looked on with interest at what might have happened. The jutsu was an S-rank jutsu that had the power to turn a human being into ash. There was no need to fool around with these people. Besides, he had said he was going all out. There was no need to show mercy to these criminals. A little worried for Sasori, Deidara looked up into the sky with a frown. The clouds would be a problem for them because it was clear that Naruto could release one of those jutsu at any moment. He had clearly created them for this purpose, and with them around, they would have to be extra careful. Lightning wasn't the kind of element he even wanted to go against, considering that it could nullify his art. Sasori flashed to the side wearing a black cloak. Deidara was surprised to see the real form of his partner. How many years has it been since they became partners? Yet, he had never seen Sasori's real form. Aside from the fact that no one had destroyed Hirako before, the man never left the puppet. "I finally see your real form," Deidara said calmly. "That shouldn't be your main concern." Sasori responded in an emotionless tone. "This is going to prove to be a problem if we don't handle it with care. I agree on that, Deidara. I hope to see more of your art now, Sasori-senpai." Having said that, Deidara directed his bird towards Naruto. The bird was flapping its wings with its pointed mouth heading towards Naruto in a downward movement with speed with Deidara still atop of it. "It is a blast, Katsu." Deidara did not wait for his bird to reach Naruto. He was quick to jump away from it and let it explode before it could even reach the blonde Uzumaki. The explosion was massive. It rocked through the area, tearing through where Naruto stood. It caused rocks and large amounts of debris to fall over to the stream of water. "Are you trying to kill him?" Sasori asked Deidara as he prepared the third cage as his next puppet to play out with the Jinchuriki. Hirako had been destroyed far sooner than he could expect, but it didn't matter nonetheless. "He is a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. He can't be that easy to kill, Deidara had an air of nonchalance about it. "That was the beauty of my art. Now is your turn, Sasori-senpai." Sasori didn't do anything until Deidara's explosion cleared. Naruto was still in the same position, but he did not appear to be unharmed even though it was apparent that he hadn't moved a muscle. There were bruises all over his body. The puppet of the Sandame cage burst toward Naruto in blinding speed. The blonde was surprised by the speed, having not expected a puppet to move that fast. He still had the time to react to the attack nevertheless. He held out his right hand, forming a long invisible wind blade. Watching the puppet move towards him, Naruto held his sword firmly and took a stance with his knees bent slightly, looking ready to swing the sword with both hands at blinding speed. The puppet released a retractable scythe from its right and swung it towards Naruto with the intention to separate his head from the rest of his body. Naruto reacted to this by swinging his sword at a blinding speed. The sword cut through the scythe without making a damn sound. It just cut through the weapon as if it was cleaving through the air. The Sandame cage suddenly opened its mouth before Naruto could even gain his balance. Naruto's eyes narrowed sharply when the puppet released a purple mist from its mouth. Poison, he realized. That was something he had to avoid. He was not immune to poison. It might not affect him at the same rate as a normal person, but it could still kill him or poison his chakra system. Naruto inhaled small amounts of air, careful not to inhale the poison. He then suddenly released a blast of powerful wind from his mouth. The wind he released blasted with the poison back to the puppet before slamming into the puppet itself. The force of the wind sent the puppet flying backwards but with no real damage. Katsu. The moment Deidara yelled out, Naruto cursed inwardly. Behind him, there were two small white birds. They exploded in the blink of an eye, consuming him in a column of flames for a short while before he blasted the flames with wind. There was no time to catch a breather as a large pointed boulder came down slamming towards his form. Naruto could only disperse his wind blade before catching the boulder with both his hands. But the moment it collided with both his hands, it forced his feet to burrow into the ground and his knees to bend. It was made of iron and was ridiculously heavy. It was putting a lot of strain on his muscles. Deidara flashed below the boulder just in front of Naruto with his fist speeding towards the blonde's chest. The Akatsuki nin landed a heavy blow on Naruto's chest that forced him to slide back slightly, but he did not let go of the boulder because he knew it would hit him if he did so. He just had to muster enough energy to push it away from him. "Oh, you were really tough. Well, no wonder Itachi and Kisame were assigned to you," Deidara said in a calm tone, slowly preparing his next attack. "Let us see if you can escape this without a scratch, HN." The man left 4 birds around Naruto before jumping away. Katsu. Boom. Once more again, Naruto was surrounded by flames that burnt for a couple of moments before dying down. Naruto's upper clothing and his cloak were burnt, leaving just the bandages that covered his upper body visible. There did not appear to be any visible damage on his body. The brutal bastards did not let up. The Sandame cage burst toward him with a blade heading straight toward him. The blade was held by the puppet's left hand since he had cut down the right hand. Just when the blade was about to pierce through his chest, a clone appeared in between in a puff of smoke. Its glowing right hand moved above the blade before hitting it. The blade slammed into the ground and the clone lifted up its left foot. It slammed its foot in the face of the puppet, sending it tumbling backwards. With its job done, the clone disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto growled slightly before pushing the boulder away from him. The large iron flew to the sides before slamming into the ground in a loud boom. I think it's my turn to move now. I have allowed you to attack. Brace yourself, B. He was cut off because Sasori moved his puppet once more. The puppet lunged towards him with its mouth hung open. It was rather rude to interrupt him whilst he was talking. But this just gave him an opportunity to destroy the annoying puppet. Naruto waited for the puppet to get closer to him before jumping up when it was inches away from him. As he jumped, he formed a giant Rinnegan. The Uzumaki flipped in midair just above the puppet. Sasori tried to withdraw his puppet quickly, seeing that Naruto was going to hit it with his jutsu, but the blonde moved faster. The giant Rinnegan slammed into the back of the puppet of the cage, sending it crashing onto the ground. When it did, along with the jutsu, the explosion that followed tore it apart whilst creating a large crater on the ground. As I was saying, you should prepare yourself because my attack will be devastating, Naruto said as if nothing had happened. Sasori wasn't happy that his puppet had been destroyed. The cage was his favorite puppet. But he could try to repair it. He just had to get this over with. Deidara, stand back and watch over our catch. I will handle this, Sasori commanded before taking out a scroll. Puppet army, the man announced as 100 of puppets blasted into the sky. I have been collecting this over the years. You will also become one of my puppets. Naruto looked up into the sky, seeing the puppets. There was no change in expression on his face. It wasn't anything that could make him nervous, not even the least. At the end of the day, it was all just puppets that were being manipulated by a shinobi. To him it was just numbers, nothing more than the clones he used to create. There was a way to dispel all of them in just one move. Naruto turned his eyes towards Sasori. He did fast hand seals before releasing his jutsu. Blind Judgment. A thundering sound flashed through the area with a pale light that blinded everyone from seeing anything. It lasted for a second, but not even Naruto could see through the light. When it disappeared, Sasori could only stare stone-faced as pieces of his puppets rained down the earth. He didn't sense or see anything. But something had ripped through all his puppets, leaving them as pieces. The light had only covered for a second, and yet this had happened. Sasori could not understand. What just happened? The Thunder God turned your puppets into scraps, Naruto responded. He wasn't going to explain how his jutsu worked. It would be stupid to do so. You are next, Naruto said, his index finger pointing at Sasori. Divine Judgment. It all happened in an instant. Pale lightning flashed from the clouds, hitting Sasori. There was a loud explosion that occurred when the jutsu collided with Sasori. The explosion caused debris to pick up, lasting for about a minute. Sasori remained standing in a large crater, but when he tried to speak, his body crumbled down into ash. Naruto looked up as the clouds began to disperse. Oh, I've used up my time, he thought before turning his focus towards Deidara. The Akatsuki nin was in the sky riding his bird with Gaara on his shoulder. Fighting here is no longer worth it, he said. But do enjoy my farewell gift. C3. The beauty of my art. Above Naruto, a large clay formation appeared in a puff of smoke before slowly descending towards the blonde. For a moment, Naruto wondered if the Akatsuki nin was stupid, or perhaps he thought he hadn't realized that he could defuse the explosives yet, since he has so far not found any formula to deal with the explosives. Naruto opted for the latter as it sounded reasonable. He could defuse the jutsu before it explodes using lightning. It wasn't that without the clouds to create natural lightning for him he could not use the element. Sensing more chakra signatures, Naruto held a single hand sign, preparing to disappear from the explosive. He thought it was better to allow it to explode to give Temari the chance she needed to land a hit. Fighting Deidara was no longer necessary anyway. Boom. The explosive activated, blowing up with a shockwave and a force that seemed to slightly shake the ground. Deidara burst into a mad laughter as he watched heavenly flames burning wildly after his art went off. Ha 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 ha. Futon. Kakimi. Temari slashed a giant wind fan, releasing a dangerous jutsu. She launched sharp wind currents in the form of a net. The jutsu went straight towards Deidara, with Temari hoping that it wouldn't hit Gaara. She was certain that the man would protect her brother just as he would protect himself. Sasori cursed seeing the incoming jutsu, but he could do nothing to avoid it slicing through his escape plan. He had known she was there, but he had been so absorbed with Naruto that he had completely forgotten about her. The Akatsuki nin cursed once more when he crashed onto the ground with Gaara still on his shoulder. HN. Deidara looked down. Two hands burst from the ground, grabbing both his feet. Lightning burst through the hands, shocking him, literally. The Akatsuki nin cursed, feeling his body paralyzed. Naruto suddenly walked towards him. The Akatsuki hadn't even thought that the blonde would have escaped that jutsu, but he was still not surprised. The blonde was holding something invisible with his right hand. Truth be told, Deidara was nervous. "Thank you for the entertainment," Naruto said. "I need you alive, so you won't be killed. You don't need to worry, you won't be sent to Suna or Iwagakure. Well, not now at least. I need to get the information inside of your head first." Deidara grinned. "You think I will allow myself to be captured?" He was cut off when Naruto cut off his right hand from his shoulder. He didn't feel pain until the blonde cut his left hand as well. The swings were fast, blinding to the naked eye. Bottom line, both his hurts dropped down the ground. In pain, Deidara could only release curses from his mouth. There were a lot of things said, but Naruto ignored it all. His eyes were staring at the blonde girl just away from him. Behind her, it was Konoha Shinobi led by his former sensei. But they didn't get to say anything as Temari was first to speak. "What the hell was that?" she demanded. Chapter 8. Instead of responding to Temari, Naruto looked at the people behind her. He really hadn't wished to face them now because there would be a lot of things thrown at him and there would be attempts to force him back to the hidden leaf. Of course, he would not permit them to do anything to him, but he had hoped to avoid the whole episode. Well, nothing ever went according to plan in this corrupt shinobi world. He just had to manage his way about this situation, finding the best possible way to deal with it. His commitment remained absolute, even though he was looking at the people he had once called very good friends. They were his only friends, the people he had fun with and the people he could always count on for support. But that was the past. It was cruel, but he no longer needed them or their friendship. Naruto turned his attention back to Temari, only for a couple of seconds. Still, he did not respond. He knocked out the cursing Akatsuki and did hand seals before slamming his hands on the man's chest. Deidara disappeared in a puff of smoke. Once done, he ignored the Konoha shinobi and turned to face the blonde Kunoichi. "What are you referring to, Temari?" Naruto asked, a small smile on his face. "Don't play innocent with me," Temari shouted. How could he fight like that? How could he get out of a fight with two S-ranked criminals, looking like that? The Naruto she knew wasn't even that brutal that he would simply cut off Deidara's arms like that. Then again, she wasn't complaining about it because really, she felt he deserved it for taking her brother away from her and the damage he did to the hidden sand. Naruto walked past the unconscious Cage, stopped just inches away from Temari. He then placed his right hand on her left shoulder. It was a gentle touch. He leaned forward to whisper in her ear. "I can't tell you my secrets, but I'm not fine as I appear. I did take damage. I'm just trying to impress you. You appear to be a strong-willed woman, so I thought you'd also like a strong man," Naruto said in a sly tone before retrieving slightly to face Temari with a small charming smile. "Oi, are you hitting on the Cage's sister while ignoring us, Tem?" Kiba barked angrily from behind, after seeing the smile in Naruto's lips. Naruto ignored Kiba and focused on Temari's reaction, but there was none. He merely widened his smile though. "No reaction. I guess you are not attracted to power." He then turned his eyes towards the Konoha shinobi. Sakura, Kakashi, Guy, Kiba, Captain Yamato and Shikamaru. A nicely assembled team to fight the Akatsuki. Sakura can offer the required medical expertise to any teammate whilst offering valuable support with her brute strength. Kakashi for his leadership, experience in ninjutsu. Guy for his expertise in taijutsu. Kiba for the tracking down, and Captain Yamato, I believe your inclusion is to counter Kyuubi's power. And Shikamaru, for your sound intelligence. And something like this, Nara said, holding his hands together. Naruto looked down. Shikamaru's shadow was restraining him. He merely smiled and responded. "Indeed, stating that you know what we specialize in is just a spell for trouble," Shikamaru said. They had to know that they were fighting someone who knew their abilities in and out. Naruto was a former Leaf Shinobi and their friend. He knew their skills, and with how he greeted them, there was a hint that he had a way to counter them. If not, he was just impressed with the team assembly but not afraid to go against all of them. The latter part would be frightening. Shikamaru wasn't taking anything for granted, and he would rather overestimate the blonde than to underestimate his power. What the Godlike Hokage had told him was something they had to worry about. Period. "Maybe in your case, but the bastard is underestimating me. He said the only reason I was called was for my tracking skills," Kiba said in a bitter tone. He knew he wasn't the strongest and didn't have much in his arsenal as someone like Kakashi had. He couldn't even compare to Guy, who could not use ninjutsu. But he still held pride in his skills, and for Naruto to discard them as nothing really infuriated him. Ma Kiba, Kakashi said. No need to be angry. He probably said it on purpose. The Jonin turned towards the blonde. He offered Naruto an eye smile. Yo. Maybe it was good that some things never change. These people, they all still looked particularly the same and the way they conducted themselves was the same. Yes, it wasn't so bad to know that some people never lose sight of who they are. He had changed drastically and most of the change was perhaps enforced by power. Shikamaru was still holding on to him, trying to keep him from moving. They must have been warned before they left Konoha that they would likely come across him and should that happen, they were to take action against him. This was it, these people were going to fight him to take him to Konoha. His body had yet to fully heal, hence the bandages over his body. But he thought he should try these people to see if they have improved over the past years. It would be a shame if they haven't improved. Besides that, battle experience would prove useful in future battles. Kakashi. Naruto acknowledged Jonin calmly. Sakura, why are you so suddenly quiet? Are you nervous to see me? Did you perhaps develop some feelings about me in my absence? Sakura glared at the blonde for a long minute before retorting. Like I would ever. I'm wounded, Sakura, and here I was thinking you missed me. He made a mock-hurt mask. Well, I do miss you. Do you know how many nights I laid in bed hoping you'd return home? I even cried when I discovered you'd abandoned Konoha. Sakura shouted. On that night, they had made up and she'd thought that they had made up and would turn on a new leaf, living differently from the time they had Sasuke and in the early days of his return. She had thought of days they could spend time together. But he had left, crushing all those hopes. It had pained her. When I said develop some feelings for me, what did you think I was talking about, Sakura? I meant longing, not love, Naruto said grinning. Naruto-kun, it is good that you still have your youthfulness in you. I can see the fire burning in you. Guy exclaimed happily, seeing how Naruto was interacting with his old friends. But we will ask you to come with us back to Konoha. If not, we will use force, Captain Yamato was quick to say in a firm tone. Tamari, who had been observing things quietly, finally decided to enter the scene. Wait, Naruto has just saved Suna's cage from the Akatsuki, it wouldn't be right if I just stand by and watch you take him away. He has been nothing good to me. Temari's tone was firm, and she was holding out her hands in defense of Naruto. We are sorry that it has to be like this, Tamari-san. But we have orders from the Godime Hokage. If you don't know, Naruto is a missing nin from the Hidden Leaf. How do you think that will spell out when it becomes known that you shielded him? Kakashi said in a stern tone. Konoha is Suna's biggest ally and I don't want to do anything that would jeopardize that relationship, Tamari said firmly. However, I simply cannot stand by and watch this happen. I believe that my brother would do the same. In an impasse, Naruto placed his hands on Temari's shoulders. He moved them gently to get the blonde to lay down her hands. I'm touched, but it isn't necessary for you to go this far. This will be a good opportunity to hear how my former colleagues have progressed over the past years. Tamari narrowed her eyes. Are you serious? Do you think you can take them after fighting S-ranked criminals? You were not even moving in that fight. That is because when I create those clouds, moving becomes unnecessary. I just need to stand still and observe enemies dance under the tune of the thunder clouds. The blonde paused, his whole demeanor changing completely. Take your brother and move to a safe distance. Konoha's relationship with Suna must not be fractured because of me. Tamari hesitated but she finally nodded. Fine, but if there is trouble, I will step in. Naruto shook his head. Save your strength. I need to test my wind jutsu against you. Aren't you the best wind user in Suna? That I am, she said proudly before getting out along with her brother. After Tamari made a good distance, Naruto turned his attention towards his former colleagues at the Leaf. You've certainly developed your endurance, Shikamaru. Shikamaru didn't comment on it but there was an obvious change in the way Naruto addressed him, there was no smile. It's nothing since you haven't made any attempt to break free, Shikamaru said. It was something that made it easy for him to keep his shadow binding the Uzumaki without any struggles or usage of chakra that made him sweat. Naruto didn't respond to that. There are more than 2 of you and one of you is known to have copied over 1,000 jutsus, you wouldn't complain if I used all 5 elements, no? He was asking, holding out his right hand. He then unleashed a tremendous amount of chakra that freed him from Shikamaru's hold within seconds. At the massive output of power, Kakashi felt there was no other choice but to reveal the Sharingan. That aside, he was still shocked that the blonde could use all 5 elements. At his age, with no bloodline, that was nothing short of genius even the Sandaime would praise proudly. Naruto did hand seals before holding his hands over his mouth. Kaden. Goka Meshitsu. The blonde expelled a massive stream of intense flames from his mouth. The stream shot towards the leaf shinobi before setting off into a large sea of flames that consumed the surrounding trees. The intensity of the flames was so much that they increased the temperature around the area. Konoha Senpu. Guy shouted, appearing right above Naruto with the back of his right foot slamming down towards the blonde's forehead. Naruto raised both his hands and folded them to defend against the kick. He couldn't help but wince slightly when Guy's kick slammed into his defense. It forced his knees to bend slightly, but his defense still managed to hold on. Shanaru. That was Sakura announcing her presence. She was lunging towards him from the front, her body bent forward slightly with her right fist glowing with chakra. She was obviously taking aim at his chest. With Guy not moving, Naruto slammed his right foot into the ground. A large boulder sprouted just in front of him, creating a shield between him and Sakura's punch. He didn't think it would hold for long though. He channeled his strength into his knees and pushed Guy away from him before jumping back slightly just as Sakura's massive fist burst through the boulder. It had punched through it as if it was nothing. Naruto wasn't surprised. He had expected to see something like that happening. He touched down the ground quickly and burst toward Sakura, who was still moving with the momentum of her punch. He lifted his right foot, intent on slamming it into Sakura's face. He was caught in midair when a piece of wood burst forth from the ground and tied around his foot, stopping his foot from reaching the pinket. Sakura used the opportunity to create some distance between her and Naruto. "Thanks, Captain Yamato," Sakura said as she landed next to the Mokuten user. The man merely nodded in response as Naruto broke through his hold effortlessly. "That was interesting," Naruto said, taking a single step forward. He immediately halted when he sensed movement towards him. Gatsuga. The fast rotation missed him by a whisker, but Naruto did not turn his eyes away from Inuzuka. He still had to keep track of the others though. Guy and Kakashi would give him problems. He would have to remove one of them sooner rather than later. Kiba turned around in midair, with the rotation coming back towards him. Naruto made a single movement to try to meet the jutsu, but he found himself held up by Shikamaru's shadow. He didn't bother trying to move his feet, just held a single hand seal with his left hand whilst holding out his right hand, palm facing the Gatsuga. Palm vortex. A rotation spinning in the same manner as Kiba's Gatsuga formed just in front of him. Naruto directed it with his right hand to meet the incoming jutsu. Kiba slammed into wind vortex, and Naruto adjusted the speed of his rotation to meet Kiba's. While he was still busy with that, Guy flashed in front of him, both his hands on the ground with his right leg sweeping through the ground. Simultaneously, Kakashi flashed behind him. Reikiri. Naruto was surprised to see the man use that kind of jutsu against him. Then again, they had to come at him with the intention to kill him. If they did not do that, they would end up lying in the battlefield, broken. Wind style. Great wind explosion. Naruto only did hand signs with his free hand, but the resulting jutsu was imperious. It might be a sacrifice of his chakra, but Naruto released his chakra, converted into wind, like an explosion. The powerful wind currents tore through as gusts of winds that peeled off the ground, picking up large amounts of debris. The three Konoha nin who were near him were slammed away by the powerful explosion. A distance away, Kakashi recovered after being blown away by the wind. There were cuts over his clothing, but no damaging cuts. Yet, that hadn't been a small blow. Naruto had to have burnt a lot of chakra for that to happen. Not for a moment did the Jonin think that Naruto would be depleting his reserves. Naruto looked up without checking any of his opponents. It was apparent that both Yamato and Shikamaru were acting as support. Physical attacks from Guy were going to be a problem, but he would have to deal with it. Speaking of the taijutsu master, bruised but otherwise fine, Jonin crashed in front of him in a dynamic entry. "You don't make movements. Since the battle started, you hardly make movements from your location unless you are reacting. It makes it difficult to judge your speed and taijutsu skills," Jonin said. "You were once full of youthful flames, Naruto-kun. I don't know what happened, but our mission is to take you back to Konoha." The man said, taking a stance. "Taijutsu isn't my forte, but if you want to dance, let us," Naruto said before taking a single step toward the Jonin. Naruto's left foot landed gracefully and silently behind Guy, his right was in the air, rising high as he twisted anti-clockwise. Guy saw the attack coming all the way and ducked under the kick. The Konoha nin rolled forward before straightening up quickly. He faced Naruto and then lunged forward. The Jonin was upon the blonde Uzumaki within a second. He jumped up, lashed a right hook towards the blonde. Naruto leaned back to avoid the fast punch. It only missed him by a whisker, but he did not sweat over it. He lifted his right foot, trying to attack Guy around his waist. The kick was speeding in blinding speed, yet the Jonin was flexible and fast enough to react. He blocked the kick by raising his left knee. Naruto didn't stop there. With his foot still clashing with Guy's knee, Naruto drove his right punch towards Guy's chest. The man reacted instantly by slapping the punch towards his left side. He had put enough strength to catch Naruto by the movement. The Jonin danced his way around Naruto's left side by twisting around along the stretched hand. He placed his right hand on Naruto's shoulder and grabbed it firmly. Without warning, the man propelled himself into the air, just above the blonde with his right hand still on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto reacted quickly, even though he was falling towards his right slightly. He raised both his hands above his head and tried to grab Guy's, but the Jonin saw this coming and used his hold on Naruto's shoulder to forcefully push the blonde backwards. As he did so, he pulled his feet down with his knees bent. The knees came around to hit Naruto on the chest. There was no speed in the attack, but it had enough force to make Naruto stumble backwards, nearly falling. He was just quick to adjust his feet. Naruto didn't attack the Jonin. He remained still and waited for him to attack. When Guy lunged toward, Naruto took a step backwards while inhaling some air. Wind bullet. He shot a wind bullet through his mouth, heading straight towards Guy's chest. Whether it was on instinct or the Jonin was just that fast, the man shifted towards his right to avoid the bullet whilst still rushing towards Naruto. Naruto did not release any bullet, seeing it as useless as he could tell that Guy was going to keep dodging them. When he touched down on the ground, Guy also touched down. The man's feet crushed the ground, burrowing down with his knees bent slightly. The man attempted an uppercut on Naruto's chin, but the blonde dodged the blow by jumping back slightly. He landed a feet back and still lunged towards Guy before he could straighten up himself. Naruto twisted in midair and with his right foot cleaving through the air. Guy saw the kick coming straight to his face. He quickly crossed his hands in front of his face and bent his knees slightly for extra support. The blonde's kick slammed into his defense, pushing him back slightly, but he still managed to hold on. Naruto didn't leave with that failure. He drove his right fist towards the taijutsu user, but the man grabbed his punch with his right hand. Lightning burst forth from his right hand, and literally shocked Guy's entire body. The Jonin gritted his teeth as the lightning touched his nerves, making him feel some unbearable pain. He did not make a sound nevertheless. When Naruto made a distance between them, Guy found himself unable to move, his body felt numb. Naruto formed a Rinnegan on the palm of his right hand, but before he could even move, he sensed something and was forced to jump up into the air whilst dispelling his jutsu. Roots burst forth from the ground and tried to grab his feet, but Naruto had jumped quick enough to avoid them. However, Shikamaru's shadow suddenly spread from the roots and grabbed his right foot. He wasn't given enough time to do anything, as even then the roots managed to grab him. He was twisted around the air for a couple of seconds before being hurled towards Guy and an onrushing Kakashi. The two Jonins slammed brutal kicks on Naruto's chest. Naruto couldn't help but curse when pain shot through under the bandages. The attack also made him feel as if something had snapped. The result of the attack saw him rocketing backwards. Doden. Mud wall. Kakashi did that when he landed down, creating a mud wall behind Naruto. The blonde could not stop his body from moving and slammed into the wall with his back. He just broke through the wall, shattering it as if it was nothing. But a heavy blow on his body. Shanaru. Sakura roared, flashing above the blonde once he broke through the mud wall. Naruto only positioned his body horizontally to face Sakura. He added a layer of wind force around his arms before folding them to protect himself from the punch. Boom. That was the sound that tore through the battlefield when Naruto's body slammed into the ground with his back, creating a large crater. Sakura was still on top of him. His defense was still keeping the pinkett in her place. Naruto smiled at Sakura before speaking. Must you always shout when you attack? If you keep doing that, you won't be able to catch your opponent by surprise. He said. Sakura wanted to respond, but she stared at Naruto's eyes. She was looking at him so closely for the first time. He felt cold. There was no emotion in his eyes, just a blank mask staring at her. Sakura became uncomfortable looking at him like that. Naruto had never ever given her such a look. I'm really sorry, Sakura. You are going to experience some pain. He didn't sound as if he was sorry at all. There was just nothing in his tone or his face that suggested he was indeed sorry. Before Sakura could say anything in response, Naruto released a lightning jutsu. Curse of the Thunder God. Electrical currents burst out of Naruto's body, hitting the surrounding area. They made an electrical field around him. To Sakura, it wasn't just a pretty field, it was hellish pain. Ha! The Pinkett cried in pain. It was an ear-shuddering scream that made even the others cringe. It was only for about 5 seconds, but it had resounded within the area. When the lightning dispersed, Sakura fell, unconscious. Naruto did not bother to attempt to catch her. He just stood up and dusted himself. An expressionless mask settled on his face as he looked at the shocked Konoha nuns. "This is enough for today," Naruto said in a cold tone. "Konoha is no longer my home, get it straight." He disappeared along with gusts of wind. Naruto appeared in front of Temari on the other side of the river. "If you are not following me back to Suna, give Gaara to me. There are still 2 more Akatsuki members within this country. My body isn't in a condition to fight them." Temari stared at him for a long minute. She could understand the danger, but there was something that stuck out the most. "Did you have to go that far?" "Who knows?" Naruto said. Then she handed over her brother. "Those people came to rescue my brother. I simply cannot leave them alone like this. I must speak to them and perhaps return to Konoha with them for Kankuro." "Your clone did send him there, right?" Naruto nodded. "Back with the Konoha shinobi." "Huh, the bastard ran away," Kiba said, fist pumped up, happy that they had managed to get the blonde to run. Their mission had been to capture him, but Kiba was happy with watching him run with his tail between his legs. Shikamaru shook his head at Kiba's moment. It wasn't to say the Inuzuka hated Naruto, no, he was just bitter and angry. They had been willing to accept Naruto even though he was a Jinchuriki. Hell, they would have defended his honor in front of the villagers if it had come to that. Kiba was just hurt that Naruto had still decided to leave Konoha without even saying anything to them. Not a goodbye, nothing. He disappeared. Perhaps another factor was Hinata's pain in Naruto's disappearance. That was something that Nara didn't want to even think about. "I doubt he ran away," Nara said. "What did you make out of it, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi was staring at Sakura's body with his Sharingan, trying to figure out what Naruto did to Sakura. He could still see electricity flowing through her chakra system, but he could not figure out why it would have such an effect. Jonin shook his head. Well, there was almost nothing that Tsunade could not fix. He said he could use all 5 elements but only used 3. Regardless of that, wind is still Naruto's natural affinity. Anyway, it seems he was just testing us. The Jonin finished with nonchalance. It is a pity we were not able to get him, but we do know that he wasn't just lying around over the past years. Yamato said. Kakashi nodded. A curious thing that stood out the most for him were the bandages. They had been hit with explosives but nothing happened to them. He saw a seal around the bandages with the Sharingan. Physical attacks obviously hurt, but flames did nothing. It was likely that the seal was some sort of a chakra barrier. The Jonin turned towards Temari, who was making her way towards them. He managed to smile at the blonde sister of the 5th Kage. "Naruto went to Sunagakure with my brother. If possible, my brother will try to convince him to go back to Konoha." "That will be good," Kakashi said. "I wonder how Tsunade-sama is going to take this." "You are going to explain so many things to her," Shikamaru said. He could almost pity Jonin. He could see the Godime trying to rip the Jonin apart for failing to bring back the blonde when he had a whole team and the blonde had been worn out in fighting Akatsuki members. "I don't think you would have succeeded in actually defeating him if he had stayed," Temari said. "I hope he doesn't become an enemy, because really, if he does, it will take some doing to stop him." The blonde looked down at Sakura before asking, "Is she going to be fine?" "Yes," Kakashi said. "The jutsu still affects her, but it doesn't appear there will be any lasting damage," Jonin added. "We should head back to Konoha since the Kage is safe. We failed to get Naruto, but at least our ally is safe, even though we didn't do anything." Temari shook her head. "You did something. You came when we called. Your reaction was even quicker. Had it not been for Naruto, you would have probably battled with Akatsuki. I'm sure my brother will appreciate your efforts," she said with a smile. That was something else put aside, but he now needed to worry about how he was going to explain things to the Godime, who was obviously going to be emotional about the whole issue. The first question would surely be a demand on how seasoned Jonins could lose out to Naruto, who has never fought a war before. Kakashi sighed deeply at the thought. There was just no way he could avoid this. He just had to face it. At least they had seen that Naruto is alive and well. More importantly, powerful and without any interest to return to the Hidden Leaf. Later that day, Naruto was still within the river country, having not ventured into the desert once he parted from Temari and the Konoha shinobi. There was no need to get back to Sunagaku with Gaara still on his shoulder and unconscious. He wouldn't even need to walk the cage because he believed that Sunagaku shinobi would now be out in full force, looking for their cage. He didn't think the Akatsuki would go back again to attack Gaara once more, not so soon anywhere. They had just lost 2 members and now have to deal with him. They will no doubt even know that both Konoha and Suna will now be on alert of the red clouds. If their members are seen by capable members of either village, they would be attacked. Well, these criminals didn't seem to lack confidence. They had attacked a hidden village, just 2 of them. That was something else, and it spoke volumes about their level of confidence in their abilities. Naruto drifted away from his thoughts when Gaara started moving slightly. The blonde just stared with an expressionless mask as the Jinchuriki held his head, apparently in pain with his eyes closed. His eyes suddenly snapped open, an intense gaze meeting him. Gaara didn't stare for far too long. He tried to sit up, succeeding, and then tried to move his upper body just to get a feeling on whether he was suffering from any injury. He breathed in calmly, seeing that he was fine. The cage turned his focus on the blonde Uzumaki once more. He hadn't seen him since that time Sasuke abandoned the hidden leaf and they had to intervene. Had Naruto not left for a training trip and then abandoned Konoha, they would have surely met a couple of times. Why not? After all, Gaara considered this person to be a friend. I didn't think that I'd be seeing you of all people, Gaara said, his expression displaying none of his emotions. But I guess it is good that I am seeing you. You have been gone for quite some time. 5 years, Naruto said. You have done a lot in the past years. So much more than what I would have thought after we battled during the invasion. The Jinchuriki had become a cage and a good person. Of course there was still some mistrust amongst people, but it wasn't something Naruto saw as bad. It was just in human nature for people to do things like that. Nevertheless, Gaara had become a truly good cage and someone respected within Sunagaku. What has he achieved over the years? It was all just power that has given him a bone of arrogance. And to think he used to mock Sasuke over his arrogance. Well, he was strong. Sasuke had been a genin who believed he could beat anyone. For whatever reason Naruto could not understand. It helped being the son of the previous cage, Gaara said. I also wanted to amend my past actions. There was a lot that I did. Yes, I was betrayed, but my own actions brought fear and mistrust amongst people, and there were many that I hurt. That is just something that happens in life. We are born innocent, but experiences and the lessons we learn teach us both good and evil, Naruto responded. Your sister has gone to Konohagakure. We are currently next to the border between Suna and the river. Gaara looked around for a second before looking back at Naruto. You must have saved me. Naruto nodded. Along with your sister. As I said, she has gone back to Konohagakure with Konoha shinobi who'd come to rescue you. Gaara didn't respond immediately. He was thinking about how things could have gone down once he was captured. Really, right now, he just wanted to go back to Suna to make sure his village was in a good condition. He had done all he could to protect it as its leader, but in the end, he had failed. Careless of him, but it was because of friends such as Naruto that he was here. It could have been the end of him if he had not been rescued. You have my thanks, Naruto. Gaara attempted to smile as he spoke. Are you not going back to Konoha? Gaara was curious. As far as he knew, Konoha was still looking for Naruto. But he had said that Temari had left with Konoha shinobi. He must have met them. He could not tell what could have happened in that meeting. Naruto shook his head. My appearance was forced because I wanted to force the Akatsuki's focus on me. Of course there is a chance that they might move towards their next target even after I have interfered, but should that happen, I will intervene once more. I was informed about them and I know Suna used them in the past. Gaara said. Why are they after Jinchurikis? Naruto shook his head. I honestly have no idea. It is frustrating, but I cannot tell what they really want to do with Jinchurikis. Whatever it is, it requires us to be alive. I know they are targeting all Jinchurikis because of the Bijus, but for what purpose, I cannot tell. Gaara nodded. We just have to stop them because I doubt they are planning anything good. He said. Konoha is still looking for you. If you were with my sister, what was her position in all this? Naruto looked at Gaara curiously before asking a question rather than responding to the cages. What would you do? Gaara didn't need time to think about an answer. It came instantly. There are more important things than trying to keep in line with an alliance. Your moral values are more important than anything. It would be morally wrong for me to stab someone I consider a friend and someone who just saved me right in the back. If I'm willing to sacrifice my morals simply because I'm afraid of what my ally will think, then I'm not fit to be cage. I know as shinobi we constantly stray between the line of good and bad, but we cannot forget the important values that bring us friendship. Our words don't mean much, but I want you to know that as long as you have not done anything wrong, I will not interfere." Naruto smiled. What a refreshing thing to hear someone who could speak so sincerely. This was a character that was lacking in this world. There were so many masks being worn out there, no one was ever honest. Worst thing, people could do anything they wanted, simply because they could, and there was no one who would set out to stop them. The very thing that was wrong with the elemental nations was that each village only thought for itself and its interests. It didn't matter if there was something evil out there. Unless they were called, these shinobi nations simply turned a blind eye. Naruto wanted to do away with what he perceived as injustice. If this world cared for human life and shinobi villages cared for what happened outside, even if it didn't affect them, people like Orochimaru wouldn't have been allowed to continue living. Nobody cared about the innocent lives the snake Sannin ruined. Not even Konoha, the very village that allowed the Sannin to run loose. "You are a good person, Gaara," Naruto said with a smile. "I really hope that you keep that way." "It is thanks to you," Gaara said. "You speak as if you were a bad person, but the Naruto I know is a good person." Naruto didn't respond to this, he merely smiled. "You should take the direction to Suna. It's clear of the Akatsuki." The blonde said, "Tell your sister that I will come someday for the sparring session." The following day, Konohagakure no Sato. Temari and Kakashi were standing in front of the Godlike Hokage, who looked irate for some reason. It made Kakashi feel uncomfortable in telling the woman that he had failed in his mission to retrieve Naruto. It wasn't the primary mission, but it was still a mission nonetheless. "Kakashi, please have some good news," Tsunade said to the silver-haired Jonin. Kakashi tried to smile, but the smile failed to come out. It was so unlike his smile to fail him on such occasions. "The case cage was rescued," Jonin said. He took out a scroll with his mission report and placed it on Godlime's desk. Tsunade nodded and turned to Temari. "Your brother is recovering," she said. It was obvious the only reason the blonde was here was because her brother had been brought here. Temari smiled happily. "Where is he?" She just wanted to see him. Last time she saw him, he looked as if he was dying. "Hospital." Tsunade did not give out the specific location because she didn't want the woman to leave the office. "He is sleeping. I need him asleep for a little while longer for his body to rest." Tsunade's mask hardened slightly. "The fact that you know he is here means that you met up with Naruto." Naruto arrived in Suna before the rescue team. "I joined him when he was setting out. We found Konkuro and he offered to bring him here, having suggested that the best medical expertise could only be found here," Temari explained lightly. Tsunade nodded. "I didn't see the clone, but I know it was here just to drop off your brother," Godlike said before turning to Kakashi. "Naruto didn't come back with you. So you failed," she said with a somewhat nasty frown. "Yes, Hokage-sama. For crying out loud, Kakashi. I assembled the best team at my disposal and you failed to apprehend him." Godlike was now shouting. "How did you let him escape?" "Well," Kakashi scratched the back of his head nervously. "Well, he just left." "What?" "You should read the report," Kakashi said with some composure. "He is a lot more powerful than we thought." He wasn't going to point out that Naruto had walked into the village and then left when she had her Anbu to stop him but failed to do so. No, that would infuriate the woman, and the Naruto issue was an emotional one. Tsunade stared at the report for a couple of seconds before looking back at Kakashi. "Is there anything else?" "You should visit Sakura at the hospital. I thought she'd be awake by now." "But she didn't wake up along the way," the Jonin sounded worried. He had thought it was nothing that endangered her life, but seeing that the girl wasn't waking up, he had become worried for her. "What happened to her?" Tsunade demanded. "Naruto hit her with a lightning jutsu. If her pain scream was anything to go by, it must have seriously hurt her," Jonin said in a serious tone. "That's putting it mildly," Temari said. "I've seen people crying in pain but never someone like Sakura, and I used to walk with a person who killed people by crushing their bodies with his sand." Tsunade wasn't smiling. "I wanted to talk to you," she said to Temari. "But that can wait. We will talk later. Since we are both going to the hospital, we can talk along the way," Temari offered. Later. Training Ground 7. Sakura stretched out her body within the training ground where she had shared so many memories with her teammates who have now abandoned her, both seeking power. She could understand that with Sasuke, it was for revenge over his brother, but with Naruto, Sakura could not understand. How could he leave, especially when he was the son of the Yondaime Hokage? Then again, shouldn't that be the question she asked the villagers? Why hate him when the reason he was an orphan was because his father had died protecting this very village? It was bitterly ironic that they hailed the Yondaime for defeating the Kyuubi but hated Naruto, the baby the cage used to defeat the Biju. It was hatred, wasn't it? Sakura shook her head, clearing her head of such thoughts. She was here because her master had told her to come to the training ground because she wanted to see something. The reason she was even here made her body turn cold. The memory of that pain still burned through her flesh. It had happened in an instant, but it had felt as if her whole body was being torn apart. Naruto may have apologized, but she was not going to forgive him for that pain. She was going to break him and then maybe she would feel happy. Sakura, do you understand what Naruto did? The Pinkett shook her head. I haven't really examined myself. Since you did it, I thought it best to wait for you before I do it myself. She did know that something was either very wrong or very good with her body, and it had something to do with Naruto's jutsu. That jutsu wasn't a normal lightning jutsu used to defeat opponents. It was something else. Try to create your punch and hit the ground, Tsunade instructed. Sakura held out her right hand. Her chakra glowed slightly, but this time around, there was a sparkle of lightning. Sakura was surprised to see this. What's happening? That is the result of that lightning jutsu Naruto used. It's a curse, but it will not last forever. We just need you to use your chakra until you are exhausted because the lightning is being kept alive within your system by your chakra, the GODLIKE Hokage said. I will keep watch just to make sure nothing happens. If we don't make sure that chakra is out of your system, it will destroy your chakra system. You can begin. Later that day, Ino breathed a tired sigh with her eyes staring deeply at the cup of sake sitting next to her. The nights with the gang had become very dull these days. Perhaps it was because things were different and they had grown, but she was more or less the same person she had been back then. Life in general was boring. She needed to find a man to keep her entertained, but who could be with her? The men around here were either pigs or just plain boring. So, how was Naruto? Ino asked, eyeing Shikamaru and Sakura. He seemed fine but tried to kill me, Sakura said. He isn't coming back to Konoha, by the way. Well, that isn't surprising. He did come to the village and then left. You left but didn't come with him even though you came across him. So that's a given, Ino said a bit carelessly. Is there anything else to tell? The bastard has gotten stronger than before, Kiba barked bitterly. Couldn't beat him but he ended up running away. A bitter memory, but one that he would avenge. Certainly. You've never been close to beating Naruto, Kiba, Ino said. There was a bit of coldness in her tone. What's happening with this group? Don't we have lives anymore? For the past years we've been living our lives as if we don't have a future without those two. They are out there pursuing something, but we are stuck in the past. I'm tired of this. I don't want to grow old without enjoying my life, guys. That said, the Yamanaka walked away from the group without another word, and no one said a word to her. All we do talk about is Naruto and Sasuke, Tenten pointed out. Perhaps that was the reason no one said anything to Ino, because they simply could not say she was being irrational. Shikamaru sighed. This had been a good run, but one person who would be hurt the most will be Sakura. They could live their lives, but apparently, Sakura could not see a future without those two. She couldn't even see another man with Sasuke still out there. It was a miserable life, but what could he do about it? A week later. A woman's chest was always a magical place that made Jiraiya drool at the thought of rubbing his face against those juicy melons. He wasn't saying that because his head was currently stuck between them, with a bottle of sake on his right hand. To have a young beautiful woman with busts that could rival Tsunade was just the dream of any pervert, especially a super pervert. The Emperor's Palace, as he had come to know this underground fun place, had some nice things. Really, Jiraiya could even stay here for a whole year without any worries. Well, as long as he had the money to burn. He was already in debt, having burnt through the money he had when he came in here. This wasn't home or a forest. He paid for everything from the bed he sleeps into the water he uses to wash himself. Thinking about his debt, Jiraiya wondered what would happen if he failed to come back to pay the bill. He knew this place was seriously dangerous to those who failed to follow the rules. No, the rules of this place were a law that simply should not be broken. It was almost blasphemy to break some rules. In his fun, Jiraiya had minded not to break any rules. He didn't want to test things he could not fully understand. The Sanin's fun was interrupted when a man called his name. The man merely snapped his fingers and the ladies around him walked away with nothing more than seductive smiles towards his direction that made him want to follow them in a hurry, but the pressing matter was the man standing in front of him. That wasn't fun, he said of his disturbed fun. I paid for those and I don't think my time has expired. The Sannin couldn't help but grumble disappointedly. Correction, you have yet to pay for anything, the man in front of Jiraiya said in a mildly strong tone. You have been invited to the 3rd level, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya grinned at this. He had tried to get in that place more than twice in the past days, but he had failed each time and with a warning from the guards. Apparently, security was tight and even a legendary Sannin and a spy master could not move freely to go to any place he wanted. Each time he tried something, he failed. He had exhausted all tricks in his playbook, but there was nothing that worked. But finally, there was a breakthrough, which came through an invitation. The Sannin wasn't going to ask any questions regarding why and who, he would do that once he got inside the level. Lead the way, the Toad Sage said, getting up. The man nodded and led him out of the room he was in. They walked through dimly lit passages for a couple of minutes, going down the stairs to the last level. It was something that he had noticed, the levels were not separated by a wall. There were many other chambers within each level aside from the main halls. After finally leaving the stairs, the two walked around a passage on level ground before reaching a steel door. The man leading Jiraiya did hand signs and the steel door slowly opened. You can go in, the man said to Jiraiya. The Toad Sage didn't need to be told twice. With burning anticipation, he hurriedly walked past the steel door. Once he got in, the door closed. The Sannin looked around. It was a large hall, chairs and tables all over with dark booths attached to all 3 walls. The wall facing him had the bar. There were still a lot of people within the place. Right at the bar, Jiraiya saw a blonde heir. He stared. It was definitely Naruto. The blonde was sitting on the counter, with someone sitting next to him on a stool. It would be an exaggeration to say the Sannin teleported right next to Naruto, but he had moved with incredible speed. Yet, upon reaching the blonde, he did not say anything but settled on the stool on Naruto's left-hand side. A huge glass was pushed to his side. The Sannin didn't waste time in taking a huge gulp before slamming it on the counter. Naruto, the Sannin started. Jiraiya, Naruto responded. I hear you have accumulated a lot of debt in your time around this place. You do know, if you don't pay up within 30 days, we will either cut both your feet or you will be forced to work that debt and some extra. Jiraiya scoffed, as if you can make me. Naruto smiled. I don't underestimate your intelligence, Jiraiya. So I know you must have discovered by now that this place is adorned with seals. I noticed. Did you do this? Of course. You know, I'm not that good with Fuinjutsu to the level one can say. I would even mess up the seal containing the Kyuubi. But I have learned a couple of things about barriers and chakra suppression seals. Naruto said. In one day, I had more than 1,000 clones doing different things. That's more than 1,000 days. Adding it together, in a day, I experienced more than 3 years. Of course, such memories would need time to adjust, but I would sometimes get clones to sort out some memories whilst I sort some. Jiraiya had noticed the seals around the place. Really, the whole place was just full of them. The walls were barriers to keep things in and out. It was precisely those things that made some things impossible within the halls. Jiraiya could not have thought that Naruto was the one to have created this place. He hadn't even concluded that he was one who created this place, but seeing him sitting on the bar like that had made things easier for him. Listening to him talk about his experiences made Jiraiya conclude that these 5 years could have been like more than 100 years for Naruto. Surely, it suited him because of his ability to create shadow clones without suffering any effect. However, using them like that would have surely put a strain on his mind. He looked just fine though. Well, he did say he had clones sort out some thoughts. The Toad Sage could not really express his happiness at seeing his godson nor his relief at seeing that Naruto was healthy and in one piece. It was something for him to cheer even though there were still questions that he was going to demand that they be answered by the blonde. Jiraiya stared at the glass in front of him silently before drawing a line through his lips. It must have been a hell of a training you did. Using cage bunchins will have surely improved your abilities. You always had the potential to grow further than what normal shinobi can. There were times it wasn't pleasant. There were times I spent crawling down a cold floor because I could not stand on my feet. Times I felt as if I was going to die. If not for the Kyuubi's power, my entire body would be full of scars. Naruto responded in a blank tone. The tone was strange to Jiraiya, but somehow, he understood. The years he lived while training and the pain he must have felt in experimentation of jutsus. Why go so far, Naruto? Why did you even leave? There was no anger. Jiraiya's tone was just filled with curiosity. He just wanted Naruto to explain why he did what he did. Perhaps he could understand. No, he hoped to understand because it would be a pain if he could not understand the reasons. He had so many nights where he tried to figure out the reasons but nothing ever came to mind. He simply could not understand whatever explanation he thought of giving. That was why he wanted Naruto to respond with him keeping an open mind. Because I have a dream, Jiraiya, Naruto said. I know I can give a couple of reasons but you will not understand them. You won't understand why I had to leave, and I will not explain. At least not now, but the obvious reason is that I wanted to train alone. Naruto shook his head before continuing. I imagine it was difficult for you, but I will not apologize for my actions because I do not regret it. Jiraiya was silent. He wanted to snap at Naruto for giving him such a response, for telling him that he could not understand. But the Sannin held his nerve. How long has it been? He no longer had the energy, he was only pleased he was seeing his godson. Snapping and attempting to pummel him would probably not end well for him. You are really not going to tell me anything. You don't need to ask twice, Naruto said. Jiraiya fell silent for a couple of moments. I guess you are not returning to Konoha. The fact that you left your headband and even severed your contract with the Toads means this much. This is something that I prepared myself for even though I kept looking for you. Konoha is no longer my home, Naruto said. You are not going to fight me. With the seals all over this place. Don't take me for a fool. This is your house and any attempt from my part to do anything will result in the seal activating, Jiraiya said. There will be plenty of opportunities to do that outside of this place. If you don't want to return by choice, you will return by force. Naruto smiled upon hearing those words. Really, Jiraiya, one no longer has that freedom anymore. I'm not a slave, you know. I can decide how I want to live my life. Well, everyone thinks they are right and others are wrong. I don't want to think that I am wrong. No, I was not wrong to leave Konoha. You may not like it, but for my dream, it was the right decision. In any case, I won't be doing much at this time anyway. I must have at least half the members of the Akatsuki. I'm sure I got their attention by stopping them from taking Gaara and successfully taking down 2 of their members. Jiraiya eyed Naruto with surprise. He was surprised that Naruto was going after the Akatsuki by himself and not that he had managed to defeat 2 members of the group. At this stage, nothing ought to surprise him about the blonde. How did you manage to evade them when you were here? Didn't I say, I'm good with barriers? Naruto responded with a wave of his right hand. The law of nature says that whatever goes up, must come down because of the force of gravity. Of course, some people have found a way to stay up, for as long as they have chakra. Basically, I apply the same principle in my seals. The seal each one has is a code that is written into the barrier. If you are on the outside, at a certain point, without the seal, the barrier will reject you, but if you are inside and remove the seal, the barrier attracts the chakra inside of you. Jiraiya frowned at the thought. The barrier isn't in just one wall, it's in all walls. If one removes the seal, they are likely to be torn apart. The Sannin paused before shaking his head. No, if chakra is the attraction, then as long as you have chakra, the barrier will suck it all out until you die. What gave you the idea to create something like that? The rule of nature, Naruto responded. I guess this is it for our time, Jiraiya. We will hopefully meet soon. For now, I need to disappear for a little while. Jiraiya's head nearly snapped when he turned to face Naruto. He was alarmed that the blonde would want to disappear so soon after just appearing. Do you think I will let you disappear again? I have attracted the attention of the Akatsuki. So for now they might possibly bring their attention towards me. But my body isn't able to handle the torment of constant battles. Naruto said, I realized in the last battle I did that if I'm not careful, life will end soon before anything even begins. The blonde jumped to the floor. Go home, Jiraiya, and remember to pay your debt. We don't want the hounds of this place going after a legendary Sannin. Jiraiya grabbed Naruto's hand before he could leave. Wait, the Sannin said in a hardened tone. Why did you create this place, and what is your dream, Naruto? Naruto looked at the hand holding him for a moment before turning his head slightly to take a glance at the Toad Sage. Peace and madness, Jiraiya. I want a world where even Bijus can be free to live on their own without being told that they cannot be left alone because they are dangerous. I want a world where injustice is punished, a world that recognizes its faults, nations that are not ruled by greed and the hunger of power. I created this place as an experiment, a place to learn, and to do something again. When there are rules that have consequences, people learn to behave. We are not righteous, nor are we perfect. We are creatures who will make mistakes and repeat them. It's not a learning curve when we do wrong and do not face the consequence of our actions. Naruto said before shrugging Jiraiya off. The blonde disappeared along with small gusts of winds, leaving Jiraiya by himself, wondering what it was that he could have done differently to avoid this situation. Unknown location. Deidara knew when he was in the sky. He had been flying for a long time now. Even though this place that surrounded him was unfamiliar, what was certain was that he was flying in the air. This just made him frown knowing that he could not be found by anyone when flying, unless this thing was flying over the elemental nations. The blonde Akatsuki nin looked around. He was in a hall, which seemed to be the center of whatever he was flying in. Naruto was sitting on a throne, legs crossed with his head resting on his left hand, right fingers tapping slowly. The shinobi glared madly at Naruto. Where are we? Above sea, flying in a ship created by the Sky Nation. It is more like a fortress designed for destruction, Naruto said with an expressionless mask on his face. I want answers on the Akatsuki. We will begin with simple ones, like how many members does the Akatsuki have, who is the next target, what do you know about their powers and what is the end goal? Can you answer those? Fuck, I'm not telling you anything. I see, Naruto started. I don't have any mind reading techniques, so I will have to make you suffer. Do you think pain will make me talk? Naruto snapped his fingers and 4 chains burst from the sides. The chains wrapped around Deidara's legs and 2 more pierced through his upper body. He was uplifted from the ground and made to hang in midair with the chains holding him together. If you think you can take out clay from your mouth to surprise me, think again. Naruto said. After 30 seconds, those chains will be pulling you apart. At a certain point, your body will not be able to handle it anymore. Just for measure, we will squeeze your head until it busts. I will not put anything in your mouth, but you are not allowed to scream. If you do that, at the same speed as with the pulling, I will drill a burning kunai through your eyeballs. Chapter 9. What was Temari's first impression of Naruto Uzumaki? Ah, yes, he had been loud, not good looking and had appeared weak. But after his battle with Gaara, things changed. No, everything changed. He was the first person to actually defeat Gaara in battle, impressively when her brother had even transformed into Shukaku. But what had permanently changed her attitude toward him were his words to Gaara. Naruto changed her brother. She had a younger brother once more because of him. Of course, he'd still remain somewhat of an idiot. He wasn't like that anymore, was he? He was a mature shinobi who ran around the elemental nations without a forehead over his head. And yet again, he had saved her brother. This time though, he had displayed almighty power and perhaps a bit of arrogance. But you could not blame him with just how powerful he had become. Temari still couldn't understand why he left Konoha. Even though she had camped with him through an entire night, the thought never came. She had been worried about her brother and perhaps she didn't want to open herself up to a person who had abandoned Konoha. One could never be too safe. There hadn't been a need nevertheless. You were thinking too much, Gaara said to his sister. They were sitting inside his office. Temari looked at her brother's face. It was certainly different from the mask he'd worn back then. Well, they were no longer brats anymore. And besides, he was no longer the murderous person he was. Her brother was now a respected Kage. I was just thinking about things, Temari said. The Hokage really wants Naruto back in the Hidden Leaf. She appears to be really hurt by his decision. There was nothing in Temari's face that said she felt sorry for the Godime Hokage. Her reason for going to the leaf had been Kankuro. When she found him alive, she was happy. She had left him there because Tsunade said rest was necessary. Nevertheless, she had seen just how much Naruto had meant to her and his friends. It was surprising that he would even go as far as to brutalize Sakura in the way he did. Temari still did think there was more to it. Perhaps he just wanted to cut his ties with the people of the Hidden Leaf. But that thought raised all kinds of questions in her head. A major one was, what was it that he wanted to do that would require him to cut ties with friends? She did see him as family and I'm sure the same can be said for him as well. Gaara paused. He adopted a thoughtful look on his face for a few seconds before speaking again. But she does have to consider what Naruto wants for his life. As things stand, he hasn't done anything wrong. And from my conversation with him, he is after something. Big dreams, if I might add. Well, that could explain all that power. Aside from the Akatsuki, what could it be that he does want to do with all that power? It had honestly frightened her. She'd thought Gaara was powerful, but compared to what that man displayed, it was nothing. We all want something. We all want something for the people we love. When you think someone is straying toward the wrong path, we will try to bring them in line, Temari said wisely. It wasn't the same story with Sasuke. The Uchiha left for revenge. That was no secret. What good was that life of holding on to hatred? Naruto knows what he is doing. Gaara was firm in his response. What do you think of him? There appeared to be something in Gaara's tone. He couldn't be asking her what she thought as a woman in need of love. Naruto was nice, but she hadn't stopped to have such thoughts. He is good for an ally. He is someone we certainly don't want as an enemy, Temari said in a firm tone. There is no reason we should be enemies as well. To this, Gaara nodded in agreement. My thoughts exactly. Konoha. Hello, Haim, it has been long. Jiraiya burst through the window and said to Tsunade with a wide and stupid grin on his face. Tsunade almost responded with violence at the sudden intrusion. Not to mention it has been years since she last heard that voice. Jiraiya, it was really him. That stupid grin, those eyes, the feeling, it was really her former teammate. Tsunade wanted to grin madly as well, but she contained her emotions from exploding. But she was truly happy to see him again. There was no one like Jiraiya. He wasn't just unique because he was a shameless pervert, but it was because he was her friend. He was the only person she could talk to on the same level. She could not call Shizune a friend, the woman was like a subordinate. Jiraiya was a friend, maybe more than that. She would certainly be saddened to the point of letting some tears out if something were to happen to him. Those emotions aside, the other thing Tsunade felt was anger. She thought of hitting the Sannin for leaving her alone. He simply could not bring her back to this village and then abandon her. She had been lonely. There was no Naruto to bother her with missions or piss her off by calling her an old hag. There was none of that. And worse, there was no Jiraiya to spend time reminiscing about the past. You have a lot of explaining to do, Jiraiya, Tsunade said in a hardened tone. And if I don't like your response, you will spend the night in the hospital. Ah, come on, Haim, Jiraiya whined. You are not going to respond to my feelings. Don't you miss me too? Jiraiya's tone was light, his eyes glancing around Tsunade's face, trying to spot any change in her expression. He grinned when he caught something. You do miss me, he exclaimed. Tsunade scoffed, but with a warm, gentle smile. In your dreams, she said. Her tone was betrayed by her smile and facial expression. Jiraiya laughed lightheartedly before turning on a serious expression. I met Naruto. He looked fine, lively. He has really changed. Lively. Tsunade was surprised. The Naruto she had seen hadn't been lively. That isn't the same Naruto I saw. He was like the same Naruto that returned with you after your training trip. Just a lot more powerful. He was a lot more powerful than she had thought. It was truly going past her wild imaginations. The report from Kakashi was something else and what Temari had told her. It was just ridiculous, and she had a feeling that they had yet to see everything. I saw him sitting at a bar with a smile, laughing with his subordinates. But I guess growing up does that to you, the Sannin said. He was being a little philosophical with me. The Sannin paused and chose to focus on the strength of the blonde. So, he really did take down 2 members of the Akatsuki. Tsunade nodded. And fought a team I had sent to fight the Akatsuki and capture him if possible. I have decided to raise his level to S rank in the bingo books. I'm not going to put a price on his head. I don't want people going after him for money. Godime said. It would certainly make things difficult for him to move around. She wanted him to come back, but she wasn't going to make his life miserable because of it. She cared too much for him to do that. Maybe that is for the best, Jiraiya said in thought. He will probably come back to the village. Not to stay, but to speak with me. From our conversation, I got an idea of what he wants in this world. I have a feeling it will be big and could potentially have the elemental nations around. From how Naruto said it, there was no doubt sometimes he would act in a way that would get him hated by people. But he appeared to be ready for all that. Jiraiya couldn't tell what exactly it would be that he would be doing. Taking Naruto's words as they were, wasn't giving him a good image, and so he chose to ignore those thoughts and thought of something positive. That could explain why he decided to get more power, Tsunade said. He was displaying amazing power without even using the Kyuubi's power, and that worried her. All other Jinchuriki were considered to be powerful because they utilized their Biju's power, but not Naruto. I will get more details when we speak again. He hinted that they would speak soon. Jiraiya assumed the blonde was going to get some rest. At the same time, we still don't know what the Akatsuki is really planning. Both Iwagakure and Kumogakure have rebuilt their military strength. We have not actually been doing that. In any case, we are not looking toward war, the Sannin said. Naruto doesn't seem to know why the Akatsuki want to gather Jinchurikis as well. But I did get a lead on their leader. I will try to talk to Naruto about it. You have dug up other information as well. Tsunade had thought he would have been focused on trying to find Naruto. I got all kinds of intel from a place Naruto built. They have all kinds of information for the right price. I also think that they spy on the people who go there. You see shinobi from all 5 great nations, they would obviously spy on them when they have private conversations, Jiraiya said in thought. I will tell you more about it later. When we drink. For now, I'm going to conduct some research. I have missed many years of data. Before Tsunade could say anything, the Sannin disappeared in a puff of smoke. The Godime Hokage sighed. A second later, she smiled. At least he was still Jiraiya. A week later. Cloud Country. Yugito cursed silently, watching 2 of the enemies who just would not die. She had fought the 2 Akatsuki opponents with everything she had. With the life she had. Yet, there was no winning this battle. These opponents were not human. They were inhumane. Even a fully transformed Biju wasn't enough to take them down. They had fought, survived and outpaced her. She had little stamina left and the cursing bastard seemed ready to have another go at her. His crazed expression. It pissed her off. She had burnt him with blue flames. Hit him with lightning jutsus. Yet, he came out with burns. The only thing that was loud was his curses. Not the injuries. Not the pain. He just didn't stay down. No matter how hard she hit him. He would not stay down. Yugito cursed her arrogance. She had thought because she was a Jinchuriki she could take them on. The moment she learned they were of the criminal organization, she was ready to take them down by herself, a thoughtless move on her part. She was seriously going to die. She had underestimated them, but who could have thought that she would not be fighting humans? They were monsters. The irony wasn't lost, but this was just the reality of her situation. She could no longer think arrogantly. If she did not escape, she was going to die. Seriously, she didn't have enough energy to fight them anymore. She just needed to run for it. Yugito closed her eyes for a moment, gathering her chakra. She kept her senses up, just to make sure there was no surprise. You could never take your eyes off your opponent. Once she had enough chakra, Yugito twisted and ran. Huh, Hidan exclaimed seeing Yugito burst through the boulder she had created to trap them in this building. The bitch is running. None of them were that fast. They were infamously called the Zombie Brothers by Kisame. Their speciality wasn't speed. However, Kakuzu wasn't the least concerned about it. There is no need to fret. She can't reach Kumo with her injuries. She will fall somewhere soon and we will catch her. Kakuzu almost sounded indifferent to this. It was as if he didn't care if they had to chase Yugito. If you had let me perform the ritual, we wouldn't be going through this. You'd have been killed. Kakuzu snapped. Let's go before we lose sight of her. We don't want to fail in our mission. Deidara and Sasori failed. We don't want to be the next ones to fail. With Naruto. Being a Jinchuriki was truly a blessing when you had to find other Jinchurikis, especially the ones who were fighting. Kurama had let him know of his target and he had made his move towards the 2 tails. It was problematic that the Akatsuki was still attacking. Deidara hadn't given him enough information. It appeared that even the members of the Akatsuki were not fully clear on the goal of the organization but were merely being used by the leader. Then again, it was a win for wanted criminals. The Akatsuki gave them protection. No one willingly attacked a member of the Akatsuki. If they were riding solo, they would have their villages running after them. But with the Akatsuki, there was caution. The organization was powerful and apparently, no one was more powerful than the mysterious leader of the group. Naruto had nothing on the leader, which was honestly a frustrating part of planning. A Jinchuriki fighting using his or her host's powers really does stink. Naruto said to Kyubi. Perhaps it was because he had trained himself to be able to sense other Jinchurikis but when they used their powers, they could not hide. Kurama could sense Matabi even from his cell. There was no doubt that the Biju's Jinchuriki had been fighting using its power. They had sensed it some distance back. It was difficult to hide after such a battle unless you had ways to seal off your Biju's chakra. Added with the loss of chakra from exhaustion, you could hide perfectly because other shinobi could not track you easily. To you, maybe, Kurama said. Hurry up and get this over with. We don't know what might come up ahead once we have dealt with this. Naruto shook his head at Biju's impatience. Perhaps it was even impatient now because it has been years since he spoke of the plan but nothing has really been happening since he made his decision. Even now, he was still trying to deal with the Akatsuki, there didn't appear to be any hurry from him. He was taking a leisurely pace. Naruto didn't doubt his strength. Perhaps overconfidence would be his downfall, but he simply could not say he wasn't moving quickly because he wasn't sure of his strength and the enemies he would have to engage. The power was there. Kurama's power was there. There was still room for growth even. Although they had to move things, rushing head-on would not make things better. It would only put them in more dangerous situations than what was necessary. Yugito's body stiffened slightly as she sensed a chakra signature gaining close to her. It was an unfamiliar feeling. The chakra was certainly not from the hidden cloud. At the same time, it wasn't the Akatsuki. Had it been them, she would have already sped up. She didn't want to make any unnecessary movements even now. But what was of certainty was that the person was moving towards her. She could tell. She knew. Running away wasn't going to make the person go away. It was something else, given that they didn't appear to be hiding their chakra. If they were, she wouldn't have sensed them. Not in her condition. The blonde Jinchuriki of Kumogakure sped through the rocky terrain she was in, trying to head back closer to her village. She suddenly came to a halt when she sensed something. The brakes were hit hard as she slid slightly through the ground. A person landed in front of her, just inches away from her. Yugito's heart beat fast at the threat. This was a stranger. The cold look on his eyes, his lips, it made her fearful. He was powerful and was certainly coming after her. Even though no word left his lips, Yugito quickly took a fighting stance, a kunai ready to stab the blonde. He then smiled, as if amused by her putting up her guard. He didn't say anything but took a step toward her. Yugito took a step back. No word left her lips. She was trembling, in both fear and exhaustion. A battle wasn't something she could afford at this moment. Her halt now meant that those seemingly immortal bastards would be gaining up on her. The fear was quickly replaced by frustration. Her lack of power frustrated her. Her exhaustion frustrated her. The fact that she didn't know this person bothered her massively. She couldn't make a careless move or attack without thinking. She wanted to attack so he could get out of her way. But he wasn't doing anything. Taking a step toward her had been his only movement. Now, he was just standing, watching her, the amused expression on her lips. It pissed her off. Was he simply laughing at her frustrations? He didn't look like he wanted to attack her. If anything, his guard wasn't even up. But his lack of communication with her worried her. It made her cautious. She was tired. Not too much chakra in her system. Using jutsu would leave her in an unfavorable situation. Yugito ni. The first words that came out of his lips were her name. The amused look had long gone when he spoke. But he still had a smile. It was small. If she wasn't seeing it wrong because of her weariness, it was a reassuring smile. Was it because he wasn't going to attack her? Yugito couldn't tell. He knew her, but she didn't know him. But it wasn't surprising that he knew her. He was evidently coming after her after all. Yugito straightened herself slightly, but she still kept her guard and the kunai was still gripped firmly on her right hand. She tried to appear as if she wasn't suffering as much as she was. She had bruises all over and blood. Perhaps the image didn't sell. But that wasn't her worry. "Who are you?" Yugito asked. Her eyes were narrowed. There was no hint of her weariness in her tone, just suspicion. This person didn't even have a headband on his forehead. She couldn't tell from which village he came from. Naruto tilted his head to the side. A disappointed expression passed through his lips. It made Yugito frown slightly, but the blonde didn't comment on her reaction. Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of the Kyubi. I'm surprised you can't tell I am like you. Is your biju that tired from fighting or not communicating with it? Surprise washed over her face when those words registered. Yet, she didn't allow herself to show too much of it. He was a Jinchuriki, and not just any Jinchuriki but a container of the most powerful biju. If they were going to fight, it would prove to be a problem. Not much if she hadn't been fighting. Kyubi or not, Yugito believed she could take on anyone. She smiled bitterly at that thought. Wasn't it that confidence that nearly got her captured? She had been overconfident in her abilities and nearly paid the price for it. She could still pay the price. This person was a Jinchuriki, but she couldn't tell if he was an enemy or a friend. Either way, her guard remained unshakable. What do you want? That was perhaps the main question. Good question, Naruto said. I'm here to help you escape and to defeat the men wearing red clouds. Considering your condition, I'd say they did a good number on you and are still coming after you. They don't appear to be in a hurry. They must have figured that you won't go too far. He was saying that, but Yugito still could not trust his words. This was the shinobi world after all. He wasn't giving her any weird vibes, but she still couldn't trust him. You don't have to worry. They mean no harm. That was Matabi's response to her worries. She wanted to respond, but Naruto was already inches away from her. The blonde touched her forehead with his index finger and Yugito became shrouded by crimson chakra. Go to Kumogakure. That should be enough. I will handle the two. I fought them. You will need my help to fight them. Besides that, 2 against 2 is better than 2 against 1. Naruto stared at the blonde Jinchuriki for a long minute. It didn't look as if she was going to back down. He could play with her for a bit. But he didn't want to do that. He wanted to deal with this alone. She wasn't in any position to fight. Naruto sat down on a small boulder before responding. I don't need you, but it would be irrational to dismiss your recent experience fighting them. Tell me what you know. Yugito went on to explain her encounter with the 2 Akatsuki members who could not die. At least Naruto had been familiar with Hidan. The story of his former home village was something that he had been interested in. Nevertheless, he didn't have any battle experience with the man. Yugito's information filled in some blanks. Once she was done, Yugito gave the blonde a firm look. Do you understand why I'm saying you will need me? One person wasn't enough for those 2. She was firm in her belief that the 2 of them could cause much damage and actually manage to defeat the enemies. Naruto nodded. I understand, he said calmly. He snapped his fingers and the chakra surrounding Yugito vanished. Naruto was upon the Jinchuriki in the blink of an eye, which is why you must stay away. 5 minutes later. Hidan and Kakuzu, his next targets. If he does deal with these 2, it would make it 4 out of 10. It was a good start, but these 2 would represent a major challenge. He would get over it nevertheless. After all, he didn't think that there was a challenge that could be said to be beyond him. Kakuzu, isn't that Kyuubi's Jinchuriki? Hidan demanded from his partner. Kakuzu didn't offer an immediate response. It was true that the blonde was targeting them after all. But they still could not just let this go. If the blonde presented himself to them, they could take him on. It would be one less problem. The Jinchuriki had, after all, taken 2 members of the Akatsuki by himself. He would not underestimate things, but he still thought they could take the blonde. That is him all right, Kakuzu responded in an emotionless tone. Being alive for many years did result in such an expression. What was there to experience now? Can we assume that you have taken the 2 tails Jinchuriki to safety? We no longer sense her chakra. Who knows? Naruto responded with an indifferent shrug. You have me to worry about and I have you too to worry about. If you can't sense her, she isn't here. Kakuzu would not disagree with that. He prepared himself for battle. But before he could do anything, Hidan charged towards the blonde. The aged shinobi merely shook his head. He didn't even try to stop the crazy idiot because he would not listen to him. Besides, it wouldn't be a bad idea to use Hidan as an experiment to see how the blonde fights. And so, he simply watched. Naruto watched as Hidan dashed towards him with a large weapon in his hand. The man was cussing loudly. Naruto didn't pay mind to what he was saying, he was simply focused on the man's movements. Naruto watched carefully as Hidan swung his tri-bladed scythe. The weapon was coming in from his right hand, straight towards his face. It was fast, but not fast enough. He leaned back slightly and watched as it whizzed past his face. Hidan's reaction to the near miss was fast and slightly unexpected. The man took a single step forward and changed his grip on the handle of the scythe. He then pulled it back towards Naruto. It was heading straight to Naruto, its back glaring at him. The blonde was forced to jump back to avoid the swing. It wouldn't have cut him, but it was unnecessary taking hits he could have otherwise avoided. Naruto landed a couple of feet back. His eyes had never left the Akatsuki nin as he jumped. So when Hidan lunged toward him, Naruto was at hand to respond. The man reached him, cursing loudly about something. He then swung his scythe from an upward position, slamming it down towards Naruto's left shoulder. The 3 blades were glaring at Naruto dangerously. It wasn't something he could block with a sword from this distance. Even if he used a sword, it would have to be a long sword. He did have that in his possession, right? Naruto attempted to jump back to the downward swing. But Hidan suddenly threw a cable toward his feet. Naruto had not been expecting it. He was caught by surprise. The cable tied around his left foot and the man tried to pull him towards the incoming side. Hidan had tremendous physical power. Naruto could feel that from the way the man was pulling the cable tied to his foot. In a split second, Naruto formed a small Rasengan on his right hand. He then slammed the jutsu on the blades of the scythe. This slammed the weapon away from his body. Hidan didn't let go of the rope tied around his foot. The man just dropped his hold on the handle of his scythe and jumped above the blonde. He had a wicked grin on his face. Right hand formed a fist and he attempted to slam it on Naruto's chest. A fire jutsu would be a second late. Naruto didn't want to get hit. The blonde didn't even do hand seals as there was no time. Hidan would hit him before he finished hand signs or even execute a jutsu. Futon. Tappa. The gusts were relatively small, but they did enough to stop Hidan from hitting him. They actually did more than that. The Akatsuki nin made no attempt to shield himself before the gusts of wind slammed into his body head-on. It was a direct hit. The force of the wind pummeled the man away from Naruto. Naruto didn't have the time to regain his footing. Kakuzu suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The immortal shinobi landed right next to him, and then kicked on the side of his ribcage. It was a brutal kick that made Naruto wince painfully. The cable on his foot stopped him from going far as Hidan pulled it once more. Naruto still managed to get hold of it and remove it before standing straight on both feet. "What the fuck are you doing, Kakuzu?" Hidan shouted. He was only holding the cable of his scythe. The weapon itself was still laying a distance away. "I'm trying to finish things quickly before we encounter more problems," Kakuzu responded in a measured tone. He only had 2 hearts left now after that other Jinchuriki killed the other 3. Yes, she had been that strong. Then again, it didn't help them that she had prepared a trap for them. "This is my battle. Fuck off." Hidan cursed loudly. "I am winning this," he added with a nod, his attention ready to go back to Naruto, who was simply watching the exchange. "Yeah, only an idiot would say that," Kakuzu scoffed. "What did you say, you blasphemous bastard?" Hidan appeared ready to lunge at his partner. "Think," Kakuzu snapped. He paused for effect before speaking once more. "The Two Tails Jinchuriki must have returned to Kumogakure. The more time we spend here, the closer she gets. If she gets there, Kumo might send reinforcements." Hidan was excited more than anything. And he simply said, "That just means I will get people to sacrifice for Jashin-sama." Kakuzu had no response for that, but luckily for him, Naruto spoke. "While this is slightly amusing, I don't have all day," the blonde said calmly. Hidan was a former Yugakure shinobi. The hidden village had certainly taken a new view on how it handles its issues. It has walked away from militarization to focus on more economic functions for the village to continue surviving. The village that forgot war, huh? Just as you say you don't have much time before the people from Kumogakure arrive here, there was no such thing, it was a lie. Kakuzu had merely said this based on his observations. And Naruto was going with it. "I also have PLA, shut up." Naruto was cut off by Hidan. The man even went as far as to swing his scythe at Naruto. He swung it using the cable attached to it. It was a short distance attack. Naruto considered it to be a little rude and very much disrespectful. Perhaps it was arrogance. Perhaps he'd become full of himself because he felt a little strong. But for a human like Hidan to interrupt him like that, it was a lack of respect. He still didn't voice his thoughts. He had the scythe to worry about. Although it was hurled at him from a distance, it came toward him fast and remarkably pointed at him. The accuracy was something else. It was still something he could not easily block by a sword. Naruto did as he had done before when the scythe was close to him. He jumped back slightly, and once more, he watched it split the air past his face before he landed on the ground. Ta-cha! For a moment, Hidan glared at Naruto while pulling his scythe. "Why won't you stay still for a little?" "Well, it won't be fun if you don't struggle," yet the fact that Naruto was avoiding every attack was a little frustrating. Naruto didn't offer a response. He did hand seals and slammed his right hand on the ground. In a puff of smoke, a very long sharp pure silver sword appeared. It was shining a bit as if it had just been crafted. The second the blonde grabbed the black handle of the sword, he disappeared in a blur. He flashed in front of Hidan, the sword splitting the air from his right side, heading towards Hidan's left shoulder. The Akatsuki member reacted instinctively by raising his scythe on the side. Naruto's sword clashed with the scythe, causing sparks to fly and the sound of metal clashing to cry through the battlefield. Hidan grinned as he pushed Naruto's sword away from him. But the blonde wasn't put off. He appeared willing, and his response was even lightning fast. He swung his sword once more just after Hidan had pushed it. The sword was swung across the man's gut. Hidan didn't even have the time to react when the sword slid through his gut, leaving a gaping wound that soon caused blood to gush out. Naruto still didn't let up. He raised his sword, holding it with just his right hand, and attempted to split Hidan in half with a downward slash, but the man blocked his swing with his scythe. Naruto jumped back slightly and watched Hidan with interest. The man didn't appear to mind his wound or the pain. Surprisingly, the wound healed. "Well, that is going to be a problem," Naruto said as he strengthened the grip on his blade. Once more, he lunged toward Hidan. But when he got closer, he kicked the ground. This was meant to draw debris to shield him. It did enough for the blonde to work his tricks. Naruto appeared right behind Hidan, body leaned forward, and the sword was touching the ground as it moved up towards Hidan's back. But before he could strike, he was hit by a water jutsu. It was more like a water bullet and it sent him flying to the sides. Naruto was fast to recover his bearings and flipped once in midair before landing on a boulder. The second he touched the boulder, Naruto's senses perked up as Kakuzu flashed above him in midair. The man had a right fist driving down towards him. Naruto didn't try to block the punch, he jumped back. He was being forced to do that a lot. Kakuzu's punch hit the boulder. There was enough force to shatter the boulder in just one go. Naruto felt relieved he hadn't tried to block the punch. It would have been disastrous had he attempted to do so. Sensing something from behind him while watching Kakuzu turn a sizable boulder into debris, Naruto blurred out of sight. He appeared behind Kakuzu in midair. At his last location, Hidan missed him with his scythe. The foul-mouthed Akatsuki nin cursed loudly at the miss. Kakuzu released black threads through his back. They rushed towards Naruto like a horde of snakes. Before doing anything, Naruto flung his blade with speed. Swords sped through the air in the blink of an eye. Kakuzu nearly breathed a sigh of relief when it blasted past him, but then he realized that there was someone in front of him who could not see the blade. He was shielding it, and with the speed in which it was traveling, there was no way Hidan was going to avoid it. Hidan could only blink when the blade pierced through his throat and then sent him down the ground. He was pinned to the ground with the sword through his throat. Kakuzu retracted his threads and turned his attention toward Hidan. For some reason the man was unable to pull the blade from his throat. The money-loving Akatsuki nin jumped over to Hidan and tried to remove the blade. It was heavy, ridiculously heavy. It was not the kind of thing one could swing with just one hand as Naruto has in the speed in which the blonde has been doing it. "Get it out, bastard," Hidan yelled, infuriated. "It's sucking my chakra when I touch the blade. If you don't stop talking, I will leave it here until I finish things," Kakuzu threatened. He didn't say anything else as he sensed Naruto moving. The blonde was charging in from behind. Kakuzu waited for the right moment before slamming his foot down the ground. An earth pillar sprouted from the ground, halting the blonde's movements. He flashed behind Naruto, with his right foot swinging through the air. The foot crashed into Naruto's back. Naruto once more winced as it felt as if he had been hit by a ton of bricks. The force of the kick pummeled him into the pillar. He shattered it and was sent flying. Naruto flew for a couple of seconds before flipping twice to regain his balance. He landed gracefully on clean ground. There was no time to massage his aching back as Kakuzu came crashing towards him with the back of his right foot headed straight towards his head. Naruto crossed both his hands above his head and bent down slightly for support. When Kakuzu's kick slammed into his defense, the ground beneath Naruto shattered as his feet burrowed into it. The blonde refused to show pain as his arms ached due to the brunt force he felt from Kakuzu's kick. Naruto channeled his strength and pushed Kakuzu away before doing a quick jump. The moment Naruto took flight, Kakuzu launched his threads. Naruto did a couple of quick hand seals upon seeing the threads. Lightning style. Vaporizing lightning. Pale lightning burst from Naruto's body in a flash. It happened so quickly that Kakuzu only blinked and his threads were gone as if they'd been turned into ash. He felt relieved that the lightning didn't reach him. He didn't know what would have happened. Kakuzu was forced into the defensive when Naruto did hand seals once more. The man folded his hands across his face to shield his face against an attack. Wind style. Vacuum bullets. The Uzumaki released 5 bullets, one by one. They all sped towards Kakuzu in blinding speed. And one by one, they slammed into Kakuzu's upper body, leaving marks around. Yet, there was no other visible damage. The man didn't even move when the bullets hit him. When Kakuzu tried to remove his hands from his face, his eyes went wide when he caught a glimpse of Naruto. The blonde was right in front of him. His knees were bent down slightly, body leaning forward and an orb of flames on the palm of his right hand. The flames looked really intense. Naruto slammed the orb of flames right onto Kakuzu's gut before jumping away. The orbs exploded into a large column of scorching flames that covered Kakuzu's entire body. The explosion was so violent that it tore through the ground, even causing Naruto to shield himself slightly from the flames. The man burst out of the flames, with burn masks all over. He no longer even had his cloak anymore. His upper body was exposed. The man had a nasty look on his face. That jutsu could have killed him. Well, it technically did kill him. Even Naruto looked surprised to see him alive. Well, that was unexpected. Naruto said with clear surprise. I put so much chakra into that jutsu, I was expecting you to either drop down with massive burns or just be incinerated by those flames. He paused. You people really can't die, huh? Kakuzu didn't respond. He flashed towards Hidan and grabbed the sword, pinning the man down. This time around, he put as much strength as he could to lift it up. Once he'd done so, he looked at it, but didn't get the chance to say anything as Hidan exploded. You bastard, I'm going to sacrifice you for that. Hidan was already charging towards Naruto. Kakuzu wasn't surprised when Naruto appeared in front of him. This is a precious weapon you have. I'm sure it can sell for a high price. Please give it back, Naruto said, holding out his right hand. Kakuzu shook his head. I will keep it, he said before taking a couple of steps forward. He then swung the sword across the air, leveling it towards Naruto's neck. Because it was slow, Naruto ducked under the swing and took 2 steps forward before slamming a punch on Kakuzu's gut. The man didn't move, not even slightly. It felt as if Naruto had hit a wall of bricks. Kakuzu responded by kneeing Naruto on his gut. The attack forced Naruto to stumble back slightly, out of balance. Kakuzu twisted around, swinging the blade on his hand. Naruto was barely able to escape major damage. Just barely. The blade slid through his chest, leaving a cut. There was no time to reflect on that or to regain his footing. Hidan hit him with a brutal kick on the side of his neck. His neck snapped due to the force behind the kick. Before he could even take flight, Kakuzu grabbed him by his left foot. Naruto cursed when he felt the man's touch. There was a resounding boom when the man slammed him to the ground. And another when Hidan jumped on him, intent on stomping on his chest with both his feet. Naruto blocked this by folding his hands just above him. When Hidan jumped up, Kakuzu pulled him up violently, causing his body to jerk up slightly. The man slammed his foot on his chest while Hidan twisted his midair and slammed his right foot on his temple. Naruto was sent rocketing to the side by the double assault. You are fighting differently from how you fought both Deidara and Sasori, Hidan said, taking a look at Naruto, who had recovered from Hidan's kick. Being cut by his sword was just embarrassing. Although he did not blush in embarrassment, Naruto felt that he could not take the feeling. You are holding onto the sword well. Despite its weight, Naruto said. Your physical strength is something though. I didn't think you'd take my punch just like that. I felt it. Maybe a little, Kakuzu said. Still, the blonde hasn't been deterred much so far. Yet, this sword really felt special. He could tell its material was strong. Given its weight, sharpness and how fast Naruto was, he should have been able to cut through Hidan's side. But it hadn't left a dent. Why was that? Naruto created a clone. The clone sped toward both Hidan and Kakuzu while doing hand seals. Kaden. Fire breath. The clone released a stream of flames from its mouth. The flames sped towards Kakuzu, who readied the sword on his hand. When the flames neared him, he swung the blade towards them. When it connected with the flames, it split them in half. Kakuzu didn't show his surprise. He merely nodded silently. As expected, Hidan said it absorbed his chakra after touching its blade. I thought it might do the same for ninjutsu. Not all ninjutsu, just some elements. Naruto clarified. He was holding out his right hand, a Rasengan formed. And then blades started to form slowly. A screeching sound engulfed the battlefield. Hidan, stay back, Kakuzu said, watching the jutsu in Naruto's hand. There was a lot of power behind the jutsu. Too much power. It was a wind-based attack. Even if Hidan could not die, if he was hit by that jutsu, there was no telling what kind of shape he'd be in after being hit. When Naruto started running towards him, Kakuzu thought it was because Naruto couldn't hurl the jutsu towards him. But then, the sword's weight increased dramatically, forcing him to fall down to the ground on his knees because he wouldn't let go. He quickly released his threads around his body, forming an octopus-like shape to hinder Naruto from getting close to him. He didn't want to get hit by the jutsu if he could avoid it. The threads rushed towards Naruto in an effort to halt his movements, but the blonde jumped into the air, avoiding them. While in midair, Naruto hurled the jutsu towards Kakuzu. The jutsu traveled at great speed as it cut the distance between it and the Akatsuki Nin. Kakuzu raised his threads to attempt to block the jutsu, but the spinning wind shuriken simply cut through the threads before pummeling into his body. When it did, it exploded into a violent dome of chakra and thousands of wind blades. It raised violent gusts of wind in the surrounding area. It lasted for more than a minute, and when it died down, Kakuzu's threads were no more. It was just a man lying in a large crater, motionless. Naruto's silver blade was pinned to the ground just beside the man. The Uzumaki really hoped the man would stay down. He watched for a couple of seconds, seeing no sign of life from Kakuzu, then settled down in a meditative position. His upper body was in some pain. Kakuzu had really hit him hard. It was something else that he wasn't even bleeding from his mouth. He also needed to catch a deep breath to calm his body and recover spent energy. Hidan walked up to Kakuzu and kicked the man just to see if he was dead. "Oi! Don't tell me that you are dead." He kicked the man once more, but there was still no movement. Ha 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 ha. Hidan burst out in laughter. It was a mad laugh. A really crazy laughter that would make anyone uncomfortable. The Akatsuki nin then turned to Naruto. The blonde was slowly walking towards him. He licked his lips, seeing the blood dripping from Naruto's chest. "Screw the Akatsuki. I'm going to sacrifice you." The leader's mission no longer mattered. Anyone who could kill the man he couldn't kill deserved to die. He was the one who was supposed to kill Kakuzu, not the blonde. Well, at least he can die. Then again, Yugito said he should have died a couple of times in your battle with her, Naruto said, walking towards Hidan. "You're a different matter altogether though. You don't seem to have a number of lives, you just seem to be really immortal. If only Orochimaru knew of your secrets." Hidan readied himself and then dashed towards Naruto, who was now by the edge of the crater. A clone puffed into existence via a cloud of smoke right beside the blonde. One of the two disappeared from sight as Hidan appeared close. The man swung his scythe ferociously with its blades gearing up to the side of Naruto's chest. The scythe connected, but the blonde disappeared in a puff of smoke. Hidan quickly twisted around and saw Naruto standing by Kakuzu's body, holding his sword. The sword had a glow about it with some engravings on it lighting up slightly. He hadn't noticed that it had engravings on it. Naruto looked at his blade for a second. It felt light. He had released the gravity seals on it to make it lighter. His movements would be faster and he would be able to strike at lightning speed. Naruto didn't waste time. He dashed toward Hidan, who also did the same. The blonde took out a smoke bomb and then flung it towards Hidan. The man tried to slam the small ball away with his scythe, but it went off, creating a smoke screen around him. "Fuck," Hidan cursed loudly before bursting out of the smoke screen. The moment he touched down, he was forced to block a downward swing from Naruto's sword. The man held his scythe above his head with both his hands. Naruto held out his left hand, while pressing down the blade with his right. Lightning currents burst out and hit Hidan. The man grinned before pushing Naruto away. The blonde was forced to jump back to create some distance. "That didn't even hurt," he said as he attempted to move closer to Naruto. But he only took a single step forward before his body froze. Naruto's image appeared right in front of Hidan. The Akatsuki nin didn't see anything as Naruto swung his blade twice. It was a horizontal slash and a vertical slash. Both done so fast he only blinked and thought nothing had happened. Naruto looked at his blade before speaking. "I call that move, Uzumaki Blind Twin Slash. I won't tell you how, but it always requires that an opponent be motionless before it can be executed. During the past years, I developed a couple of fighting styles, and during the fight with Deidara and Sasori, I experimented on the first one. And now this. While I can avoid damage with that style, it takes too much chakra and stamina. I don't lack any of that, but I don't have an eternal supply of chakra. So I always have to be careful, or else I will reach my limit while surrounded by enemies." Hidan wanted to curse at the blonde, but he became confused when his arms suddenly separated from the rest of his hands. They just dropped to the ground along with his scythe. His upper body from waist up fell backwards while the rest of the body fell forward. Hidan saw the clear sky before his head hit the ground. "Damn it." He then yelled out some unpleasant things, cursing the blonde Uzumaki for doing this to him, but Naruto simply ignored it. It was just amazing that even though the man was cut up like that, he could still make so much noise. He didn't look like he was going to die. Naruto stared for a moment before stepping over Hidan's chest. When the man sprouted out more nonsense, he shoved his blade right through his mouth. "Since you can't die, I'm just going to bury pieces of you in different places around the elemental nations. Your talking head will make a wonderful touch in the Emperor's palace. People could use something to amuse them." After saying those words, Naruto removed his blade from Hidan's mouth and then cleanly cut through Hidan's neck, separating his head from the rest of his body. They then picked it up. "I will kill you. In your dreams," Naruto said before taking out a scroll from his left pocket. He opened it, and drew something on it using his chakra. He then sealed Hidan's head. Kakuzu's head was worth a couple of millions. He took the head and sealed it away as well. The blonde then sat down, his blade stabbed to the ground next to him. He sat motionless, recovering his energy for about 7 minutes before there was a loud boom. The Yondaime Reikage crashed and landed just away from him. A couple of more shinobi landed around the man. Surveyed the battlefield for a couple of seconds. He could spot one person alive, one dead and another cut in 3 pieces with a head missing. It wasn't a sight that made him feel like throwing up. He could admit that it would take someone brutal to cut a man like that. "Where is Yugito?" the Yondaime Reikage demanded from Naruto. The blonde took his time before responding. He first stood up and then picked up his sword. He noticed that the moment he did so, the men around the Reikage shifted as if ready to attack. "Safe. You sure did take your sweet time," Naruto said in a calm tone. "I have handled those who nearly captured her. And you just have to know that she is safe. I will return her to Kumo. I just need to talk to her." The Reikage's response was quick. "While I am grateful that you saved Yugito, you are not going anywhere with her, Uzumaki. She is returning to Kumo with me. Nothing will change, but you can have my word that you will have Yugito." "What does a word of a rogue shinobi mean to me?" Naruto smiled. "How poetic," he said. "I'm sure if I said I wanted to join Kumo you'd be more than thrilled." He paused before looking up for a moment. He had to be at Konoha by dawn tomorrow to speak to Jiraiya. "We will talk soon." Naruto was simply gone without a trace. "See, where is he?" "Gone," the censor said after a couple of moments of trying to locate the blonde. "He used some kind of high-level shunshin jutsu. He didn't seem like he was lying though, about Yugito of course. He is a rogue nin, I would not have any of it. I will be sending a message to Konoha when we get back home. Take those bodies," he instructed firmly. 2 days later, Naruto appeared at the gates of the Hidden Leaf. It was something else, but he was just going to walk straight into the village even though he was a wanted man. He hadn't done anything wrong, so there were no fears. The worst thing that could happen was them trying to keep him from leaving the village. But there was no crime he'd done. He had his sword strapped on his back on a black sheath. He wasn't wearing anything to disguise himself. There was no need. Besides, he figured Tsunade would not be quick to send her Anbu to him the moment he steps into the village. It would be like a repeat of last time. She would certainly be interested in seeing what he wanted. And if Jiraiya was here, she would leave the capturing part to him. Or maybe they would try it together. Naruto walked towards the large gates. The guards stopped him from entering. But there was recognition in their eyes. Oh yes, they knew him. For many reasons, but none stood more than being the QB brat. People of this village knew him well enough. Does it happen often that a wanted person just walks into the village like this? Was it just arrogance or was he returning back? It was the kind of questions the guards had. If there was a problem in the picture, the Anbu would be showing up. "What do you want?" The words were cold and harsh. "Jiraiya." Naruto offered his response with a smile. "A blessed day, gentlemen." With that said, Naruto went straight into the Hidden Leaf. The streets were full of activities. People were moving about, minding their own business. It was different from the atmosphere that had greeted him in those cold and miserable days of the old. He could not say nothing has changed. Perhaps the difference was that there was peace. There was nothing that made them afraid. Nothing that made them remember the bad days, the despair they had experienced when the QB went on a rampage and killed their loved ones. There was no longer Naruto Uzumaki in the streets. They were free. It was truly sad. But what could he do about it? He didn't regret leaving this village. He was happy he was out. He had dreams after all. A few people recognized him but no one approached him. Naruto didn't mind. He wasn't even in a hurry. He was taking things slow, mindful of the Anbu watching his movements. He didn't mind them either. He just wanted to head straight towards the ramen stand. Now what would be a disaster would be if the stand was no longer there. He'd certainly let out a chilling cry that would silence the Hidden Leaf. Ikaraku ramen. It was no longer as he remembered it. It was slightly big. People were around. Hadn't he been a regular customer those days? And he brought some customers with him as well. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little giddy as he sat down and rang the bell. Ayame stepped out of the kitchen. She stopped for a minute staring at his grown self. A wide smile spread through her lips as she rushed over to him. She leaned over the counter and pulled the blonde over to a tight hug. It lasted for about a minute. "Naruto," Ayame said happily. Her tone was warm, her eyes full of life. She was truly happy to see the blonde. "I have missed you." There was a hint of sadness in her tone. Naruto responded with a smile of his own. There had been an urge to flash a foxy grin, just for control. But he resisted. "The feeling is mutual, Ayame," he said. He checked her out a bit. Maybe he could blame Jiraiya for this. But then again, he ran an underground facility that had men and women doing nasty things to each other. I must say, the years have been good on you. You look young and beautiful. A bit of a sly smile twisted his lips. Ayame blinked, certainly not a comment she expected from Naruto. But in the end, she blushed slightly. You have matured. He was certainly a man. Not a teenage boy anymore. His long hair made him look a bit dashing. Ayame quickly shook her head. What was she thinking? Years do that on you, Naruto said mysteriously. 4 bowls, miso and pork. I want them large, the blonde said. Ayame didn't have the time to be surprised. Naruto has always had an unhealthy appetite when it comes to ramen. He is grown now. He could tell 4 at a time. What was she saying? Who did that? Still, coming right up, Ayame said before disappearing towards the kitchen. Naruto sat in silence for a couple of minutes before Ayame brought his first 2. He didn't waste time before digging in. He was going to devour these 4 and then order some more he could eat like a noble. So, what have you been busy with? You know I hear things. She didn't want to say it, but Naruto knew she was talking about his decision to abandon Konoha. It was something else, but Naruto didn't talk to Ayame about it. He was careful with his words, but he told her about his travels around the shinobi world. Learning things about how other villages operate and customs. It was a talk that lasted about a couple of minutes. Ayame had watched him talk with her full attention. She had twice been shouted at by a customer for her focus on him. With how much chatter you bring into the village, one can never miss the fact that you were here, Ino said as she sat beside the blonde. She looked at the bowls stacked on the counter. Have you been starving or are you eating for the rest of the week? Naruto eyed the blonde Yamanaka with a clean eye. Ino had always been beautiful, wasn't it? She certainly had the body and the bust to back up her pretty face. It was a pity that she hadn't liked him then. Then again, Sakura hadn't liked him and he had hopelessly chased after her like a man possessed. Ah, being young and hopelessly in love. I've just missed ramen, Naruto responded. It's like with sex. If you go through a year without getting it, the day you get it, you are not going to be satisfied with just one around. The blonde said those words casually. Ino was baffled. Not that those words were coming out of Naruto Uzumaki. Not that he would bring sex in a conversation with her, but that he would compare sex with ramen. How is there a comparison between the two? She exclaimed. Naruto shrugged. I enjoy both and it's for pleasure. He offered a response filled with nonchalance. What would you compare ramen with? With other greasy food, Ino said with a deadpan expression on her face. Naruto looked thoughtful for a moment before responding. That does make sense, he said. Are you stupid? Ino asked with the same expression as last time. Naruto faced the blonde with a smile. It was a mischievous smile. What do you think? He asked in a light tone, his eyes staring deep into hers. Ino wasn't afraid of that stare. Not even the fact that she felt it was trying to read her mind. She didn't look away. You were messing with me, she said with a sigh. She then smiled. Well, what do you know? You have a sense of humor. This is a side of you I never saw. You didn't spend too much time around me. I guess I was one of those boys you looked at with disgust, Naruto responded. He was no longer looking at the Yamanaka but at his ramen. That brooding bastard Sasuke got all the girls. Those were the good old days. He had enjoyed them, even though there had been misery and loneliness. He did, Ino said with a nod. You were not exactly admirable back then. You were loud, an idiot. But you did change after your training trip. Back then, Naruto glanced at Ino. Am I desirable now? See, the old you would have never caught that, Ino said without responding to Naruto's question. Well, I've grown. Besides, when you spend 3 years with a man who proclaims to be a super pervert, certain things change about you. Naruto paused and kept his eyes on Ino. She looked at him for a moment. But I didn't say anything. This is perhaps the longest conversation I've had with you with just us alone. There had been nothing likable about Naruto of the old. He was a loud person and Ino had been lusting over Sasuke back then. She still did think that the Uchiha was better looking and all, but she wasn't chasing after him and holding out her life, waiting for him as Sakura was. Are you staying or are you going to run away again? I wasn't planning on staying. What's the damage? If you were back in Konoha, we'd have this kind of conversation and more, Naruto grinned. I'll try to work out something to see you, Ino. I'm sure you will, Ino smiled. What was she doing? Has she always been this brave? Or was it simply because she was just going with the flow and Naruto wasn't disappointed by saying something stupid? Maybe she was getting carried away. Hey, why did you try to kill Sakura? Naruto raised an eyebrow, surprised. He showed that look to Ino. I didn't try to kill her. Does she think that? Well, it wasn't particularly a bad thing if she thought that. He didn't want to be her friend, or a friend with any of those other people. He could make an exception with Ino because she was a beautiful girl who knew how to hold a conversation. She came back unconscious, Ino said as a matter of fact. But there was no anger in her tone, which was surprising. Sakura was her dear friend after all. I gave her a gift. A curse at the same time. She wants to get Sasuke back to the village and I have no desire to do that. Besides that, it would be hypocritical for me to force Sasuke to come back to Konoha when I have abandoned the village, Naruto explained lightly. At her current level, she probably can't fight Sasuke. So I gave her something. Lightning chakra. Something like that. It is only temporary. But Sakura has always been good with chakra control. I think she will soon figure out how to use that power. Ino was curious. Why go that far when you don't care about Sasuke or Sakura? Naruto smiled. Regardless of what, there are certain things about me that will never change. I promised Sakura, even though I can't do it directly, I can give her something, the blonde said in a calm tone. You are still an idiot, Ino said with a straight face. Naruto laughed. Maybe. He paused as something flashed through his mind. He took his bowl and stood up. I found the person I want. This was nice, Ino, he said, leaning over to Ino. He whispered something into her ear before disappearing. There was no smile on his face when he appeared beside a hot spring. He could see Jiraiya's behind. The man was looking through a hole, peeking. Naruto shook his head. Some people could just not change, could they? He silently walked closer to the Sannin and slammed his foot on his behind. Jiraiya cried as his body shot through the wooden wall, sending him into the water where alarmed women were already on their feet. Chapter 10. Jiraiya stared at Naruto with a glare. He had bandages over his body because of Naruto. What the blonde had done to him wasn't funny. It was actually cold-hearted and he resented it. He had been beaten up brutally and mercilessly while Naruto watched from a distance. He didn't even try to help him when the women got devilish ideas to squash his balls. His precious jewels had nearly seen hell. He was glad for his vast experience in the art of escaping. Had it not been for it, he would have been holding a funeral for his jewels. The Sannin sighed tiredly and took a sip of the sake next to him. He was sitting atop of the Hokage monument with Naruto sitting next to him. You didn't have to go that far, you know, nothing felt like it had really changed. He was talking to Naruto as if he was still a shinobi of the leaf. The blonde had enjoyed a good round of ramen in peace. No stopped him from walking into the village. And here there were. Jiraiya was ready to share a drink with Naruto as if nothing was wrong. But he knew better. Everything was wrong. Naruto was just stopping by. Of course, he would not let the blonde leave like that. He might not have been able to do anything at the Emperor's palace, but he could do something here. Naruto shrugged. It hadn't been amusing but he hadn't pitied the Sannin. Not even the least. Tsunade would be proud of his choice to expose the Toad Sage like that. Beatings weren't going to make Jiraiya stop. It was just a working hazard. He was used to it by now since he received plenty of them. The man had even developed jutsus for escaping hounds of angry women. Naruto hadn't wished he was back in the days he was training with the Sannin. He was his own man now. He didn't need Jiraiya. He didn't need Konohagakure. His dreams required him to leave home and become something else. Nobody understood that, but Naruto would not beg anyone to understand. Everyone had a thought that he was just lost, but he was not. He knew clearly where he was headed. You deserved it, Naruto said with nonchalance. His eyes were looking down at the hidden leaf. Perhaps this was a proper farewell to Jiraiya and Tsunade. He hadn't given the woman and the Sannin proper reasons. He'd said his farewell to his former teammates. There was no longer any need to be with them or even say anything to them. Ino did represent something though. He would think about her at a proper time. But if he played his cards right, he could find himself sneaking into the village to see her. What he has concluded with this life he wanted to live was that he could not be sane without taking time to be joyous. If he stayed cold and emotionless, he was likely to turn evil. He didn't want that. Naruto didn't want to lose focus of his goal. Jiraiya didn't say anything to Naruto. He eyed the long katana by Naruto's side. It was within its sheath, so he couldn't see its blade. Even so, for Naruto to carry it around, he must be rather good with it. This just means that Naruto has developed into an all-rounder who can fight all kinds of battles. Genjutsu would still become his problem. I see you have improved all around. Did you learn how to use Genjutsu? Jiraiya asked in a curious tone. He would want to fight the blonde just to see how far he has come. If he could take down 2 members of the Akatsuki, then he was someone who could fight him. No, Naruto said with a smile. But I have developed an ability that allows me to get out of any genjutsu, regardless of how powerful. That was false. He didn't have any technique like that. He just depended on the Kyuubi to pull him out of illusions. As long as the Biju wasn't affected by the illusion, it was able to pull him out of any genjutsu his mind was trapped in. Genjutsu remains your weak point then, Jiraiya said. Naruto wasn't drinking even though he had prepared a saucer for him and a bottle. Naruto is old now. He didn't need to be told when or when not to drink. Aren't you going to drink your sake? Naruto shook his head. I'm sorry but I don't trust you. You could have put something in that bottle to knock me out. Your guard is up. You are prepared to stop me at any time I choose to leave. To those words, Jiraiya didn't offer a response. He just took away the bottle. Why did you come here in broad daylight, Naruto? We still want to catch you and you think you can just come and go whenever you please. Naruto looked up and did hand seals. He then held up both his hands. Although he could not see it, Jiraiya could feel overwhelming and potent chakra coming from Naruto's body. After a minute or so, clouds began to gather around the village. Naruto brought his hands down as the clouds covered the entire village. A couple of raindrops fell for a few seconds before stopping. Jiraiya did not stop it because he didn't sense any malice and he didn't know what Naruto was doing. I have wondered what it can take for peace to come upon the great 5 nations, Naruto started in a quiet tone. The other nations which don't focus on military power enjoy peace and choose diplomatic methods to solve their problems. That isn't to say they don't have problems, they have them and they fight, and people are assassinated but you never see them going to war. The shinobi system determines prosperity as having military might. Because of the military might, we want to use it to solve our problems. If you have a weapon you have trained to use, you will always use it to try to solve your problems. Shinobi know how to fight, so when they have problems, they kill each other. We live in a world that promotes killing to avoid being killed. How do you bring peace to such a world, Jiraiya? First of all, the great 5 nations don't even get along. Konoha has problems with both Kumo and Iwa, and not long ago, Suna was manipulated into invading Konoha to preserve its future. A couple of years ago, Kiri was locked in a bloody civil war that nearly wiped out the village's bloodlines. How do you bring balance and peace to this world, Jiraiya? Jiraiya frowned at the question. Of everything Naruto said, it came back to just one simple question: how to bring peace to people whose first instinct is to fight to get out of danger. Shinobi were not just people. Being powerful wasn't wrong, but what was the reason for growing your military might? To be the strongest and to win battles against enemies. A weak village would always be absorbed within the battles of the strong. When they go to war, any village that is close gets involved. Morals were often thrown outside the window after it became a fight for survival. It was a cruel world. But how long have they been living in such a system? Jiraiya still could not find an answer to that question. He did have thoughts, but there was nothing that his conscience could allow him to complete. I guess you have found the answer. Unlike you, Jiraiya, I am willing to do anything to get things done. You see, Jiraiya, to be strong isn't wrong. There will be evil people who will need strong foes to battle them. But how we use our strength is what matters. Konoha's actions haven't always been good either. Konoha has truly misused its power in the past. But what has happened to it for the crimes it has committed? Nothing. Nothing at all. Perhaps it will reflect, but there must be consequences to our actions. I came here to tell you that you don't have to try to get me back to this village, Jiraiya. If you want to say I am lost, you can say it. But it will not change my mind. I am hell-bent on doing what I feel is necessary for peace. My path might lead me to become an enemy of Konoha. It isn't ideal, but it might happen. I want you to be prepared when that happens. Now that you have said something like that, do you really think that I will let you go? Jiraiya asked in a serious tone. He was ready to fight right here and now. He did have a feeling that not everything Naruto would be doing would be a good thing. He was worried about that. But with Naruto confirming it, he did need to put a stop to it before it actually happens. I don't wish to be stopped, Jiraiya, Naruto said in a stern tone. For what it's worth, you really were like a family to me. I wanted to thank you for everything that you did for me and everything that you gave me. You might not understand my actions, but just know that I did have a good time with you and you did teach me a lot of things. There was emotion in both his voice and eyes when he spoke. Naruto grabbed his sword, but the second he touched it, Jiraiya had a kunai on his neck. You are not going anywhere, Naruto. It was your mistake for coming here in the first place. Tsunade is in her office, hoping and wishing that things change, but nothing will change. Naruto said, not the least concerned that Jiraiya had a kunai on his neck. Jiraiya, we will not fight now. But a time will come when I am your enemy. We will fight then. He was staring at the Sannin when he said those words. I see you have really changed, Naruto. Jiraiya's voice was hard, there was no emotion in his voice. I can't let you go loose around the elemental nations. The Toad Sage grabbed Naruto by his shoulder and they disappeared from the Hokage monument. They appeared inside the Godlike Hokage's office. Already, the Hokage tower was swamped by Anbu. It was something else, wasn't it? Naruto hadn't thought that Jiraiya and Tsunade would prepare a trap for him. Then again, they were both hell-bent on seeing him return to the village and his senses. Naruto looked at Godlike with a smile on his lips. I have already expressed myself to Jiraiya, the blonde said calmly. Tsunade, you really were like a family to me. I didn't have that growing up, you became one. I will be forever grateful for your love and care. You certainly were the person who I feel loved me more than anyone I have come to contact with. But this is all the more that I must discard this village, my attachment to it. I think I owe you at least this much. I know I had said I would become Hokage one day, but things have changed. In another time, or universe, I wish I was still around here, bothering you, but with the purpose to become Hokage. You can achieve what you want in this village. If it is the peace you want, you can use your voice as Hokage to usher the other nations, Tsunade shouted. There was anger and sadness in her tone. She really did look like she wanted to burst something open. The sad part is that, you are right, Tsunade. I can achieve it all here, Naruto said. But my methods will not be liked. I grew to love the position of Hokage so much, and in respect of the past Hokages, I cannot associate this village, that seat, with my plans. Tsunade's chakra exploded in anger. But she held herself from attacking Naruto. I see there is no talking to you, she said with a shake of her head. I can say the same thing to you as well, Tsunade, Naruto said. The moment he said those words, Jiraiya slammed his right hand to a wall. Markings appeared around the walls of Godlime's office. I see, you won't allow me to leave this place. I have to defeat everyone here to be able to leave, Naruto said. This barrier, are those outside going to feed it with chakra? You don't need to know that, Jiraiya said, preparing to battle. The office was protected by seals. The barrier put around the office would keep damage from occurring elsewhere. It would contain things here. Naruto shook his head. We are not going to fight, Jiraiya. I told you. It will happen when we become enemies, the blonde said, taking out his sword from its sheath. Jiraiya lunged towards him with a kunai at hand. The Sannin slashed across Naruto's face. Naruto met the strike with a swing of his sword. The blade cut through the kunai, causing Jiraiya to leap into the air. The second the Toad Sage removed himself from Naruto, Tsunade replaced his position. A stern mask on her face with her fist glowing menacingly as she charged towards his chest. Naruto held his sword with his handle and the blade in a horizontal position. Tsunade's fist crashed into the side of the blade. The force was brutal, and unlike last time, the force sent the blonde flying backwards. He crashed into the wall with his back. There were cracks on it, but the barrier held it from shattering. Naruto slid down to the floor and turned his attention towards the Sannins. I still maintain my position, he said. Jiraiya, what do you think those clouds are for? That simple question held the Toad Sage from attacking Naruto. What are you planning for Naruto? Naruto raised his left finger. Insurance, he said. The moment those words left his lips, they could hear howls from the clouds. Tsunade, Tamari should have told you. I don't have a problem turning lightning straight to this tower. It will kill all the Anbu, but that is something unnecessary, yet something I will do if you don't let me go. You wouldn't dare. Naruto smiled. Do you want to test me, Tsunade? I was gone for 5 years, abandoned this village. Do you think I would come here and just let you capture me? So you resort to holding us hostage? Jiraiya demanded with anger in his voice. Naruto shrugged. You forced my hand, he said, walking over towards the window. The two Sannins just watched him without making any move. The thing with all barriers is that they are just a form of chakra. My blade can cut through all forms of ninjutsu, including barriers. Naruto's sword glowed slightly and marks appeared on its blade. Oh, Jiraiya, my other reason for seeing you was to remind you of your debt. I don't want to end up hunting you, he said with a smile before leaving. In righteous fury, Tsunade's fist crashed into a wall. The wall shattered within seconds, but she was still not satisfied. But she held herself from doing anything. She didn't want to cause panic in the village. The villagers knew that Naruto was present. If she started destroying things, they would panic thinking he was attacking them. Tsunade then sat down on her chair and took some deep breaths. Now I know he isn't himself. What is he planning to do, Jiraiya? We will see soon, Jiraiya said. I will depart tonight, Sannin said. He would go to that place and settle his debt and get some more information. He figured he won't be allowed to get in the place unless he paid his debt. Later that day. For much of his life, Kakashi has been miserable. Really, he did wonder when it would stop. Even though he told himself that he could change things, nothing ever changed. No matter what happened, he always came back to the memorial stones wishing for the days of the old. Things wouldn't have come to this point if his sensei had been alive. But it was really not time to be focusing on the ifs. It was simply decision time, and he had to decide what he wanted to do with his life and the situation that was upon him. What has happened was something that his sensei would not have wanted. Minato wasn't here nevertheless. How did he manage to evade? Kakashi asked as Jiraiya walked towards him, with a strange look on his face. Between the Toad Sage and the Slug Princess, there was enough raw power to stop Naruto. But he had still managed to leave the village. He threatened to destroy the Hokage Tower along with everyone in it, Jiraiya said in a bitter tone. He should have stopped Naruto from creating the clouds, especially after what Tsunade had told him. He had been foolish and thought that Naruto would not go any further. He was still seeing Naruto as the 17-year-old body he had trained back then. That would have to stop now. Twice, their conversations have led him to believe that Naruto is going to be doing some dangerous things. The Akatsuki was probably just a nuisance. He couldn't do whatever he wanted with the organization going after him. Kakashi, Naruto is no longer the Naruto we knew. He is determined to do what he feels is right. From what he has said so far, it isn't going to be anything good. He told me that we will become enemies in the future, Jiraiya said in a serious tone. If Naruto does become something we don't like, will you be able to take him down, Kakashi? That wasn't the kind of question that Kakashi was willing to answer. Not now. He would deal with it when the time does come. But if Naruto had gone as far as to cut off his ties with his friends, with the village, then it was without doubt that something was in the making. His power was also something frightening, but there was no mountain that was too big to climb. What about you, Jiraiya-sama? The silver-haired Jonin asked the Sannin. A day later. Sound. Orochimaru had attacked with shinobi from the sound. The Sannin had his land, which was Oto, but it couldn't be called a village as it was just a bunch of hideouts that the Sannin used for his experiments. The world didn't need a person like Orochimaru, did it? But the snake wasn't the biggest fish Naruto had to deal with. Compared to the great nations, Orochimaru wasn't much. Are you sure sneaking into the leaf to see that humans are a wise choice? Kurama asked. Naruto had no doubt the Biju was talking about Ino. You didn't complain when I decided to stay put, why are you complaining now? I do need that experience. For mental health, it is necessary. I was merely letting you have your fun. But you do know you can't really trust humans. Humans were treacherous by nature. If Naruto wasn't careful, that person could lead him to trouble. Kurama didn't want to see himself being a prisoner for Konoha once more. On this path, his release from his hell was guaranteed in the end. Not everyone will stab you in the back, Naruto responded calmly. We don't have many people we can call friends. I do wish to form a friendship with the other Jinchurikis, but that isn't something that will be easy. Either way, if things go wrong, they go wrong. It's part of life. Just because the world was bad didn't mean that one had to stop walking within it. Taking risks and experiencing all sorts of things was something that one had to endure in life for growth and mental development. He wasn't going to have much of a personal life anyway. Even if he had to take risks to get it, Naruto would not complain. If he was going to be betrayed, let it be someone he chose. Do as you like, but the moment you start losing it, I won't hesitate. Naruto smiled. He was amused by those words. The Biju had a certain way of dealing with things. For him, it was always the threat of taking over his body to free himself from the seal. It was perhaps just a reminder from the Biju that he should not get too comfortable with everything because things could change at any time. So you say, Naruto said, aren't you going to admit that we have been getting along just fine? You are not locked up and our link is perfect. Kurama snorted. That was just a necessary step for you to be able to control my full power. Naruto chuckled lightly. Does it wound your pride that you have Ma? The blonde trailed off when he heard the sound of electricity crackling. He quickly unsheathed his sword and a second later, Sasuke flashed in front of him, sword coated with electricity. It was cleaving through the air as it headed towards his chest. Naruto reacted defensively by positioning his sword in a position to block Sasuke's swing. There was a bright spark of electrical currents when Sasuke's sword clashed with his. The resulting clash sent Naruto flying backwards. But the blonde was in control of his movements. Sasuke was unrelenting. He charged once more, lunging straight above the blonde. He swung his sword in a downward strike. Naruto held his sword in a horizontal position to block the swing. The swords clashed once more and there was that spark. Naruto crashed into the ground on both his feet, with Sasuke right above him. He responded by pushing Sasuke away. The Uchiha twisted anti-clockwise while still in midair. His swing was lightning fast. It was invisible to the naked eye and yet, Naruto managed to respond kindly by swinging his sword towards the incoming strike. There was a huge spark of electricity this time around when the swords clashed. Sasuke leapt into the air once more back. He was still in mid-air when he prepared a jutsu. His movements were precise and fast. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. Sasuke released an orb of roaring flames from his mouth. It was in such a distance that it could have caught someone who responded slowly. The flames were big enough to consume Naruto's entire body. Almost simultaneously as Sasuke, Naruto released his own jutsu to counter the Uchiha's flames. Futon. Tappa. The blonde Jinchuriki released powerful gusts of wind from his mouth. The gusts slammed into Sasuke's flames, causing a loud explosion as the two elements battled for supremacy. Naruto knew the jutsus would only cancel each other, so he didn't move from his position. Sasuke flashed just below the explosion, his sword flashing through air from his right in an upward strike. He was looking up at Naruto, who had his eyes staring straight into his fully matured Sharingan. Naruto's left hand moved fast, heading towards Sasuke's face, but the Uchiha suddenly vanished into thin air. He flashed behind Naruto in midair, his body twisting to face the blonde. Reikiri. Sasuke slammed the jutsu straight into Naruto's back, but the blonde disappeared in a puff of smoke. Sasuke only smirked before landing on the ground. He sheathed his sword and looked up. Naruto was sitting on a tree branch, just above his team. Karen was on her knees, the others appeared not to have noticed the blonde. I see you have also been training hard, Naruto, Sasuke said to Naruto. His voice was cold and there was no trace of emotion in his face. You have also improved greatly, Tem. I just hope you're not the same scared cat who nearly wet his pants in the face of Orochimaru, Naruto said, looking down at the Uchiha. He wasn't smiling either and his tone matched Sasuke's. He glanced down. This must be your team. So this means you are no longer with Orochimaru. Or not? His eyes caught the sight of Karen. She looked frightened. He smiled. A censor? Huh. Karen didn't want to look up. She still couldn't even stand on her feet because what she felt from the blonde Uzumaki was just inhuman. One person could not simply possess that much chakra. It was like she was staring at a tailed beast. Sasuke couldn't compare to the blonde in terms of chakra. A very good one. She is the one who found you, Sasuke said. She is also from your clan, he only said to see Naruto's reaction. All he got was a raised eyebrow. Really? I thought everyone was dead by now. The other nations didn't do us any kindness, Naruto said. He still didn't display any emotion. I'm happy to see another Uzumaki alive. One could really debate that because there was nothing that could say he was happy. Then, was that your greeting or do you want something from me? Sasuke stared for a long minute. Their last parting hadn't been that great. Still, he still couldn't deny that Naruto had at one point been like a brother to him. He had thrown away those attachments long ago. Since you have also abandoned Konoha, you won't be chasing after me. I'm curious though, why did you leave? Bigger dreams. You'll know eventually. Naruto paused. He stared at the Uchiha for a long minute without saying anything. This was a person who'd done everything to get away from Konoha in order to get power to get his revenge on Itachi. He could not forget that this person had nearly died for him. He could not forget that he had seen this person as a brother once. Naruto sighed. He was being all sentimental. The Kyuubi would certainly be disgusted. The Biju had a special hatred for anything that had to do with the Sharingan. I have to say, I thought I'd snap your neck when I see you, Naruto said to Sasuke. I have no such desire. Besides, I think I would do the same now to anyone who was trying to stop me from reaching my goal. The blonde paused before asking. Where is Orochimaru? Dead, Sasuke responded coldly. He then took out something and threw it towards Naruto. The blonde caught the mask and looked back at Sasuke with a question mark. During the sound invasion, the Sandaime Hokage sealed Orochimaru's hands away, meaning he could not use ninjutsu. To get his hands back, he wanted to use that mask. He says with it, he could get into Shinigami's stomach and fetch his hands. Not only that, but all the past Hokages are sealed within there. Sasuke threw a scroll towards Naruto. That is how to use the mask. It belongs to the Uzumaki. That's why I kept it. You have my thanks, Naruto said and pocketed everything. Both Sandaime and his father used the dead demon consuming seal. If Naruto wanted to get Kyuubi's other half, he would have to get his father. But the man was dead and trying to get him back would mean learning a jutsu that could bring the dead to life. Naruto didn't want to go through that. But he would keep everything just to be on the safe side. Are you looking for Itachi? It was the only thing that actually drove Sasuke. Naruto was a little surprised that Sasuke didn't explode like a balloon when he mentioned the elder Uchiha's name. That had been his instinct response back then. Sasuke nodded. We are following a trail. I think I have become strong enough to get my revenge, the Uchiha said with confidence. Where are you going? Kumogakure. I have their Jinchuriki. I want to return her before the Raikage wages war on me, Naruto said with a shake of his head. We will talk soon. If you get rid of Itachi, it's good for me because it reduces the number of enemies I must face. The blonde stood up and hopped away. Once he was gone, Karen sighed in relief. You didn't wet your pants, did you? Suigetsu asked Karen with an amused look on his face. Shut up, Karen shouted before smacking Suigetsu right on his face. Sasuke merely shook his head. This was just like Naruto and Sakura. Let's move, he said. They were heading into the fire country to look for Itachi. So that was Naruto Uzumaki, Karen said in a thoughtful tone. He is much more powerful than what both Orochimaru and Kabuto said. Sasuke never spoke about Uzumaki. Not ever, not once. It was just a no-go to the Uchiha. They were talking about their past experiences with him, but it has been years. Naruto has actually become much stronger than I anticipated. Sasuke felt somewhat excited. Unlike the days of the old, he didn't feel jealous or threatened. It had ultimate confidence in his strength. Konohagakure. With the commotion that had occurred the day before, Ino was certain that she was being called to see the Hokage because of Naruto. They'd been seen sitting together at the ramen stand, but that was before anything happened. Either way, she didn't know anything. Her father had said that they had attempted to trap Naruto in the village, but he had made a convincing threat to leave unscathed. It was something that was to be expected. He wouldn't freely walk into the village without having a plan. He must have known that they would plot something. Ino stepped into the Hokage's office with her usual cheerfulness. You wished to see me, Hokage-sama. Tsunade nodded. You spoke with Naruto. Did he say anything about where he might be going and what he might be doing? Ino didn't need to think about anything because the blonde hadn't told her anything. She wouldn't even ask about it. Even if she does see him again, she would not ask. She was curious, but knowing would only get her in trouble with Konoha. Yamanaka shook her head. He was just flirting, she said with a smile. It was rather surprising but pleasant. Tsunade wasn't amused by that. I see, she said. If he does appear to you again, let me know. Naruto is planning to do something dangerous. It is important that he is stopped before he does anything. The Hokage's voice was stern. She meant business. Ino nodded. I understand. After that, she was excused. The Yamanaka decided to go look for Sakura. At this time and day, the Pinkett was undoubtedly at the hospital. She spent her time there. Then again, Sakura was really a great medic nin. She had learned. Ino couldn't say she had achieved anything like Sakura, but hey, they were not all gifted in the same way, were they? Ino found Sakura lying in a bed in the hospital. The Pinkett didn't even notice her as she sat down beside the bed. Ino shook her head. Since her ordeal with Naruto, she was always like that. Sakura, Ino said in a hardened tone just to jolt her friend a bit. Sakura jolted and looked at Ino. Oh, Ino, were you saying something? She asked with a tired smile. Ino stared at the girl for a long minute before asking. Sakura, you spent months with Naruto, exchanged many conversations, and I only sat down with him just for a couple of minutes. Do you really think that he would try to kill you? Even if she sat with him for a couple of minutes, and then some more later on during the night, she knew that Naruto wouldn't do something like that. Sakura was silent for a couple of seconds before offering a response. I have thought about it. The Naruto I knew was always full of life, kind. I don't think he would, but that is what happened. Even if every thought I have of him says he wouldn't, how do you explain what he did? Sakura sounded confused and angry. Naruto said he can't do anything to bring Sasuke back to Konoha because he'd also left it. I suppose the only time he will consider doing it is if he chooses to come back. Because he can't do it directly, he said he was giving you the power to do it. Instead of looking at the lightning inside your system as a curse, why don't you try to use it to strengthen yourself, Sakura? Naruto said you've always been good with chakra control, so he thinks you will find a way to utilize the power without harming yourself. All things aside, Ino didn't want to see her friend being miserable because her love abandoned the village and her friend tried to kill her. Naruto was strong enough to fight 2 members of the Akatsuki and managed to evade being captured after stepping into the village not once but twice. If he wanted to kill her, he would have done so. I don't know Ino, Sakura said in a quiet tone. She smiled sadly, but that does sound like Naruto. He was always kind towards me, always smiling and perhaps made the best efforts in our team, but I was always rude to him. She had said she was sorry on the night he disappeared and he had given her a smiling face, saying it was fine. But now that things were like this, Sakura didn't know anymore. She would have to think much more deeply about this. Yet, she could not shut down the nagging thought that told her that she knew Naruto better. A megacure. Nagato never actually thought that he would see his organization brought to this state. It was unacceptable, and to think that it was just one person doing all these was unthinkable. He wasn't happy. He was mad. For years, he has prepared for war. He waited and played the patience game, but yet, this last piece of the puzzle was threatening to stand in the way of his peace. He'd never thought that members of the Akatsuki would simply drop like flies. At this stage, he only had Kisame and Itachi. He wasn't so sure about the latter because of his hidden motives. Either way, the Akatsuki was left severely crippled by this development. And they didn't even have a single Biju in their possession. He wasn't going to have the patience to go on a recruitment job all over again. If all things fail, he would be forced to hunt down the Jinchurikis by himself. Naruto's strength was something that not even Madara had anticipated. It wasn't anything that made him worried. He was still God after all, and there would be no one to stand in his peace. Not even Naruto Uzumaki. What are we going to do about this, Nagato? Conan asked in a calm voice. Maybe in the hidden rooms, someone would be tossing tables around and kicking chairs in anger at their plans being nearly foiled, but they were calm people. What do we have in his location? Nagato asked. Naruto was a hard person to track down. Really, they'd spent 5 years looking for him and never got a damn thing until he finally made his appearance known. As if he was listening in, Zetsu appeared out of nowhere to respond to the question by Nagato. It will be hard for you to track him down given your condition. He doesn't stay at one place for too long when he is on land. Over the years when looking for him, he was never within the elemental nations. He stayed deep in the sea where normal people cannot get to him. Nagato frowned. It would certainly be difficult for him to face this person who was so far away. He couldn't even afford to leave the hidden rain for far too long. He wanted to be the one to take Naruto down, but if they could not get Naruto somewhere on land, he couldn't go. Conan, can you do it? The blue-haired Kunoichi nodded. Without a problem, she said. We were thinking that perhaps it would be safe for us just to invite him here. If he is trying to destroy the Akatsuki, we can simply tell him where the leader of the organization is. He will come, Zetsu suggested. Nagato thought about it for a moment before shaking his head. He really didn't want to see his village turned into a battlefield. If Naruto was as powerful as he was showing himself to be, then fighting him in the village would only happen if the blonde chose to come here before he could get to him. Conan will go to him first, Nagato said in a tone of finality. Just give us the location. We don't have the precise location, Zetsu said quickly, but once we have something, or we have found him somewhere, we will try to bring him here. He was disappearing as he was saying those words. They don't care about this village, Conan said soon after Zetsu left. Nagato nodded, but if he comes here, it cannot be helped. We will have to fight him. We just have to make sure the damage is minimized, the leader said. Cloud Country. Yugito wasn't overly happy by the situation she found herself to be in. She has yet to be in Kumogakure and she was locked up somewhere she couldn't tell and trapped in a barrier. There was a clone of Naruto keeping the barrier alive, but the clone would not say anything to her. The only thing it gave her was that it was a clone and food to eat. Aside from that, there was nothing else that she got from the clone. She was starting to think that perhaps Naruto was planning to kidnap her or use her for something. But the Biju inside her had informed her back then that there was no harm intended by Naruto. Still, Yugito could not help but to worry with the days piling up. The blonde stood up when another Naruto walked into the hideout. The barrier was immediately cancelled as soon as he entered, and the clone also disappeared in a puff of smoke. Yugito didn't waste time. She lunged towards the blonde, who didn't even try to block or dodge her attack, he just watched her. Yugito was forced to halt her movements. Why did you do that? You needed to recover and rest. Your cage was looking for you, so I had to find a proper way to hide you from him and his sensors. Naruto explained lightly. I do hope there was no harm done though. There was harm. Yugito responded loudly. She was frustrated. Ever since she woke up, she had been restricted from moving, and had made her unnecessarily anxious about what was going to happen to her because even the Biju sealed within her hadn't expected events to end up in the way they did. You have my apologies, Naruto said. On the plus side of things, I managed to save you and defeat the members of the Akatsuki. I just couldn't give you away because I wanted to talk to you. Jinchuriki to Jinchuriki, the blonde said before turning away. We can talk while heading to Kumogakure. I have yet to step into the village, so this will be a good time to see how it is. Yugito followed her fellow blonde in silence. They stepped outside. She could finally see the light and damn it, she felt alive. When I missed this atmosphere. She had been feeling like a prisoner over the past days and it hadn't been pleasant. What happened? You said Asama was looking for me. Yugito was curious about how that could have played out. The Raikage would not have possibly just allowed Naruto to walk away freely with her. He would have fought. It was just like it to do something like that. By the time he came, I was done, just waiting for him. He wasn't amused. I'm sure he will attack me when I step into the village, Naruto said in a calm tone. Well, he would certainly have many battles with Kumogakure in the near future. Naruto wanted to be friends with the Jinchurikis but he would not be against holding them hostage, to get the hidden villages to listen to him. Kumogakure was heavily militarized and had 2 Jinchurikis who were raised and trained to fight. The village was much like Iwagakure. I'm not going to stand in the way if he attacks you, Yugito said with a shake of her head. She was grateful he saved her but she wasn't going to step in between the blonde and A. Besides, the only reason the man would attack Naruto would be to release his anger for Naruto's actions in keeping her away from Kumogakure. Naruto shrugged. I don't expect you to do so, he said carelessly. Yugito glanced at Naruto for a second before looking at the road ahead. Everything was calm. She was fine. She wasn't on guard. She wasn't thinking he was suddenly going to twist and attack her. He had knocked her out when she insisted on joining him in battle against the Akatsuki, but she didn't think it was going to happen again. She wasn't even going to question him over the fact that he actually defeated 2 people she could not defeat. There would be time for that. For now, she just wanted to go back home. What do you want to know? Yugito asked. Why is it that you can move around the elemental nations but the Raikage's brother remains inside the village? Between the 2 of you, who is stronger? Isn't it him? Yet, why are you risked while he is protected in Kumo? Yugito couldn't honestly respond to that question. She would not. Perhaps to say she couldn't was misleading. It was not a question of possibility. She just didn't want to commit herself to responding to the question. She could happily talk about many things in her life, but that was something she would not talk about. Not when it would lead her to question a lot of things. She was just raised like this. The Sandaime Raikage had raised her to fight for Kumo and that was what she knew to do. For how long has she been fighting for the Cloud? The childhood hadn't been happy because of the brutal training she was forced to do but Yugito wasn't complaining now. It had helped her become stronger. In Yugito's silence, Naruto spoke once more. The world is unfair to Jinchurikis, isn't it? Naruto paused for effect. I can't say that I was raised as a weapon unlike most of you, but growing up being the QB brat, with parents telling their kids to stay away from me was both lonely and miserable. We go through these experiences mostly because of how people view Bijus and what village leaders see in Jinchurikis. Yugito looked up for a moment before responding in a calm tone. I have come to accept what my life gives me. I have made the most of my situation and I live my life without regrets. Perhaps we have been a little fortunate in Kumogakure. Naruto smiled upon hearing those words. I'm glad to know that you think that way. You can never be happy when you live a life of regrets, he said. I wish all Jinchurikis had the same attitude. He wasn't going to discuss it with Yugito but the fact that Jinchuriki were seen as weapons was another reason that the elemental nations were not hesitant to start wars. With only Konoha being the exception, the number of Bijus had determined your strength. In any case, he wasn't simply going to Kumogakure because he wanted to return to Yugito. He kept her in that place because of his reasons. He was almost done with the Akatsuki, so he could now begin to work earnestly towards his dream. And that meant determining the level of threat each village posed to his dream. The journey towards Kumo went smoothly after that. The talk wasn't anything serious. Naruto merely inquired about the personal things in her life. Yugito asked about him and responded to the easy questions. The ones he didn't want to answer, he didn't give answers. When they arrived at the village, Yugito asked something that had been bothering her. Are you from Konoha? The Kyuubi was last seen in the hidden leaf. Its Jinchuriki had remained something of a secret though. Naruto nodded. He sensed hidden figures tailing their movements. Then again, he was a rogue shinobi and Yugito was their treasured Jinchuriki. It was something else that the Raikage had yet to even appear before them in lightning speeds. I was a shinobi of the hidden leaf until 5 years ago. I left the village. Naruto responded calmly. It has nothing to do with being a Jinchuriki or the suffering that comes along after it. I simply left in pursuit of something far greater than staying in the leaf. Yugito's brow furrowed, wondering what it could be. What big things? It's not revenge, is it? Naruto was amused. Not at all. I'm not the kind to hold those kinds of emotions. You'll find out about my reasons soon enough, the blonde said in a calm tone. The two walked for a couple of more minutes before they were stopped by two shinobi. Was the Raikage getting impatient that he no longer felt he could continue to just watch them? Please come with us, they said. Please, but it was anything but that. Those people were not asking for anything from him. They were telling him to come with them. Naruto didn't refuse. He wasn't here for trouble. He was here for a mission that needed him to be civil. They were taken straight into the office of the Raikage. The office was spacious. The Raikage was sitting behind his desk with 3 other people present. The Raikage didn't smile upon seeing them. The man kept a narrowed look. I have been agonizing for days looking for her, said in a stern tone. Give me one good reason I shouldn't have you thrown into a cell right now. Nothing short of what Naruto had expected. Certainly, the man didn't care that he had saved Yugito. His actions after he had done the saving were of the focus. The threat didn't frighten Naruto the least. He had done what he did knowing that there would be such a reaction from the Raikage. I have no reason to tell you. No explanation. I simply did what I did. Naruto wasn't apologetic about his actions. He could have gone further to say that the man could try to drag him to his cells, but he would not succeed in doing so. He wasn't above going full Kyuubi in this village if that is what it took for him to leave. The Yondaime Raikage wasn't amused. But he didn't lash out. You were very different from your father. I knew him, battled him. The man narrowed his eyes dangerously. Why did you leave Konoha? Naruto shrugged. I had my reasons, he said. I said I would bring her back and I have done so. But I want something that I left on the battlefield. There should have been pieces of human flesh that just can't seem to decompose. I want them. I carved them up, so they belong to me. His words brought tension into the office. You are not getting anything. I'm grateful you saved Yugito, but those men attacked my kunoichi. I simply can't let you take them. Besides, I have use for what you just said you want. They are still alive, and we are very much interested in seeing how they remain alive. Naruto shook his head. This was very much like Kumogakure. The village had tried to get its hands on the Byakugan before because of its lust for power. And now they were probably using the rest of Hidan's body for some experiments. It could be some medical research. Who knows? As that's so, Naruto said, staring straight into the Raikage's eyes. You can at least allow me to take a breather around the village before I leave. Kumo doesn't have a relationship with Konoha, so I doubt you'd have any interest in trying to take me back to the village. Shrugged. I'm more interested in getting you to join Kumogakure. It would do well for this village's standing if the son of the Yondaime Hokage joins us. There was a bit of surprise flashing through the room at the Raikage's words. Naruto couldn't tell if it was because of the man's proposal or that he was the son of the famous Yellow Flash. Either way, he didn't really care much for it because he had no interest in joining Kumogakure. For it was just another Jinchuriki and another powerhouse to strengthen Kumo's grip of power within the Great Five Nations. No, Naruto said in a firm tone. Yugito, I hope we will talk again, Naruto said before walking away. He didn't even walk into the office. But he would find his way around. If you are not joining Kumo, I can't have you look around the village. You are a rogue shinobi. There is a security risk, the Yondaime Raikage said in a hardened tone. If you want compensation for rescuing Yugito, I can give it to you, but I will not give you the chance to spy on my village. Naruto smiled, but before he responded he asked a question to the Biju sealed within him. "Kyuubi, were you able to find Yuki?" "No. A pity," Naruto muttered. "I don't need a reward. I simply did what I did because the Akatsuki also posed a threat to me. I will be on my way then, my men will escort you." The Raikage was being overly cautious, and considering the situation, it was perhaps warranted. There was no good reason he was even going to look around the village. Sneaking in and getting caught wouldn't be good. It was precisely the reason he chose to do things this way. It was no worry though, he could still send someone. "Are you just going to leave?" Kyuubi asked in a curious tone. "You went this far and got this kind of treatment. This would have been all for nothing." Naruto shook his head. "Not exactly," he said. "At least I know that the Raikage's brother is kept fairly hidden. If we were to appear in this village for an assault, there are small chances of him actually interfering. For now, Naruto would rather not fight Jinchurikis. He didn't have a war with them. He had a problem with the Great Five Nations, not the Jinchurikis. They were just victims of the system that had been created by the shinobi villages. But he was certain that a time would come when they would try to fight him. How would you do against all other 8 Bijus? There is a chance that if we become too much of a problem, the elemental nations will organize a hit group of Jinchurikis to fight us. I want to know if all of them are facing us at once, will we have a chance? Even though you only have half of me, I'm still Kyuubi. The other Bijus can't hold themselves against me." The Biju paused in thought. "I do think it might be a difficult situation. 8 Jinchurikis. It will be a fight of endurance. We might win, but if there are still more powerful shinobi to fight us, we might have a problem facing death." Naruto frowned. Then this was a problem. He didn't think there was any other way he could gain more power. If he had a bloodline, it would be tremendous. But he had nothing. He needed something to lift himself up. He would have to figure out what he needed to increase his power. If not, he would die without seeing his dream. It would be a damn shame if it were to end like that. He would have died as nothing more than a criminal and the world would not have changed. "We have to fight against something like that," Naruto paused. "But then again, you did just say, might, so there is a possibility that we, might not." The blonde said. Kurama didn't offer a response. By now, they were out of Kumogakure. Yugito was standing a distance away from him, 2 Kumojonins flanking both her sides. She smiled at him as she spoke. "I'm sorry things ended that way, but I'm truly grateful for everything. I hope to repay you someday." The Raikage had every reason to do things in this way, though he could have just let me take a supervised tour. Either way, I hold no grudges. He was still a rogue shinobi after all. And with how he departed Konoha, the Godime Hokage was certainly going to alert other villages of the danger. He would have to keep an eye on that, but it was no trouble since it was almost done with the Akatsuki. "I'm glad," Yugito said, still smiling. "I hope to see you again," she said, turning away from the container of the Kyuubi. Naruto waved his right hand before slowly walking away. Kumogakure was facing his back. What could he do now? Where could he go? Akatsuki is his main focus now. Well, he could travel slowly back to the Emperor's palace and then go to Sunagakure. He did tell Temari that he would see her again to test his wind against hers. Naruto nodded. That was a plan. Unknown location. It was accurate to say that Obito had grown tired of this world. And now that Naruto was messing up with his plans, he was getting even impatient. He was supposed to be living in his dream by now, literally. But just one person was standing in the way. There was something the blonde was planning. He just had to find out more about it. If it was something that would end up seeing the Jinchurikis gathered at one place, it would mean that capturing all the Bijus would be made simple. But it would only happen if he had the Rinnegan in his possession. Nagato was basically useless at this stage. So, he could take it any time. But first, he needed to understand what Naruto was planning. It would not even be bad for him if Naruto fights Nagato and loses. Obito shook his head. Naruto was still just a Jinchuriki. He could not possibly defeat Nagato. No one has been able to do that. The Rinnegan was too powerful. As long as Nagato's secrets remain a secret, losing was unlikely. Either way, Obito would still have his way. What do you have for me, Zetsu? The masked Uchiha asked as soon as Zetsu appeared. Nagato wants to fight Naruto, Zetsu said. But what will interest you is that Itachi seems resigned to meeting his day with Sasuke. Should we observe? Obito nodded. Sasuke was a good piece to the puzzle. He could be manipulated, especially with the fact that he knew about the Uchiha massacre. I want to observe everything myself. Where is he? Within the fire country. I don't have his precise location, but we have been tailing Sasuke. Obito nodded. Naruto Uzumaki. He started. Find him. I want to have a word with him. Alright, that's it for this one. Hope you enjoyed the video, and if you did, be sure to like, subscribe, and leave a comment. Don't forget to share it with your friends as well. Also, check out my Patreon for early access, lemons, exclusive content, and that special picture-in-picture mode for all my mobile listeners. And be sure to support the story's original author too. Links to everything will be in the description below. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all in part 3.